Slowly and piece by piece, we have been exploring and gathering small pieces of a massive puzzle that has driven us in the right direction, when searching for answers mainstream scholars have not been able to fully answer. Compelling scientific evidence, found in the last couple of decades, has proven mankind still has a lot to learn about the ancient past. Countless discoveries, made all across the globe, have forced us to question everything about the origin of civilization, ancient cultures, and history in general. Almost every culture has a legend about a great flood, and many of them even mention a comet on a collision course with Earth, just before the disaster. In ancient Egypt, the destruction by the comet was so devastating that according to legends, Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess and the destroyer of the enemies of the sun, was so upset about the wickedness of humans that she decided to destroy them all. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh also divides time, calling the period before the flood antediluvian, and the time afterwards post-diluvian. During the antediluvian period there were 5 cities in Sumeria, near the Indian Ocean. These were destroyed by a huge flood, some of which were in the Persian Gulf, which was a fertile valley during lower sea levels. There are even more events which could be attributed to the asteroid impact. When an asteroid hits the ocean, water is thrown into the higher atmosphere and falls back to the Earth as rain. In fact, when an asteroid hits firm ground, the ensuing explosion throws huge amounts of matter high up. These are called ejecta, and they come back raining in bits and pieces over vast areas of the land. Ancient stories hint at this explosion. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, a goddess made Gilgamesh, who is sometimes referred to as the world's first superhero, had a pet lion, but when she wanted him, he refused her. This made her so angry that she decided to destroy the city with a rain of fiery stones. Also in the epic, the hero of Mesopotamia saw a pillar of black smoke on the horizon before the sky went dark for a week. Afterward, a cyclone pummeled the Fertile Crescent and caused flood. Gilgamesh himself in the skin of a lion and travels to find a very old survivor caused the great flood of ancient times. So, did a comet really cause the great flood of ancient times?
In a remote area of northwest Greenland, an international team of scientists has made a stunning discovery, buried with nearly a kilometer of ice. It's an impact crater, 300 meters deep, 31 kilometers wide, much bigger than Washington, D.C., even bigger than Paris, and it's probably one of the youngest large impact craters on Earth. The scientists confirmed the telltale bowl-shaped and central peaks beneath Hiawatha Glacier. They also found that the oldest ice in this crater was actually fairly young by Greenland standards, and had experienced a great disturbance in its flow toward the end of the last ice age. The team then visited the area on foot, and in sediments deposited by a river draining out of the glacier, they found grains of the mineral quartz that showed signs of being physically shocked in a massive impact. Models suggest the asteroid was more than a kilometer wide. The Hiawatha crater is one of the 25 largest known impact craters on Earth, and the first found under any of our planet's ice sheets.
Happened? Well, if you look at the temperature charts, the temperatures were relatively cold. It was a very cold period on this planet. Lots of ice all over the place. In fact, North America was essentially covered with ice. And I said, then what happened? Almost instantly, according to our record, which could have been even in one day, an event happened that raised the temperature so high that the ice started to melt. And the massive amount of ice melting led to the rising of the seas, 400 feet of rise in sea level. Well, we're quite aware there was some massive event changed life on this planet 12,000 years ago. There are several theories trying to accommodate how this occurred. One of them, and the predominant one at this moment, is that a comet hit Greenland, and that the heat generated by this comet coming environment caused a rapid melting of the ice, instantaneously causing the ice-covered continents in the northern hemisphere to melt their ice. Another suggested hypothesis for the change.
Recently, even more evidence to support Dr. Brown's theory became available. On March 22, 1998, a group of boys playing basketball in Monahans, Texas, narrowly missed being struck by a 3-pound meteorite that crashed to the ground 40 feet. The police were notified, and 48 hours later, NASA scientists cracked the meteorite open in a clean room laboratory. They discovered inside stunned them all. The meteorite's salt crystals and liquid water.
The NASA scientists who investigated this meteorite believe it came from an asteroid. That's unlikely, because asteroids in the vacuum of it's also too cold, and there's too little gravity. Earth is the only body in the solar system that can sustain liquid water on its surface. This demonstrates the enormous power of the subterranean supercritical water, the fountains of the great deep, that launch water and rock fragments into orbit around the sun. These rock fragments are still returning to the Earth as meteorites. Meteorites contain Earth-like material, including many types of living but dormant bacteria. This means that meteorites and their bacteria didn't originate in the vacuum of space. Meteorites are literally tiny chunks of the Earth itself returning home.
Scientists are also scratching their heads over another recent discovery. On the Kola Peninsula in northern Russia, they have created the world's deepest hole, extending to a depth of 7.5 miles. At this depth, what they expected to find was a layer of its most common type of rock. What they actually discovered was something entirely.
The hole didn't reach the basalt underlying the granite continents, but to everyone's surprise, they did reach hot, salty water flowing through crushed granite. Geologists are mystified, but the hydroplate theory provides a simple explanation.
Did the springs of the great deep burst forth and flood the entire earth, just as the Bible says? Dr. Brown's hydroplate plausible scientific explanation for how this may have happened.
Shalom, family. So today, you know how we're starting. We're going to actually start looking at the world after what happened right after the flood. Now, if you already know, the reason why I showed you that, because I just want to show you a bunch of facts, that there was a global flood event. And I'm going to show you also with the genetics how they spread across the whole world. But we already know that there's multiple flood stories. There's hundreds of flood stories all across the world in ancient times, right? So I just wanted to get a good understanding that what we're talking about is some real things. But the most accurate account of it all is, of course, the biblical narrative. It also, in the biblical narrative, gives us an interesting insight about 3 sons that came from a man that survived that flood event. Now, you're probably also curious, if this flood happened, shouldn't we also find evidence of such a massive boat that settled somewhere, right? What would they have did? Break the boat down and made houses out of the boat? Well, it said that when they got off the boat, they left the boat in a certain place. The scripture says it was on a land mass called Mount Ararat. Now, I'm going to show you something real fast, just so it's clear. The place that's found is actually called Mount Judy, but if you look carefully, it's right next to Mount Ararat. Now, it's also possible that the names had changed over time. That's also important to know. But if we look in Mount Judy, let me zoom out a little bit, you can see that Mount Judy is going to be close to Mount Ararat. So you can see right here, zoom out a little bit. Ararat, and you can see it's not that far from Mount Van. This is going to be Lake Van right in between the two. So about in this area that Moses had landed. And we also have evidence of what looks like a ark. Now, we can actually find that imprint designed in the land, right? If we go to Mount Judy, we can actually find that ourselves. We can actually look at the evidence ourselves and choose if that's what it is. Because a couple different people went out there and measured it and everything, as you can see here. And we can see there's also anchors. We also have anchors for that thing. So you can see, right? You can see massive anchors, right? Why would they have massive anchors in the middle of the land, right? So you can obviously see what's going on there. Let's take a look on the map ourselves and see where that piece of land is. Let's take a look on the map and see where that is. So right here, call it Noah's Ark National Park in Turkey. So right here, I'm just gonna go up here and show you. And I'm gonna zoom in so we can get a good idea of it. You can see these little mountains over here. All right. Zoom in a little more. You see it? Can you see the formation already? Right there? Let's zoom in a little more. And there it is. That's the design for that Noah's Ark. You see it right here. So you can find it on the map. You can find all the evidence for it. There's a couple different interesting controversial studies on the pretty much the beneath it and everything. Is probably most likely because the boat rotted, right? Fell apart, rot in place, left an imprint of where it was. So after the flood event, what happened though? After the flood event spread out. So let me just zoom, and we're going to follow one specific family today. So the people, but we're going to look at other families. We're going to notice, it's going to make from this area here right out. So we should expect them to kind of pinpoint to this area, start to work their way out into multiple different areas around. So important. So we should expect earliest people to settle maybe even here, maybe around here, maybe even around here. So we should see a kind of like a where people would go. So that's what we're going to look at today. Look at a couple different things. So we're going to look at one family. That specific family will be the line of Japheth, but we will also be looking at Shem as well. So we'll be throwing in some information of them. But let's kind of take a look here. Let's get that other part. I'm going to be using a graph for charting some things just for the sake of edification. Let me just open up. Now, this is said to be the most accurate map, right? I've seen a couple different ones and different types of maps and everything. But for now, I like this one, how it looks. It looks kind of interesting. It has an interesting concept going on here. So we're going to be using this little map here. I'm going to open it up, and we're going to be using three colors. We'll use yellow. Maybe make it all the way yellow. We'll use yellow. Maybe. We'll make it filled in. Solid. We'll use maybe make it kind of creative. We'll use yellow with a purple or purple. Let's make it reverse so it's not so contrast like that. We'll make it one yellow like this, and we'll make a, let me think. I don't want to make it too big. We'll make one yellow, one, let's make it so it contrasts with the map, okay? We'll make one blue, or right here, we'll make one blue, right here. And we'll make one. Let's make one. Let me even it out so it's not right. And we'll make one maybe let's make it orange. We'll make one orange. I'll make the outline green. We'll make it orange. Or rather, that color is too close to that yellow. Let's make it, let's go with purple. Let's make it purple. All right. And what we're going to be putting on them is this one is going to represent all the lines that we find under Japheth. I got to change the color. Let's make it a little bigger. And like I said, I won't use this thing all the time, but I'll use this for kind of making things simple. Let me go with a different style on here so that it's easy to read, because we might come back to this. So we'll save it maybe. But I'll put here would be Japheth. Here will be, let's put Shem. And here we'll put Shem. So we're going to have different suns on this thing, just to note it, where they're going to move. So I just put that there. So I'll just be using this little map just to get a little insight on it, why I'm using it and whatnot. It was some reward winning map that was made, got designed the year and whatnot, what the world looks like. If you've never seen it before, then I'll just be just for the sake of understanding, just for a little sake of understanding. And the reason why is it's nice, that design, because technically they had like this little folding thing just to show you it real fast. You know how the map is, right? If you open it, it kind of distorts and everything. But apparently he made this little globe. You can open it up, you can fold it and whatnot, kind of put it all together. But that's what I'm using. I'm just gonna be using it for illustrating movements. But first, we're gonna start with one specific lineage. We're going to obviously look at multiple lineages, but we're looking at one specific lineage, which will give us the line of Japheth. So we're going to line of Japheth, but we'll also look at, as I said, Shem and Ham. So any questions or anything, definitely let me. Shalom, shalom. Amen, amen. So let's take a look at some interesting origins. Now, if you probably already know, there is a common linguistic, which is called Indo-European. Now, the reason why I chose Indo-European is because it's one of the most talked about ones, and it's actually a great starting point, because when it starts to come in. Now, Indo-European is a different branch of linguistics. Now, what's interesting about that, if you recall in the biblical narrative, what language, when Nimrod was there, when Ham, right? When Ham, Shem, and Japheth was around Noah, they all talked to Noah, right? They all had a conversation with Noah. They all spoke to him, right? And they all understood each other. And they were some of the earliest and first individuals to start spreading. We don't get a change of language at that time until an event happens at what is called the Tower of Babel. What God does is he takes the individuals and divide their languages, and a couple different ones get different languages. Now, what's interesting about that is that there's almost, if you take the languages, you can find almost certain separations of branches. You can find almost like a middle language that isn't Indo-European. It's not either Semitic, but you got a clear separation between the Indo-European linguistics and the Semitic linguistics. But that's language, right? That's language. So we'll have to look at the genetics too to kind of come to an understanding of what's going on with the early world, what was happening with the early world. So that's very important. But notice that this Proto-Indo-European language is actually would be one of your earliest. Now, for anyone that believes the biblical narrative dating, I do too. But we're going to have to use these scientific scaling to kind of bring it to a sense, and then you can afterwards bring it together into what the biblical narrative is saying. Because remember, the Bible is telling us the beginning to the end. So we can always understand that as the world goes on, they're going to have their own understanding for these years, right? They're going to think that certain layers give certain years, and certain carbon dating is going to give certain years and everything. But we talked about that, how different things like that. But we're going to use these methods because, as I said before, the older the year, the closer to Adam. That's all that it means. Remember that. The older the year, the closer to Adam. That's all that it means. So we're going to proceed as we go over this, because we're going to be looking at so many different genetics, but we're going to be doing a flash through of it. All right, so it just talks about a couple of things with the Indo-European language. Indo-European. And then here's just a little bit on the linguistics, the language of it. So the Indo-European language is actually going to be our setting point. We're going to be looking at that, and also, doing a side with Semitic. All right, so I'm going to open a note here. And we're going to just let it open up. I think I had all these notes open earlier, but some reason these notes, when I leave them after a while, they kind of reset like this. So mind that they're just going to take like a couple seconds to load up. And then once they load up, we'll get right into it. All right. There we go. All right. So let's origins after the flood event. So what happens right after the flood event? Now, first, looking at ancient cultures, note something really interesting about an event that I had talked about before, which is called the Younger Dryas. Is after what they call the Ice Age. What was the Ice Age? Everything that you just saw in the previous video was what happened. Apparently, in the pre-flood world, America was off limits. It was frozen, it was ice, and there were certain parts of the world and certain parts of places that was off limits that no one was able to go into. Basically, the world could be filled extremely quickly. This is basically what I'm saying, is that the world was filled with ice and certain borders and limits, and a lot of certain areas were filled quicker than other areas. What we also know is that right after what was called the Younger Dryas, which was also an event that caused a lot of different species all across the world to die, and then we seen what was called a bottleneck, which means your Y chromosomes, basically the chromosomes that you see today, everyone that's today is living humans today that came out of a bottleneck. So a bottleneck means there was a large population, and then all of a sudden there was some type of mass extinction, and then only a small population survived, right? Sounds like the biblical me. And that's what happened. So right after the Ice Age, there was a couple different individuals that kind of emerged and started to spread across the earth. And all the descendants of those people are everyone that's living today. So what happened was, if you think about the biblical narrative, they started about this area over here. But we quickly and speedily see people move out of that area and go into different areas. But we also got to remember something. Before the flood, we also know that Ham, Shem, and Japheth was there before the flood. Now, who was Noah's brother? Because remember, the survivors are the ones from the line of Seth, right? Adam had a son called Seth, and he brought forth lines of lines of lines until he brought forth Noah. And then all the sons today are from Seth. But Seth had a brother who survived. His name was Cain. So mine, as we look at some things, when we see certain genetics that go way back, just consider, I'll explain it as we go over it, that it's important to know that if Adam was the first man, he had no mutations. He wasn't born from a woman. He wasn't coming from his father or anything like that. He was the first man. But afterwards came mutations as more sons were born in line. So just consider that Cain also would have some similar mutations, because he literally would be a brother of Seth and the line. So he also has a large family. We'll look at that as well. But this will be a very early movement event. This will actually be after the catastrophic flood event. So they be moving upwards. They actually go into different areas. Some go up here into different areas, and they become a very interesting culture about, on this time scale, said 6,000. So these ones are older, these ones are older, and these ones are older. But then this group settles right here, and then they're going to become some of the historical individuals in time, like the Hittites and different things like that. We're going to touch on. I'm going to go to another picture. Here's kind of like a growth. So remember, we were just looking at the Umayyad. Let me actually show that right here. This is actually the Yamnaya culture. Yamnaya culture. This is called the Yamnaya culture. And this little picture here, once it does a little reset, is actually showing you where the Umayyad culture actually went. Long story short, that from the Umayyad culture, they will go into some areas over here. It's gonna let it do its little reset that it does, its little griff that it. All right, so Umayyad culture, so they go out, they settle into these areas, they go into Anatolia. That's very important. They go over here. They're gonna be in some areas as far as over here. They settle in areas over here. They become what is called the corded ware culture. They also settle in some areas over here. We're going to be looking at some of these. They also settle in areas over here and areas over here. Now, if you notice, look at the area of control that they settle at, right? These areas up here. Now, there's other illustrations to understand what's going on here, which let me just show a picture here. Let me see. I'll just show you something here if I can find it. Here we go. So you can see this little map here. This is a little ancient map. This is kind of interesting because what it actually shows, even before they did some of the genetic testing and some of the linguistic testing, which we're going to also look at how the linguistics also fulfill this picture, is that this area was filled with mostly Japhetic lines, right? When I say Japhetic, sons of Japheth, just to get a good understanding. And just so I can make sure this is clear, this is not about hate or hate speech. This is about understanding the biblical narrative scientifically, right? So sons of Japheth, that's what be right here in the red, right? So, and that's what we also notice with the Indo-European languages that we've seen Indo-European languages move about. So will genetics also reflect that though? And that's what's really interesting to look at. Will genetics actually reflect that we would actually have mostly Japheth in the north before he goes southward? Is that what if we look at genetics? Just keep in mind as we go over these things. So you can see that we settle in these areas. I'm gonna go down a little bit. You can see, just to get a quick understanding of it, they will be mostly in this area, and they will settle in certain areas all around. So here and here and here, stretching out to these areas, and then settle in these areas up here. So you can see the time frame that is saying this is going to be your Proto-Indo-European. So the reason why we want to look for proto information is because that's going to give us our earliest information that we can possibly get. And that's what we're also going to look at when we look at the genetics, the earliest information that we can possibly get. So here we're looking at the earliest movements of linguistics, right? We can do the same thing with the Semitic language. We got to follow the Akkadian language and the Sumerian language, things like that. A lot of people call Sumerian an isolate. I do believe that originally when the people was before the Tower of Babel, that they had spoke a type of Sumerian linguistic, because Sumerian has evidence of being one of the earliest linguistic dialects. Also is script. That's also important to know too. Script can change. Let me make sure I state this. There's a difference between language and script. What do I mean by language and script? Basically, it's like if you have someone speaking Indo-European, right? They may have a different writing style, a different script, but they can change their script to like maybe a Semitic script, like Akkadian. And that's actually what we'll talk about too, that some of the Indo-European nations pick up a Semitic script. And that's also important. But that's important to know language versus script or writing. Writing script is different than language. That's something we'll talk about as well as we go on. So first, before we go into some history, because we're going to go into some history onto these origins and everything, where they come from and everything, let's look at some fossils. Let's take a look at some fossils. So I already have a paper here. This is a nice little paper I haven't talked about yet, But this paper here that I'm going to show has a lot of different genetics. It's not everything, but it's a lot of genetics. And what's interesting about it, it's going to already have the genetic report in them. So I'm going to turn off some of these, and I'll explain why. So we want to look at the earliest genetics, and they're going to be these purple stars that you see here. So the earliest genetics are going to be these purple stars. Now let's zoom in real fast. Let's get a good understanding. In the Bible, do people start? They started about in this area. So if they started about in this area, what happens with them? Now, I don't believe that we have the fossils of Ham, Shem, and Japheth themselves. I don't think we have Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth and their earliest sons. I think that some of those are not fully grasped, but I do believe that we have maybe their like third descendants, fourth descendants, things like that. But we got to be careful on these years because, like I said, you got to also know how they're dating these things, because a lot of times they think those layers, when you see multiple layers, they think that those layers mean years. But we got to understand that the world didn't believe the biblical narrative. They didn't even believe the Hittites were real. They didn't believe the flood was real. But the more that they study science and history, they're starting to see that the Bible is actually making more sense than they did. So remember that some of these years will be astronomical. But let's take a look at it. Where is the earliest settlements of individuals? Now, let's look at this chart here. Where should we find the Shemites? We should find the Shemites about in this area over here. So the earliest lineages that we can find in the area of the Levant is, of course, the Shemitic lineage, which we had talked about before. And it will be the Natufian lineage. That is a Shemitic culture. We know because we have historical documents that do contest that the Natufians are Semitic. They are going to be your original Shemites. It's going to be very important that they're going to have that original linguistic. They start off around this area, but also, as we should know, that the world, you can see they're in a lot of different places. This lineage also moves and sells over here. So you can see some of those E lineages here, but you can see one here, but there also is another early lineage of E over here. I'm gonna just show you that real fast. I think I did put that one up that I think I need to show. Let me actually open it up real fast. And while I'm opening that, let me show you something that I thought was interesting that I just seen 4 hours ago from a respected Egyptologist scholar that I think if you've never seen his page, I definitely recommend checking out his page because he talks about some very interesting stuff. But he put out a video real fast to show some of the Semitic culture. You can get a look at what they look like. Kind of see their hair. They kind of got some black hair, and they kind of got a kind of little afro. Now they do have a Semitic look, which is what we suspect. And this is a Semitic culture. So Semite Levantines entering Egypt. So this is a little further in time, but just to kind of give an insight of that there are Shemites mentioned outside the Bible, because sometimes people don't look into the history, but that's okay. That's why we have different individuals look into the history. So let me just show this real fast.
Such occurred in the late Middle Bronze Age, which caused a second wave of Semitic migrants to Levant and find food and relief in Egypt. The migration mentioned in Genesis 42:5 involving Joseph and Jacob was in all likelihood part of the second wave of Semitic immigration. These events also coincide with the ascendance of the Hyksos 15th dynasty, circa 1666 to 1538 BC. The Hyksos.
All right, just want a quick preview of that. I definitely recommend this Egyptologist channel. He's very friendly. He has a Discord and stuff. Definitely recommend his channel. But that's just some Shemites. Let me show you something else real fast so that I can show you some other evidence of that they basically weren't just in certain areas. They was in spreading all across the world. Let me just go to something here. Got to think about where is that. On this. Let me show it real fast. I'll go down. Note here, the bottom, before we start diving a little more, just to kind of show this. And always remember this as we go over this, that if you are familiar with linguistics or if you're familiar with genetics, it's very interesting when you start to put the picture together. When you start to put the picture together, it paints a very, I can say, hermetic picture, a very hermetic picture that makes a lot of sense when looking at it. So let me just show these, the earliest E. Right here. Open it up. Try it again. Or it's probably still opening. Okay, let that. All right. I'll probably open up a few. All right, let me close those. All right. Just to show this, because I do, after doing a lot of study, I think it's very important to study truth. Because like when you think about like the Ashkenaz, the Jews, and today, they actually have some portion of the Shemites in them. They're a Shemitic culture, technically, 30%. So you can see this E group. Now, what's interesting about this E group, it has obviously the earliest Shemites have today lineages that the earliest Shemites had. Today, those lineage are mainly with European groups, but they did settle a lot with these E groups. So you see right here with a V3A, but it does have an E. And I'll show you where exactly it is. So right here, close that and put it right here. Just to show it. I did copy it. Did I not copy it? Maybe I did not copy it. Try it again. Maybe I didn't. I must have closed it without copying it. Let me open it again and just show it. But long story short, I can literally just point out it's right about in this. That's where it is. To be honest with you, if you've seen before, I already went over it before. Ancient is like, and it's equal to these ages that you're seeing over here. These ages. So you can see this one will be up to 13 BC, but said before with these things. This one over here would be about close to that, about the same. This one will be 12 BC. But this one is much older than both of those. This one is older than both of those. And it will still be an E group, but it will be moving in some interesting places. So right here, there's an E right there with the V again. And you can see the year there. That one's like said 15, 16,000. But again, still remember what I'm saying here, that these years are obviously exaggerated. If it didn't cost time, then I'll say about that. I don't know. I've been having problems with this copy and paste on this computer. Let me try it one more time. Sorry that I did this 3 times now. But let me just see if it will copy it. Otherwise, I'll just remember that my copy and paste right now is not working. For some reason, my computer is not copying and pasting. I don't know if it's on a key lock or something. I'm not the best with computers, but let me just copy it again. At least I'll try to copy it. Copy. I'm gonna just leave it here this time. Let's see if it's working. All right. Maybe I didn't copy it that other time. All right. Just that file. So that would be an E group. I just want to show you that those 3 points. So remember, they Mount Ararat, and then they went a couple different places. Now, this is just a summary of some places because E group we talked a video on it on the E and D group. We're not going to be touching on the roots or all the roots of E today because we're going to be more focusing on the movements of Japheth and the Indo-European language. And then we'll do Helm. We'll talk about Helm another time. And then maybe we'll come back to D and E and talk about its movements and some things with it. Just to kind of get a full total picture of everything, Let's see. Let that load up real fast. when you have a moment. Amen. Yes, I can. I'll definitely post a link to his channel. Definitely will give that. Definitely, he has some very interesting videos on his channel. Very, very resourceful. Very, very resourceful. Let this open. Like I said, these I had them open already, but for some reason they got to do their little reset and everything. All right, so I was talking about this before. I'll show quickly the movements of D before we get to our brother Jay. Depending on his movement. Open here. All right. So here's D. This is going to be like actual fossil reports of the movements of D. So the oldest ones we found here and here. The ones we were talking about. These are some of the earliest ones. To zoom out a little bit. They obviously in some areas over here. In the areas here. You can kind of get a little understanding. And then also in the areas over here of Israel. And we talked about that before, that they had settled in these areas. And then they had settled also E1B1As, early E1B1As too. We had talked about that. This is E1B1A before it's in Africa. It's the early lineage of it. We had talked about earlier lineages that were in these little areas and some of the early branches and whatnot. So I'm going to close this one because we already talked about this and where they split. They split about this area where D and E splits. So there's D and E that splits about in this area. So we're going to close that for now because, again, on a different line. So just to show that the movements of D and E, that they do move in a lot of these areas very early, but they're going to also be the first Shemites. But we also have to know that this lineage is going to be mostly down here in these areas here. So mostly around these areas. But now let's look at what we would also understood to be some of the other lineages. So right here, we can see a C lineage. So that's a very early C lineage. Now, what's interesting is the C. We're going to look at some other ones, but the C lineage, let's open up a tree here. A tree. So quickly give an understanding on these monophyletic groups. So monophyletic, mono meaning one, phylactic meaning family, basically one monophyletic, right? Let me open this up. We're going to be looking at 3 families, right, that don't make each other because Hamites don't make Shemites and Shemites don't make Japhanites, But we're looking at 3 families, but we'll also look at the females' lines too as we go about them. I won't make a big deal on the females' line, but I will say, I will just point it out, this is what we find with it, whatnot. But I already went over this before. Maybe I'll do another video about it later, but we already did a lot of it talking about the splits. It splits at BT and CT. So remember, nothing makes BT and nothing makes CT. Those are the splits. Those are like genetic splits. And then those split and you have basically from BT, a and B lineage. That will be the Hamites. Underneath CT will be CF lineages. So everything that we see here will be those C lineages. So right now we're looking at the C. So right here, we'll be looking at a C lineage right here. And that C lineage will be a very early lineage that we're going to take note of. We're also going to note some other C lineages moving around. So you can see right here a C, Y DNA C. And you can see how early that one is. Now remember these years, like I said, exaggeration. Very, very important. But we're going to note something with these lineages. So the C lineage is going to be in a couple different places. That's going to be very important. But it's going to be an early line of Japheth. So that's going to be one family. So C coming from one branch. This one branch is going to be one mutation that makes one family that we had talked about how the splits work. That CF is one family. So CF is going to be one family. And there's another family that we was just talking about, DE. DE is another family. So these are 2 separate families. Just remember that. So one's Shem, one's Japheth. Just get that understood. And A and B will be Hem. So remember, CF doesn't make DE and DE doesn't make CF because a Japhanite cannot make a Shemite and a Shemite cannot make a Japhanite. Let's go about it. So let's see what other lineages we find around. In the mountains over here, land of Georgia, right about here, we find a YDNA J. So that's going to be as early as place of his movements. We can also note if we just add maybe a little more extra years, we can get a little idea who's still over there. So J stays over in this area for a long time. We also know that J makes some movements. They're going to move upwards. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I talked about this on the whole picture of J, that J does move up. There's some R right there. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me actually open up one more. So right here, this is going to be a J lineage. You can see right here. So J, but also with some R's. So notice the R. So let's go back to the tree. Remember how I said this was one family under CF? Let's open it. So there's the C coming from Japheth. He also has some other mutations. Let's take a look real fast. They have some mutations right here, J. Underneath this is a root J. If we actually click that, this J actually splits to different branches of J. But your root J will always be one called J-M304. Sometimes you just see it as J star. J star it's the same lineage as this J-M304. We'll point it out if we ever see it. Let's go back down into that line. Now, it continues on from this root right here, IJK, which we also can note that there will be some, we will point out that we do have fossils of GHIJK, HIJK, and IJK. Now, what do I mean? Why am I saying that? Because that's a major mutation. So you can see right here, GHIJK, HIJK, and IJK. For the GHIJK, that's not going to be on here, but the HIJK and the IJK will be on here. We'll look at the oldest ones. And I'll first point out GHIJK. So I might as well first point out GHIJK. Let me just see. I left it on here. I'm going to open one up and point out the GHIJK. So so that we can kind of see the mutant, that these are actually fossils and mutations to show family ties, right? So already we found a C, we found an R, and we found a J. Obviously, those can't be two separate families, or those can't be separate families, because that would make the number of sons like Ham, Shem, and Japheth more larger, if you understand what I'm saying. That's related. They have to be from one family, and they are. They're one family. Let me open up something here. All right, let's go to something right here. So I just put this on there when we was talking about the flood, because I thought that it was actually a rare mutation. I'll show you how rare this mutation is. Let me go to HIJK and go back one node. The GHIJK. So a node, this is a node or a clade. But remember, a node and a clade, mutations can happen at any time. So you can even see this mutation. Someone can have this mutation for a long time. Someone can even have this mutation today. But we don't find this mutation today. That's what's interesting. That's why we know it's an ancient mutation. Even it will tell you, let's go and look at something. Watch what it says right here. The basal paragroup GHIJK star has not been identified in living males or ancient remains. Now, this was a long time ago when they posted this. Let me show you that what we actually found. Now, we actually found that fossil. But I'll show you one genetic paper. So here's a genetic paper right here. This will be from, I believe, just recently. 2019. The formation of the human populations in South and Central. And we do find on basically, well, it's on basically one of the, take my time to open it. I'm just going to show you can see right here. Now, remember how I also said that remember we was talking about Japheth real fast? In the biblical narrative, Noah and his family, Japheth, was over here. All the way until Noah cursed Cain, all the way until we get Nimrod telling them to come down. So they should be all spread in different areas. Tells them to come to Shinar. So that's going to be, he's going to call them to come to Shinar to develop a type of agreement so that they all come together in one language. At that time, it was one linguistic, so this will be pushing it back past the organization of the division of languages. So before we see the division of languages, we will see that the people will come together and link to the writings of language or the evidence of written language is, would be a little obviously way after what you're seeing with these years what we're talking about. So remember that when we talk about this, that the biblical narrative already tells you that up in the South. Now, why did I say in the South? North. But why did I say that? Because we can almost find almost every lineage that I just told you about, A and B, D and E, and CF in the North. You can see the groups right there. That's a Y DNA. You can see your L groups. You can see your R groups, obviously, your BT groups. We also have some E groups, right? They're going to be in the North. Some other E groups that will be in the North, right? So remember that all DE groups, everything from DE, this is a DE, everything from DE will be that split from those Shemites, but everything from CF will be the Japhanites, and there's that super genetic group. That's their GHIJK. That's found, that was just recently found. But now let's talk about mutations, because there's a couple different mutations that come after that mutation, which is we're going to note. So right here, remember we were talking about that CY-DNA, but notice the super mutation. So let's go back to the tree. So after GHIJK, which makes your G's, is going to be your HIJK. And after your HIJK is going to be your IJK. So HIJK is what makes your H's, which is Indo-European, and it makes your IJK. So that's going to be very important to note over this thing. Remember, we already found a GHIJK. Close this and get back to over here. All right, so and so that you know that this map is actually real genetics, as you can see right here, it will have all the sources there. I'll put these in the description after the live. I'll put these in the description. You probably see in the description it says to be determined or whatever. I forgot what I put there, or to be added. So I'll add those afterwards, like I usually do. So survival of late. Look at the early date on that. Survival of late Paleocene hunter-gatherer ancestry in Iberian Peninsula. So this is a real paper. These are going to be real papers, real information from real genetic sources, so that we are not just, we can go about the biblical narrative spiritually, no doubt, but I want to give you also evidence of your reality that we're living in, evidence of our reality that we're living in. So you can see right here, look at that date, obviously coming up to this about the same time, the Natufians, and obviously older dates and whatnot, as you can see right there. That's some very, very ancient dates. But there's your ancient super, basically a super group that makes a lot of different groups. So remember, this is that family of Japheth. Let's see some other lines around here. We obviously got I. Let's go back to over here. Where is I? I is the closest brother to J. So IJ was a mutation, and then it made an I and a J group. So that's going to be very important. So IJ makes I and J, which is, remember, coming from your mutations. So, but IJ are going to be close brothers, close related. They're going to have a close mutation. So we do have I's up here, as we should find. Here's some mtDNA of U5. So that's just an mtDNA. You can see right here is some more I's with some U5s. So that's going to be in the Indo-European women's. That's okay. And right here, you can see some more I's, U5 mtDNA. If you know already, that is actually Cheddar Man. That's actually Cheddar Man. It actually settles up here. Let's take a look at Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man is said to be your early European. Let's take a quick talk about him on one of these little notes that I have set already right here. Let's talk about the interesting idea of Cheddar Man, right? Now, if you already know, you know that the world we're living in, we see black people, right? Dark skin pigmentation. We see white people or light skin pigmentation people, right? But what we know today might not have been what we seen back then. So what I mean is, though we see certain haplogroups with certain lines, it's also important to know that pigmentation can change very easily. So pigmentation is not always bound to a haplogroup, and it doesn't always remain only in that haplogroup. So just remember this as I say this. Let me show you something real fast. Here is the oldest find of that. Remember that interesting. This is gonna be your him, what he looks like. Now, the reason why he looks like that is because there's zones in pretty much as they do DNA, there's these other ways to test for pigmentation. He most likely has something deeper than a SLC45A2, which is a pigmentation of modern day African Americans, or Africans rather, or not just Africans. It could be people from the Ottoman Islands or different things like that. Dark skin, pretty much. It's one of the codes that make dark skin. But Cheddar Man has U5 because a lot of people associate dark skin with the L lineages. But here we have an mtDNA of U5, but he comes from the IJ group. This is going to obviously be a line from IJ, but he is going to be related to many modern day British people because he has the I group. A lot of modern day British people had that group, but they call him Cheddar Man, right? He was nicknamed Cheddar Man and everything, and he had a lot of mutations that he had. I'll just show a quick summary of them real fast and kind of do a breakdown of why that pigmentation changed. So it's very old, there's a little understanding of them, right? Just talk about when they got his nuclear DNA, how they seen his skin. There's a couple different papers if you want to see, but I'm not going to do it now. But it talks about this. He had green eyes, lactose intolerant, dark curly hair or wavy hair, and dark to black skin. Although an intermediate skin color not be ruled out. So that's very important. So it's probably like a nice tan. It could be darker than that, right? That's going to be very important. That's just an idea of what we're seeing there before things change. You can see the mtDNA or the Y-DNA, obviously I, the mtDNA is U5. So it's giving us good understanding on what we're seeing there. I'm going to close that and kind of show understanding of what happened. Basically, if Adam was born, he would have been perfect, right? Adam and Eve was perfect. I don't know if they were pigmented. I can tell you what they look like. They probably look gold. Who knows, right? But later on, they're obviously due to mutations, different mutations and different sons and different daughters mixing, you'll have different changes of pigmentation, right? You can have different variations of pigmentation. It can, in fact, for lines like certain ones like Cheddar Man and everything, most likely because of those multiple pigmentation or multiple mutations, their pigmentation start to light, kind of like what you'll see with copper. You'll start to see copper actually start to look almost get darker in a way. And then all of a sudden, we'll start seeing that it'll start becoming lighter and lighter and lighter, just like what you see today with the Statue of Liberty. Before it looked at a different color than what it looked today. So kind of a little insight on that. We also can note the mtDNA. Yes, the mtDNA is a European mtDNA. That's what we were talking about earlier, that they did go upwards. Some of them had settled in these different areas. So we do know some of the movements of those mtDNAs. So this is about resetting Northern Europe after the Ice Age. So remember how we talked about that? The Northern Europe was resetted. What does it mean reset? It was refilled by another culture. So this is just a little understanding of the movements of that U5, some ideas of U5 and its movements and everything. So it made some movements into Europe. So interesting that it's a European lineage, but it does have interesting concept to its color. So just to get a little quick look on that. I just thought that was an interesting insight to give real fast. Because, like I always say this, pigmentation is not a representation of a peopling, right? We got to look a little deeper than just pigmentation. Look deeper to find the true things. This is just showing some things I'm going to skip, but here's just talk about where U5 was found. So U5 was found in some cultures over here. If these cultures are familiar to you, right? They're just going to have some different types of cultures and everything, right? They have U5, B1, rather, that settles in these. Remember, I was talking about the area of Finland, right? They go into some areas close by Finland, and they go into some areas over here. They also are found in British. That's why we talk about Cheddar Man found in Britain. But Cheddar Man's lines are also found in these different areas as well, because they call him Cheddar Man, but the Bible don't say nothing about a Cheddar Man, right? We all know that every single person comes from Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and the women are obviously daughters from Eve, but from mutations after mixing. So very important stuff, just to get a quick summary on that. So I just want to show you a quick, interesting insight for that little thing, right? I have some little scriptures there, but I'm gonna skip them now. All right, so let's go back to over here. So that's why we were looking at that I with that U5, just to get a quick insight on these movements of fifth. We can also see some other ones in different areas. Let's look around and see over here. So that's that U5. We'll work our way this way. You can see an R right there, but that's not your earliest R. Let's take a look at the first ones. Before, now this is what's in. It's an R group, right? What's interesting is before R groups are born, they start as, like we were looking at, a mutation. Now notice what we were seeing. We seen HIJK. We also got to note the IJK. Let's take a quick look around IJK real fast, which should be here. Let me take a look. Right here. So here's that U5. Remember that the Indo-European U5. Look at the date on this. So obviously this is a long time ago, whatnot. But that's just clicking the thing. Go back. This right here, you can see IJK. We know if you just look it up, HIK or IJK, we know it was found in Europe. This is just what it was. So IJK is a mutation. We can see that. So already we found GHIJK, HIJK, and IJK. Also, we got to know that they come from F-M89. And we actually did just find F. Let me just point that out real fast on here. Right here. So here's your F, Y-DNA F. So we already got the mutation. So F makes your GHIJK, your HIJK, your IJK. Before we even get any of these lineages that's going to be underneath, I'm going to close this. Right under here, we're going to get some K groups. So while we get these K groups, we're going to also note that we're going to work our way down to some mutations. Let's go back to over here. All right, so there's your F. Now let's see something that's very interesting. A lineage that I usually talk about, which is called UST Isham, is one of the oldest finds of humans that we have. Now, it's going to be said right here, it says they say 43,000 BC, but obviously remember, like I said, these dates exaggerated. But it does talk about that it has its mutation shows that it goes almost to the beginning of pretty much. It has evidence leading us to rather not an outer Africa concept, but a multi origin concept, that there's multiple places where certain major lineages began or spread out or were dominant at early on. I don't think that everyone was all in Africa just crashed in this little area, right? I don't believe that at all. I don't think it makes sense, especially when noting ancient hominins or ancient humanoids go into different areas, right? That would be pre-flood people, right? Canaan and stuff. They would go into other areas as in support them starting over here. Rather support them starting over here is what we're seeing. Look at Africa. I want someone to, if anyone believes that the outer Africa concept is true, show me a modern DNA, modern Y chromosome, mtDNA, Y-DNA, and show them in Africa. There's none. You gotta also note that there's no ancient fossil, especially past this date right here, found in Africa of modern humans. Isn't that interesting? But they'll tell you that people started out of Africa. But notice the Y-DNA that we have there. So it has a R. This is actually mtDNA, R star mtDNA. But it's so important to know that scientists actually are starting to believe that L groups are late. They weren't there at the same time when these earlier lineages existed. But L is actually a mutation from R, is what people are starting to find out. I had pointed this out before. If you've seen any of the L3 videos, I got a note that we have a actual paper from 2018 that a couple different scientists from China actually had concluded that. If you don't believe it, you want to see it, I'll show you that source just to show that they do believe that L actually came from here, because L doesn't exist at this time. That's why, because there's no L that actually exists at the same time when this one exists. And they actually find the mutations appropriate for making L, but that's another story. But notice the Y-DNA that we find here is a K. Now let's go back to the tree. Remember how he was talking about from after IJK? After IJK comes a K. So we're going to get some K groups that's going to come out from a couple of different of these lineages. So you're going to get your K group. That's going to obviously be a brother to your LTs and things like that, your T groups, right? These going to obviously be related. All of them are coming from one stock, IJK. We can also look around and see what else we find. You can see right here, this is going to be a R1b. Now we got to look at the mutation. Now, before we get R1b, from this Isham line, it moves and it makes a mutation. You see that P1 right there? Let's go to the tree. So before we get R, so you're going to get a K and you're going to get a mutation. Let's take a look at the mutation, right? The mutation will be a P. So there's a couple different mutations that come from K. There's going to be MS groups or S groups and M groups and P groups. So your P groups. And what does P make? Underneath P, you're going to get a split. Let's go back over here. So from P, remember, these are still one family from the line of Japheth, but it's going to be a very early split mutation. From this P, we're going to get a change that's going to happen. One line is going to go further out this way and kind of settle out in some of these areas and some of these areas. That's going to go all the way over here. It's going to go out and it's going to settle in the lands of America. There's going to be your Q groups. So Q groups with an mtDNA of D4. That D4 group is also found later on in some of the groups that's in Japan and some of the areas over here. So we're going to note that also, because we already talked about that with the D groups, where their origin came from and some of the mixtures that they had. But we do know that after that split, some of the Q groups go over here. So that's very interesting and very important to know. Also, remember, Q's brother, R, goes in some of these areas. Let's kind of take a look of some of these areas. So there's R. Now notice, what is it? R star, but that's a Y DNA. All your R groups, anyone who's an R group, which is a lot of people, and as a lot of people are a lot of these things, R star comes from here. This is the origin of where R comes from. So right about this time, so obviously remember exaggeration, but mutation is going to tell us the location. So after the mutation, they go into this area. So based upon fossils, this is where we find some of the oldest R. So that's going to be R star makes your R1b, R1a, R2, and the like, right? So all those are going to come from one R group, which remember, R came from P, right? P came from K, K came from IJK, IJK came from HIJK, HIJK came from GHIJK, GHIJK came from F, F ultimately came from F dash, or F came from CF, or CFP143, just for the full understanding of that. So we see R star right here. Now, we see that they are brothers. We can take a look right here. So coming from P, you're going to get an R star. That's actually R star. If we click that, you can see different R lineages. So there's a couple different R lineages. There's one where you get your R1, and there's another one where you get your R2. So there's a lot of different R lineages that we get. And R1 also makes R1b and R1a. So that's important to know. It's also the same thing we see with E groups, right? Sometimes you'll see E2 and you'll see E1, and sometimes you see E1a and versus E1b. So you see some different mutations. All it is mutations that you're seeing, right? So that's very important. Not a change of a different family, but a change of, right? That's something that's very important to know. How can we relate that in the biblical narrative? Let's relate it real fast to the biblical narrative real fast. What it basically is, what we're looking at, let's say R is Gomer, right? Let's just use that for a hypothetical. The mutations will be sons of like Ashkenaz or these different ones, Tugarma and whatnot, right? I had talked about it before. R might be either Gomer or Magog, right? It could be either one of those, right? Remember, anyone could say with Christ, right? Get understanding, right? Keep the way of the law, keep the way with the word. Let me open up a magnifying glass here. So you can see right here. So Japheth brings forth Gomer. Gomer brings forth Ashkenaz and his other brothers. And remember, there are going to be other branches that come from these branches. Always remember that this is not the whole tree, but this is going to be the root of the tree. So the biblical narrative is giving us the root and also explaining to us what we're seeing today with mutations, why we're seeing these things. So we're seeing some very interesting things. Let's go back over here. So that just means they'll be related. right? In fact, everything on here should be related. So this will actually, remember, this is going to be CF, making everything under CF. This is going to be DE, making everything under DE. And this is going to be A and B, making everything under A and B. We'll talk about that. So going on, so there's your R star. What else do we find? We'll get a couple different lineages. Your R, that's mtDNA. So gotta be careful when looking at some of these. So mtDNA, R1b, but mtDNA. Let's look around a little more. You notice you also seen, I pointed at an N, so that's C over there. That's mtDNA. N, mtDNA-B. You can see, and this, remember, these are ancient, all the ancient ones, ancient years, with also, they're going to have obviously their papers attached to them, that these are actual real genetic papers. Let's look around real fast. Let's go back over here. So here, obviously, that's C groups. Remember, CF, right? They're still related. CF is still related. These are C right here as well. So very early lineages. We talked about that F. Very, very early F. Very, very early. And here's an IJK. I don't know if I pointed this out already. IJK, right? Very early mutation. Probably already did. But here's a R1b. Notice the R group had mutated right over here, right? About, what was it? Right here. So the R group right about here, right above Mongolia, right above it. And then they make a movement. Let's take a quick look at that real fast, at the movements of R. Let's take a quick look at the massive movements of the R lineage. So the R lineage is a very massive lineage. It's very dominant. It's a very early dominant lineage of Japheth, but it comes from a totally different area that we remember. We seen I was over the land of British was, where the British company was, but Q and R splits about where you get the Bering Strait, which is basically the area where they go over the seas and whatnot to America. And some movements. Quick look at his movements here. His total of his movements. So here is to BC, well, 22,000 BC. Let's get back to over here. R1b ends up going to some of these areas, and these areas movements, and as the years go on, see to this one about 6,000. That's the Yamaya culture. So Yamaya is actually a culture. We'll look at some of the things that's mixed in that, but that's going to be where we're going to start to get our growth of the Proto-Indo-European language. So that's going to be important. They also go very early into Africa, right? A lot of lineages go into Africa very early. So that's still BC, all these things that we're seeing here, that they're going to make their movements throughout these areas. So they're going to be settled in a lot of these different areas, right? You can note some of the movements. Show another picture there. So right there, remember that 20,000 BC swings out. You'll notice that it was going to settle in some of these areas before it settles in the Yamaya culture. It's going to swing out. And it's going to settle in some of these areas, right? It's going to go down. It's going to take a movement, make a movement down. It's going to go over here, settle in some of these areas. It stops about this area early, and then it makes its way down, works its way downwards, and some over. So it works its way over, and then it comes up, goes upwards, and then it also some come to this area and become what is called the Yamna culture, rather. So that's going to be very important. So that's a little summary of the R lineages and some of their movements. So obviously that's just a small highlight. We got papers with the actual fossils. This is a report from a geneticist. He just talks about some of the movements of R, just to show a quick movement of it that come out this way, stop about here, then they work their way down. They actually go up and dwell in some of these places. But his fossils, if I recall, he's using a paper with fossils up to 4,800 years before present. So this is the movements up to 4,800 years before present. Plus, remember, all the way over here was that 20,000 one that they said based upon fossils. Just to get a good understanding of the movement of Japheth, his family, and the movements that they make. Right, but notice he goes into Africa. But who was first in Africa? We had talked about this before. What was the first lineages that were actually in the areas of Egypt? What are the Egyptian lineages? Because remember, gotta know who is Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Right, there's a difference in these lineages. Right, We actually know that I believe it's A13, A something 13, just to kind of tell you that that's what will be the original Egyptians, AM13. So again, we had talked about that before, the Neolithic lineage that will actually be in the areas of Egypt. The researchers observed the Neolithic individual pretty much in the areas of Egypt, which actually would have AM13. AM13 would be your original, right? Coming from the areas of Nubia. That's where the Egyptians came from, about that area. That's a real research paper that talks about AM13. So this from, well, this is just for a picture for the map, if I recall. That's the one that I was talking about. This one. We got some research papers that talk about that. Just to get a good understanding of that, I'll just click it just to show the research paper. It's on this little thing. And never, if you're ever doing research, never be too worried about if you click a couple different like others to find sources like this. Obviously, this would not be considered a source because .com is not would not be, I would say, would be scholarly unless you find the author and find out who is the author and what he does. Rather, it's what he quotes. It's the paper that he's quoting that I'm going to show real fast right here. So you can see just some information from this university. It's just this paper that he quotes, which should be this one right here. So this little that they're quoting is actually talking about who were the original Egyptians, which is haplogroup AM13. So very important on that one. Let me just make sure I copy this and put on this note, just to show that. As I do believe scholarly information should be vital. I'll just put it here. Right there. All right. So just to get a little information on that, about who would be the earlier ones in that land, right? There was a replacement that did happen, but you got to be careful on that replacement. So we noticed that R made movements, right? Get a good understanding of that they did settle in there a little later. So J, remember how we talked about its movements, where it goes? We'll talk about that in a second. So F, just going to make sure I point out all these. Let's zoom in a little more. Everything that you're seeing here is the early, but there are some A groups that we're not talking about right now, but the A groups do settle in certain places. Now that we got a couple groups, we got I, J, we got I's in. Let's look at one more thing before I open up that map that I had opened up earlier and throw some things on the map real fast. Let's talk about J real fast. So the earliest J, zoom out a little bit. Remember, it started over here. So that's going to be very important. And then it actually works its way up to Finland. So J actually starts here and then goes to Finland, right? Because J is Indo-European, that's okay, right? That's right. That's right. Because you gotta also double check scholarly information. When he is scholarly information, don't just take it right off the hand, even scholars. So look carefully at scholarly information, right? That's why what we usually do is get at least 2 or 3 sources. And I talked about what is the credentials for verifying that source. Sometimes going to a scholar, getting a second opinion. If you're wrong, it's okay. Just take the L. But this is the best way to understand a source. Make sure you got multiple sources. Make sure others are quoting that source. And make sure the interpretation of that source is correct. So make sure the interpretation source is correct. That's not even the one I want to open. This is open. Let's take a quick look at the roots, at the real roots of J, right? Not some of the illustration that sometimes we see with some illustrations. Some illustrations try to illustrate where modern J is, but let's note where ancient J went, right? Because remember, we're getting into the linguistics, but those linguistics we were talking about earlier, the proto languages. But notice the reason why is just to note the fossil movement so that we can blend them together. And then we're going to the history too. Blend the history. It's going to be kind of interesting. And as always, stay for the long live lives, and I know everyone has their own life. Very, I never seen one do it like this, so we're obviously going to be doing something that is kind of different, and it's going to be interesting, I think. But notice some things. I'm going to go down now. The full movements of J. So here is just like that other thing. It's going to be of all the movements of J. Get the earliest movements. So as we see, is in a lot of different places, but where does it go first? Again, it starts right here in the land of the Caucasus Mountain. That's going to be very early, right about there. We also know in this area, there's a culture there that maybe I should talk about real fast. Let me just sure that's about in that area. Not a lot of people, well, some people talk about it. I'll talk about it real fast just to get a interesting understanding of the culture that's found there. A lot of people try to make it very old and stuff, but it might not be as old as people think it is. It does have some age. It's definitely a BC time culture. It's definitely not something from the Middle Ages. It's not something from AD at all. It's got to be a BC culture, without a doubt. What I say is the age that they say that it is, I wouldn't think so, but it does have some very high ages. It has some very high ages, and it's something that's very important. Amen, amen. Listen up to that. Amen, amen, amen. And nice rainbow the other day. It was a very interesting rainbow. It really takes you back into the biblical words, the ancient words that God says. I thought that was really interesting. So right here, you can see this is going to be your earliest. That's the earliest J. And then where does J go? Let's look at where it goes. Mesolithic. There it is. What's Finland? So right about here, they're at the corner of Finland. How I talked about that, that's where J goes. J is from Japheth. He goes upwards. And how long does he dwell up there? He dwells up there for a long time. Here's the next movement. You can see about these two are going to be about the same. So again, you can see after Paleolithic from the Caucasus, it'll go up to the north and then make a quick movement just a little down from that spot. So made a quick movement from its other spot. So this spot and this spot right next to each other. So just make movement. So that's how we know that some of the lines are going to be giving us some evidence that it will have some ties to what would be biblically known as Japheth. So they do settle in the north for a long time. But then they do make a movement south. So here it's going down. You can see right here it's going downwards. Where did they settle? Right, they went up there, settled up there for a long time. They settled in the middle area over here for a long time as well. As you can see, that's another J. They settled over here as well for a long time. This one was just found in 2002. That was just found in 2002. This is very interesting because I actually didn't have this on here. Whoever is, because this thing that I'm using, most likely is someone made it, a geneticist or something, and he's still updating it. So he put this on there just recently from 2002. So that's really cool. I thought that was really interesting. And then J goes downwards and settle in some of these areas over here. So J settles in these areas over here. So who settles here? We'll talk about that. This is actually going to be what we're going to note as being some of the Hittite nations, different nations around. We're going to talk about that. That's the earliest Indo-European nations that we're going to talk about. But let's save that. Let's put that right there. Now that we got a good understanding, right? Remember, C was there, but we're going to get some of that J that's going to later come in there. So let's see. Let me see that we're starting over here. Zoom in a little bit more. So remember, your earliest, if you want to see some A lineages, I talked about that before. We're not going to talk about it right now, but there are some A lineages around these areas, right? There are some A lineages around these areas. So that's important to know. So what did we note so far? Let's put some things on the chart. Let me close whatever. Oh. All right, so let's chart real fast that we had open. All right, so let's use. I wish that was like a quick save button, but I'll just click the combo, and we'll just make the circles. All right. So what did we first see? So let's first put the line of Japheth down. So for Japheth, where did we find some of the Japheth lines? We found obviously some in the Caucasus Mountains right here. So we'll just put a circle right there for Japheth. We also found some over here in Mongolia. Let's see, where is that? Now this map looks all weird. It looks different, but mine if it's they're not pinpoint. But here we obviously found some Japheth. So here's Japheth lines, some Japheth lines, some of the women. We also got some of the Japheth lines over here. Notice that Japheth went over first. So Japheth's line went over first. We also noticed that his line will be stretching throughout this area and throughout this area over here, right? Remember the mutations that we've seen over here? We've seen some lines over here that settle in these areas. And then we've seen some over here. So we got a lot of movements for Japheth. So Japheth really fills the north. We'll just say he fills this area, right? He goes over. We're going to note that he goes overseas. Just put it right about here. And he also is going to go into some of these areas. He goes to places over here. He's going to go into some places over here, right? Obviously, in a lot of these different areas, he's going to have a large portion in these areas pretty much. His line has a nice filling portion. So filling these upper areas. You can kind of get a good understanding of it. So pretty much you can connect the dots of all these to here, right? If you connect all those dots, you just notice the movements of Japheth. Besides here and here, right? That's going to be very important that we don't find them there yet, but they're going to make some movements a little later. But also note that A and B is different than D and E and CF. So remember that, because we actually know which ones are the oldest ones in the lands of Africa. Those will be your open. Let's see until we get some African lineages. So right here, who's the oldest ones in Africa? Now we got some African lineages. There it is, Y-DNA A and Y-DNA B. So A and B are your oldest Africans. There it is, BT. So obviously got some of the oldest Africans that would be down there. So those are actually the oldest finds of African. There actually is papers that would tell you that E1B1A is not found in Africa past 3,000 years ago, right? That's something that's, except for it is one find that's about in this area. But we already talked with a geneticist on that is apparently also a movement from the original Natufian homeland. So that's something that's important to know. The E group is an E1B1 group. I'll just show you it. Let's show that E1B1 about this time frame. So right here, you can see an E1B1 right there. So E1B1, that's when you start to see your E1B1s going down. But remember, they started over here. That's a long time after the original homeland of what was called the Natufians. That was over here. We also know before it even goes here, it's found over here in Peru. We talked about that before. We talked about the finds of the E1B1A. I think E1B1 is an interesting line that's worth looking at the fossils. So go back. That's how we know that line. That's how we know that line came from here. That it originally was an E1B1 from the Natufian culture. Let's close some of this. But we noticed that the oldest ones were A and B groups. So that's important to know that we already talked about. Those are the Hamites, right? But we do find some in certain areas over here in different areas. So they're not only confined to Africa, right? They're not only confined to Africa, because we can show some that's outside of Africa older than that. We can do that without doubt. But let's keep on looking at the line of Japheth and some other things. So let's put Ham on the map. Let's put Ham on the map real fast so that we can at least have some Ham. We can look at more Hamite lineages, and maybe we'll do that. We'll do that another time. I'll save this little map. But let's put some here. So here it will be Ham, where Ham would start off at. And also, where was it? Let me think about where it was. Close these. I think it was right here. So down here, let's put that on the map. Right about here. Just so we can have some of these different kind of like a diversity here. So notice we got some down here and some up here. Now, what does that already look like? Let's put what we found of uh, Shem as well. Let's put what we found of Shem and then look at an interesting map. So remember, we found Shem in the Levant, and we found Shem over here. Now, how do we know that this line fills up over here? And we also pointed out one of the ancient fossils that we found, a small portion of that line up here as well. So about there, we also found one of those. So we got a nice portion here, and we got a nice portion here, and we got a nice portion here. Now let's go back to that. Let's go back to that map design of the world. Does that kind of look like narrative, or what we get different ideas of the movements of Ham, Shem, and Japheth look like? Kind of like their family kind of bunching together? I think so. I think what we're seeing is Japheth that settled in the north, and Shem that was about in the middle, and Ham that actually was ruling lower in the south. So I think that's actually what we're seeing here, is that we're seeing movements of Ham, Shem, and Japheth's sons. So here we're seeing that Japheth in the north, right? Some in the areas of here, and this is going to be Shem right in the middle, and Ham right here. Let me also make sure we put something here so that we know what we're looking at here. So we're not just put like that. Let me put, so remember which one is Japheth. The ultimate root is CF-P143. So all lines from CF P143 will be Japheth. Let's make that rather black, or so that it's not. That's CF-P143. And what we got for Shem, we actually have, now this is what also is important. Shem has an interesting mutation that no other group has. It's actually a DE YAP group. So DE YAP plus. Only this lineage has a DE YAP plus. So it's different than this lineage and this lineage because of a ALU that it has. It's an ALU that it has that is different than any other lineage. So CF different than DE, different than what will be your, just gonna put right here, what will be your A and B. So, and remember that's talking Y DNA. So this is gonna be your families that we're seeing there. So we're seeing a nice movement here. So this would be some of your earliest movements that we'll see in some of these areas. Let me see if we had some in these areas, because these areas look kind of empty. Let's go back to this. Let's cover that. All right. So early on, we don't have much here, but we're gonna get some that's gonna settle here a little earlier, a little later, right? Because they're first settling a lot of these different areas, and these areas moving across the seas quickly. Let's go to another time frame. Now we're gonna get some that's kind of settled in these areas in this corner over here. Now, who's settling in the Iran first? So these are actually Zagros Mountains. So the Caucasus and the Zagros Mountains, we're actually gonna see a certain lineage that settle here. With a notice, there's that P. Remember what P makes? P makes R. So you got your PY DNA. He makes R. We also got R's, as expected. R2s. So R2s there. So we got R2s right about here. We got, and remember, don't let it slip your mind that though we might find this lineage slowly making its way into the Levant, we got to remember what they originally are. We see a J here. So J right in this corner here. So J, some obviously family of Japheth that's settled in these areas. Let's put them on the chart. So right about in this area, let's put a nice portion of Japheth. So we have Japheth right there. And as we, this little note, since we're gonna save this picture, it might obviously look better when we put all the pieces together, because we're gonna next do him. Maybe we'll do a private video on him and talk about what linguistics he may have had originally. what he may have started off with. And I don't think it was the Shemitic language. I don't think it was the Shemitic language because the place of its first movements and the fact that it was replaced in the Levant before the lingua franca of Akkadian, which was the earliest Semitic language, which is kind of interesting to note. But there we go. We see that some had a lot of Japhethite settled in this area. Let's see if Japheth came into the north yet. Because remember, where should Shem start off? About this area of the Levant. The Damascus, right? About areas stretching into other areas. You can see right here, we have mtDNA. We still got E's there. And now we got some Japhethites. We got a T group that came there. You can see right there, T. And it should be an H here as well. There it is, H. So remember, let's go back to the tree that I closed. You open it up. Let's go to tree and note the family of H. Now, I talked about this before, that H and T went into the Levant or any other Japhethite group. Before any other group, T went into the area of the Levant where E was, and before E was there, A was there. That's also important to know too, that A was also there in the area of the Levant. We talked about it before with some other papers. I'll point it out real fast so we can throw that on the chart. Because Ham does settle in the areas of Levant as well as shown. Japheth comes there relatively afterwards, after he kind of explores the upper north. So you can see as we go to T, let me actually close this. Or this. This is actually this exact line is your Isham. UST Isham is exactly this one. And then its brother lineage is LT, which is actually K1. This is actually K1. This is K2. This is K1. And under K1 is LT, which makes your L and your T groups. But also notice it's coming from IJK, from HIJK, which makes your H, which is an Indo-European line. Let's go back to there, over here. And you can see H, there it is. H, that's going to be settled in that area. And then also some of the T groups that's moving in with the E groups. So also remember, let me just make sure I show this. Like I was saying, that the Levant, you got to also note that the Levant is going to have some replacements that's happening there, but also you got to see the whole totality of the thing. I point out these A groups. Shalom, shalom, family. Shalom, shalom. Shalom, shalom. See you guys. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Family, if you're a little late, we're just, do it. All right, so let's let this open. Just so we can give credit where credit is due, because that's the thing that sometimes looking at these things partial, we might not see the full picture. If we look at the full, then we're looking at something interesting. Here's a paper that came out. It was talking about Crete, but what was interesting about the paper is that the paper that was talking about Crete also had talked about the Middle East and a couple of different areas, connecting certain areas together. Paleolithic time, so that's still ancient time, so very, very old time frame. But what was interesting about it is that it was showing, let me close this. So you see an A and your B groups, and you can notice it in the black right there. So it will come from this area of Crete, which we had talked about before, that the people, Canaanites, or what you would call the Philistines, right? Because remember, going back to that family tree real fast, or over here, Noah's family tree. Remember that from him comes 4 sons. So Cush, right? Mizraim, Put, Canaan. So Canaan has a large line with a couple different lines underneath it. And one of those is basically a line that basically makes the Philistines and some other things like that. Well, rather from Mizraim, pretty much, is what makes the Philistine or Philistines, right? That come from that. Also some mixes of Canaanites for that. But let me go back over here and kind of make clear this little note. You can see that will come from here. and it will settle over here and here and here. Now, what's interesting about that, there's a scripture in Amos, I think it's Amos 9 and 7, that actually says that, didn't I bring the Philistines from Crete? So I would have never found this unless I looked in Crete. And I noticed that the Philistines lines were, or the ancient original ones, were in the lands of Crete, ancient times, Paleolithic times. So remember, these ancient years just being closer to Adam. So found here, found here, found here, and here. So let's put him where he should be. Let's move him to where he should be, which he himself is actually found in a small area over here called Crete. And let me actually change that around real fast. So he's found right here in a small area of Crete. And he's also found in a small area of the Levant. So it's okay if they're overlapping. And he's also found in areas of Egypt. And we talked about that. Remember, we was also talking about that before with the A13. So we're going to put a large circle here that it filled this area, because we didn't just prove it with one paper, but we proved it with another paper that A13, A-M13 was over here. And also we've proved it with some of the movements from Crete, that they moved from here to here. So they're going to settle in some of these areas. So we're going to put it right there. So we're going to have some of those Hamites settle in these areas. Let me zoom in. All right. So right about there. So Hamites, that would be in these areas. We can also look in that paper that I was showing earlier. We also know that there's some of the Hamites in Asia, right? But we'll save that for later. We'll save adding extra Hamites on here for later when we talk about, right, isolate Ham and just talk about who was Ham, what was his linguistics, what's the history behind it, and what happened in the biblical narrative. And let's zoom out a little bit. All right. Let's get back to where we at. So now we got some of those things on the map. We got a good idea. Now we got to put Japheth down here. So Japheth did go to the north, to the south, but we got to note which lineages those are. But we're just going to put, for a summary, that we're also going to note that Japheth does come down at some point. Now, I should put times here, like 1, 2, and 3 and all that stuff. So for this time frame, for this Paleolithic time frame, I'm going to just put a 1 on all these. We're just going to put a 1 on all these just to kind of make it clear, so it's not too confusing when we start adding more and more and more, that we got its first early movements and its second early movements. Let's use black here, and let's put some of these. So we'll just put, I'll just make this smaller though. So ones, we'll put 1s on these. Smaller, let's say 20. All right. We'll just put 1s on these. So we'll put a 1 on this one, because these will be some of the earliest movements. We'll put a 1 here on all of these pretty much, because all these were the earliest ones we have found. All right. These are just early movements. This one actually will be a 2. So it makes that movement afterwards. And I'm gonna right here in the center, right here, I'm gonna put a 0, because that would be our, as some people say, patient 0. That would be our patient 0, or our location where they all came from. All right. So just to get a good understanding of that, let's make this one smaller. Let's see. Let's make this one much smaller. Make it that. All right. But this one's a little small. We'll just put a 1 right there. All right. So 1 right here, just so that we got a good understanding of the first places that these lines go. So 1 there, 1 here. And remember we was talking about that they have flood stories over the seas too. Remember they talked about that, how they have flood stories over seas. Why do they have flood stories over the seas? It's because if Ham and Shem and Japheth moved about, remembering that flood story, we know that sometimes stories get distorted, right? Like the telephone game, right? Someone says this and someone says that, and over time it starts to change. That's what happened. Is that from the flood story that many different cultures spoke of, some told a different story as what happens. So right here, that's still your earliest ones. Going over there, and they're going to go into some of the, obviously making movements into cultures over here and other places. So very early cultures that settle in some of these areas. So China, Mexico will be filled early by the sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Very, very early, very, very quick. I don't know if you ask me how were they able to communicate with each other so quickly. I don't even know, but they were somehow, some way they were able to communicate very quickly, or able to communicate at all, right? So that's something that we know was happening, right? That's something that we know in history, that far cultures communicate with far cultures. That's just, you can see some ties with even the what they say Indus Valley civilization. So you see over here, Japheth is starting to kind of get close to this area earlier than others. We'll throw Shem on here a little later because we touched on it before, but let's put Japheth on the chart. So now that we got the first early movements, let's go to another time frame. Let's just zoom out. Actually, I think I made a quick mistake on thing. Oh no, I didn't even put it down yet. All right, so let's put Japheth on here. All right. So we found some of Japheth's lines in the Levant over here. So we'll put some of Japheth's lines here. We'll actually put it over this one right here, because we're going to put a 2 here, because at this time was a little later after the Paleolithic time. So this is going to be in your Mesolithic time. So then Japheth comes there a little later. So first Shem and Ham is there, and then Japheth comes there. So that's going to be very important to note. Obviously, they're brothers, so that shouldn't be too much of a big deal for them to be around each other. But there comes some later controversial problems that happen with these lineages. So, but we notice that these are going to be in these certain areas. That's going to be very important for us to note, get an idea of that. Let's go back over here. All right. So do we have anyone in Africa at this time? And if anyone has like any other particular fossil they want to throw on here, definitely let us know. We'll throw it on. So here's Q. Q, remember how I talked about that? How Q made some quick movements. So Q was over here, and it moved into this area. So they're making some movements into these areas. So let's put that on here as well. So they make some movements overseas after a while. So right over here, let me make sure I pinpoint those. So here, 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 here. So they get there first in some of these areas. Let's zoom out a little bit. Or there we go. All right, let's put those on there. Let me see which one is this. That's Ham. Let's make that like that. And let's put it on here. Right there. Let's say about there. And we had some here. And I think it was another place on here on this thing. I think it was about there. Let me make sure. Here, here, here. Okay. So this one in the middle. Let me try it again real fast. Just double check. Actually, a little lower. Just so I could put it on there a little kind of pinpoint. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect, but just so it can make some sense. Just so it can make a little sense. All right, so I'll put it right here. And I'll put this one right here. And I'll put this one over here. Let's put it right about here. All right. And so this is going to be your second movements. So that's important too, that we note that these are second movements, right? Through time, different time frame movements. After some time, right? They get deeper into this area. They get deeper into it. So they're getting much deeper into the lands of America, which is okay. That just gives us an idea of what we're seeing of the people that's in America, right? That they're not different people, right? Some people think that, you know, the biblical narrative, it can't be because there's so many different people in the world, right? But what we're seeing is that it makes sense, that it makes perfect sense. Let me actually make sure I put this one here because that's a first movement right there, and the other movements. So let's put that over here, and we'll put it. Let's look on here. So we'll zoom in. All right. So notice that Bering Strait, that crossing there, right? So remember what comes from P. You get your R's and your Q's. So Q, this is going to be a second movement. So we're going to put this as a first, and this is a second. This is a second, very much. We'll just put it on there, and these we'll just leave those alone. That's mtDNA. We'll just put this one as these two as pretty much close. They're about the same. They're almost about. These ones could be considered first movements. There will be considered fairly early. I'll just put these as first movements. Though this one be technically a second movement. This will be a first movement. This will be a second movement. But because they're so close in age, we'll just put them as a first movement. And this one we'll leave alone because these are the mtDNA. We just want to keep it kind of simple for now. So, but we're going to put this one as a second movement as well. It almost looks like it goes in and out in a way, or it's just found in different times because all these can be happening about 2000 BC, right? All these can be happening about 2000 BC, just to get that understood. Let's put this right about here, and we'll put this right about here, and put a second movement right here. And I'll just put this as a second movement just so it can be clear. That won't be a second movement. This one was a first movement. This one would be second, right? So obviously, the ones are the earliest. The twos come right after the ones, and then we're gonna get to threes and all those ones and whatnot. Notice what we're seeing already. We're seeing it's making sense. You hear what I'm saying? Like it makes sense. That's what we should see if we're talking about this, that this line should be a family of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, that we're kind of seeing something that makes a little sense. So about this area, right? Some actually stretch out this area. We'll talk about that as we talk later about Shem's early movements goes into these areas, and over here as well. Because remember, Shem is not just an E, it's also DE. So DE actually stretches all the way over here. So we'll talk about that. But we're just focusing on Japheth today. So Japheth is moving throughout these areas. Makes perfect sense. Let's go back over here. So we got the overseas done. Now notice Japheth obviously is going to be in these areas. We need to make sure we plot this one as well. I up here and throughout all these areas. So we're going to see, obviously, there's IJK, right? Is this Japheth as well? This is mtDNA. Leave that alone. Another mtDNA, MT. We can see I groups, so Japheth. So we'll just have them obviously filling in this area. So this area is getting very filled, right? With a lineage that we should expect. And if you know already, we're going to get a lot of Indo-Europeans that later come from this area. But these are going to be extreme dates. We're not there to the time frames to get those historical dates, some other documents, though these will be some cultures. Let's put some more circles on here. So we got this area all filled. We'll just put another 1 on this, and maybe we'll put a circle right here for a 2, since we do have them filling in this area throughout time, right? They don't just fill this area and stop. They fill this area and keep on filling this area. So we'll put some 1s in here. 1 over here and over here. And the reason why I'm doing it live, so it can always be something to reference back to, if because fossils don't change. What you're seeing here will never change. It will never change for forever. It's going to be always like this. But just know, we who believe the biblical narrative know these years is to be asked questions about. We'll put some twos over here. So right about these areas and these areas. So here and this area and some in these areas. Let's just zoom in a little bit and put a couple twos on here. So in this area, I call this the horn of I call this the horn of Europe. That's what I call this. I call this little area the horn of Europe. It's like, whoever you find there is usually going to be the line of Japheth, because that's like a really high up area. Doesn't mean that some of the later Shemites might not. They will there soon. I'll put 2 rather here. Put a 2 there, and we'll put a 2 here. And let's see some other place. Put 2. So you can see these are obviously all another 2 right there, a 2 here, and a 2 there. Let's see if that's gonna be. We'll leave that one alone. That's empty DNA, and we'll leave this one alone. That's empty DNA. Let's see if that's empty DNA. No, that's J. Okay, let's put that on there. That's a 2. A second movement of J, which is okay. Let's put that right here. I just put it a little over. Right there. And we'll put a 2 there. Right about there. Kind of big, but it should work. All right. So there we got obviously some increasing in certain areas. In most of these areas, we still got like basically the same thing. We can obviously pull out more papers to fill out more on here, but this is just a little summary, getting a nice little summary. Let's make sure we put one a little over. So we already got that there. All right. So we'll leave that like that. So that's makes sense. So this is already making perfect sense to the biblical narrative, right? We got Japheth in the north, right? Kind of spilling over. We got Ham in the south, spilling over a little bit. We got Shem in the middle, as we should find them about in the middle area, because I actually believe Shem is the middle son, but middle age doesn't mean middle location, but that's a given, right? Or if someone believes these, right? If someone believes one's older than the other, that's not what we're on today. We're not focusing on who's older, Ham, Shem, or Japheth, right? If you want my opinion, I believe that, as it says, Japheth the elder, either he's the largest, because elder can also mean largest, which he is the largest. As you can see, let's take a look. We can already note which one's larger. But remember, you see that this group right here is kind of large as well, because if you match it with DE, it's fairly large as well, but not that large. But we can note it's. We look at the E group talking about that were the Shemites. Let's go to a map of them. That's basically what they look like in a way. That's what they look like. E groups look like that. But through mixing over time, their colors change. But here's a map. You can see the movements of that Natufian. They fill up all these areas. Remember, we just pointed that out, that they were over here. Some are over here as well, but we're not going to put that on right now. They're also over here as well. So that's important. But blend that with D and E, right? Blend that with D, right? E by DNA, right? So you see that it filled over there. Or the just put haplogroup, so we can get a understanding of what D looks, what it looks like, how much it covers. Maybe we can just get a quick little map of it. Let's just put it down, or just put D1. And it doesn't want to just show right there, so you can see. So blend this with the Natufians. So this the Natufians, that would be actually the totality of where the D&E group. So this merging with the Natufian that we were just looking at. So this blended with this. That over there blended with this, that will give you your earliest movements of D and E. So genetics really makes a quick move really fast. But that's nowhere as big as Japheth, because Japheth fills over here all the way, not just over here, but overseas. So he fills up overseas too, really quickly, very, very quickly. But where does Helm go? Helm only settles here and has some spillover in these areas. Helm has a little spillover, but he settles in the south first. He settles in the south first. But Shem is going to stretch in these areas. It's going to stretch in all these areas. Japheth is going to stretch in these areas to these areas over here. So that's going to be important, kind of important to note as we go over it. And you can kind of see it with this nice little, because remember, I told you about this map. This is a nice little design map to kind of give you a good understanding. And looking at how the map is stretched, it would make perfect sense of them moving over, getting overseas, settling over here. Because also we got to remember that there was also different sea levels at that time and different stuff that would also play to these factors. That's something that's important to know. So it looks good so far. It makes sense. So we got Japheth as the largest, right? Like again, if you ask me, I believe Japheth the elder might be the oldest. I believe Helm is the youngest without a doubt, because Noah says himself that when he woke, he seen what his youngest son did. So Helm has to be the youngest. And then Shem would be the middle son, I believe, necessarily. But that's a quick little understanding of that feeling of the map with that. Let's see if you guys, let me make sure you guys are doing. Would they be Shem, Japheth, Australians? Let me see. Let me get this question first. Australians, Aboriginals, have an oral tradition stating their culture is over 60,000 years old. It's and that's what we're looking at. These fossils get up there. Most likely they are not that old by reality. But how do they fit in the migration pattern? Yes, that's a great question. Let's go over here, because that's actually what we're going to touch on too. No one yet is here, but if we work our way, we'll start seeing some start to slowly fill in this area, and then they're going to fill down here over time. So they're going to fill in these areas. So they will actually be sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, but more so Japheth, because that's when we're going to get our these, right? They're not actually that old as they think they are. They actually are fairly recent. And what you'll see here is actually a K group. And remember that K group, let's go back over here. That K group is right here. Let me close this and open up the K. So right here, you see K. That's actually like K2. This is actually all K2. Everything that you see here is K2. So you'll always see them as usually K2. Sometimes K1, very rarely. K1 is linked with LT, but usually you'll see them as K2. So this is K2 right there. So, but they're not that, you can see the years there. The fossils aren't that old. We see some O's there. So the people from that island are actually fairly mixed. They're actually fairly mixed. I did a video on them. If you want to know more about, to be honest with you, no one asked questions about those people. I love that as you ask that question. I really do, because I think it's important to look at all these years and everything. But let me show you a video that I made, find kind of interesting. Let me just point out in the playlist here, right here. Let me just point out this little synthetic Sunday that we did. Because at first when we were doing this, it was every Sunday, but I want to now get more into the history and the biblical narrative and the facts often. I'm going to go down real fast and point something out. So if you go to this playlist, the Synthetic Sunday playlist, if you scroll down, you see what will look like. Let me just go down to it. A little more. Okay, so Almost. Let me make sure I pointed out. Maybe I overlooked it because I haven't looked at it in a minute. Started a couple days ago. Okay, right here. So if you scroll down, on this list, you'll see what would look like a division right here of E1B1B and E1B1A is right underneath that. And it's right here. It's called Australian Pacific Slave Trade. And what we did was we looked at the genetics of those groups. We looked at the genetics. We looked at how they basically they are basically Japheth. They come from CF groups, but they are interesting. Maybe I'll show a quick thing on it. I'm going to be careful because see if I could point it out on something on here. Just a quick little illustration somewhere. But if you've seen it, judge not by eyesight, right? Judge not by eyesight, but judge by righteous judgment, because they're dark skinned. A lot of them dark skinned. I talk about their slave trade that they go through, that they went through a giant slave trade, and why they're dark skinned, because they're actually on a here's what they look like. I just want to take the time because I never seen no one ask a question about
down
that.
on the coast on the.
But this is pretty much done. Let me turn the volume off. We'll need the volume because you probably already know what they look like and everything. Let me see, a little spot for picture. That's them right there. They got some tone to them and everything, but they went through a slave trade as well. So they went through a little slave. Obviously, there will be a mingled company in them, but they have S and K, and they're going to come from those CF groups, from IJK. That's actually where they come from. They look like that. They're from a tropical zone. They actually come from a tropical zone. But they're actually fairly recent. That they're not actually ancient. They're actually fairly recent in these areas. They're going to be fairly recent. But I'm glad that you asked that question. Are they related to the Fijian people? That one I never looked into Fijian people. They might be. I gotta look into their haplogroup to see if they are. They might be. I'll look into that. I'll note that and then look into that, and I'll get back to you with that answer. Amen. Just seeing if I missed anything, because amen, family, amen. All right. As we get through these things, sooner or later, once we get to a total understanding of these things, get a little more into like the spiritual things of the biblical. We got to touch on those things. But that's what we're touching on. So let's get back to that little picture over here, and let's take some of these off so that we don't make it too confusing. But we're not going to do all of these. We're going to do maybe 3 layers, up to maybe 3,000, up to here. We'll get up to 4, right? Not all of them, but we'll do at least 4. Let's see. Is this? Nope. So we're just noting the DNA. And remember, this is a summary. Well, we can add to it. Later just to make it clear. But this is something that we'll save and keep. Is that Q? All right, so nothing over here. So notice that nothing that we got right now on this. All right, so let's go to another time. All right, we already plotted these and everything. These ones down here actually come about. I put them as 1, but necessarily, they shouldn't even be 1. They should be more like 3. So maybe I should change that. I'm gonna change these to what it should be, because it wouldn't be fair if I put it like that. It wouldn't be fair if I put these as 1, because technically there's no fossils in Africa that would make it that age, because we actually got fossils of apparently these lineages going into Africa before they're in Africa, based upon fossils. So I'm gonna put 3 here. So I'll put a 3 here. And well, this one is actually a 1. This one's actually a 1. So that one I can actually left. This one is one. This one is one, and this one is one. So those ones are one. But the one that goes deeper into Africa is a 3. So this one is a 1. Or redo that. That's a 1. And this one is a 3. So we're gonna work our way to 4, just so we can get a nice summary here. So right there. So remember, Helm starts in these areas first, then works his way down, then goes down, then it goes down. We'll talk about Helm another time too, to get more into it. Let's get over here. So the squares right here now is going to be our 3rd level. So let's see. We got obviously still some E's over there. We have some of the Japhetic lines. G over here. We got some of the Japhetic lines over here, some J's. So we're going to put a circle right there and here, most likely. Well, we'll just put a circle here because now we got a 3rd. And what do we have here? CT, that's a mutation that splits to DE or C or to DE or CF. Here you go, right here, some H's and some J's. So that's going to be some Indo-European. So here and here, we're going to add them on there. So we can get a nice little understanding of its movements. Let's think it here. There we go. All right, I'm just gonna put them right on here. As now we have a good, I think, understanding of what's going on here. That we gotta get like a nice little movement of these things. So I'll put it right here and right here. Right there. So very technical today, very, very technical, but this is going to be one of those things that if you ever go back to, you'll also know that it would agree with any new findings. So 3 right there. But notice we kind of got to note where Japheth area is. Again, let's get back to this. So they are making their way into these areas, kind of blending in, right? Making their way into those areas. Let's get back to that thing. I think let me close that. Oh, okay. I was making sure I didn't close the whole thing. All right, so we got some going in here. Let's see what we got. That's mtDNA. We can leave that alone. mtDNA, yep. mtDNA. We got Y-DNA. We got Japheth going into the areas here. So they're spilling over most likely from this area. So they're making their way in, most likely from here. I wonder if there's a G over here. There's some T's. There's G. There it is. So it is spilling over. So it's spilling over into here. The G is going inwards. So we can see here. There we go. All right, some G's. So a lot of obviously G's over here, a lot of G's. So they're definitely Japheth's line increasing, filling a lot of these areas, kind of filling in the gaps, places that it maybe haven't touched. There's a lot of G's, a lot of G. And remember GHIJK, it's one family. Some G's, a lot of G's. There's a lot of G's in this one. Let me see this paper real fast. So quite a lot of G's. But that makes sense because I got some fossils of ancient G's. So ancient genome Y from France highlights the complexity of interactions between the Mesolithic hunter-gatherers and the Neolithic farmers. So interesting, very interesting. Notice some interactions spilling into areas of where Helm descendants first were. And I talked about this before, that we know that obviously get an understanding of the change of the biblical narrative. It does tell us about the people of the land. It tells us down by name, but always remember that a town can have the name, but it could be a mixed culture there. Like in the land of Egypt, it's not all Mizraim, is a mixed company that's in the land of Egypt. In the land of Canaan is mixed. A lot of these areas are mixed, but this is giving us an insight on those things. So I'm gonna close this. So this is probably, as it says, with the Middle East from this time, most likely is saying that these G groups met with the Natufian, that these G groups met with the Natufian groups, because G and H were in the Levant earlier than many other groups, and then also with a T that came down there as well. Right here. All right, let me just zoom in to see if there's something behind it. You know what I'm gonna do? Just remove these. All right, just to make it clear. There's just some more E's over there. We'll just put that on here. We know that some E's still continue over here. And this will be our, I believe, either third one. Yep, third one, yep. So we got some E's there. Let me just make sure to see, because they do eventually, these ones have connections here. All right. So some C's. So mostly over here is Japheth. Obviously some R's, some I's. So Japheth mostly over here. That's okay. That's all right. Let's see. C's. All right. So we're going to have to put those some on here. So we're just going to put a big circle here, maybe with a circle and an arrow to kind of put it off that we get a lot of them that fill over here and here that fill in these areas. So mostly just gonna just make a circle here, 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 and here, and then here and here. So pretty much these whole areas get a 3. These whole areas get a 3. And what I'm gonna do, since I might not have room to do that, I'm just gonna throw a 3 on these, but kind of separate them so it's not too confusing. In fact, let's put a 3 somewhere over here. So we're gonna put 3. I think it'll look too confusing. I'm just gonna put a circle here so it don't look too confusing. I mean, I could put a comma. That might help. Maybe I'll just put a comma. Let's put a comma. We'll put 1, or not a comma, but we'll put like 1. Nah, we'll just put a comma. Yeah, we'll put 3. Yellow. All right, let's put 3 here. Put a 3 right there. It looks like 13, so I don't know. I feel like I gotta take it away, or I'll just leave it there because we'll understand when we come back to it. We'll understand. We'll put a 3 here. So that's a 3 right there, and here. And this just means, changes of times that happen. And here. That just means it increases. They keep on increasing and whatnot, which is that's okay. So here, and here, these areas, they also go over here. So we'll put a circle down here. Right over here. Because they do fill up that area right here, which I don't think they fill up earlier. Maybe they do. Right there. I think that one we got a plot, unless that's a female on the back of here. Right there. Nope, that is going to be, we'll put 1 and 2 because we didn't put that one on there yet. That's okay. All right. We'll just fill that one and put 1 and 2. 1 and 3 rather. So it's increasing they're increasing in these areas. So they're not just like coming there and leaving. They're coming there and making their home. They're staying in these areas and making a home. And we're just gonna go up to 4, so that because it might not fit if we add any more. We might maybe make a different chart for those ones, for maybe 4s and stuff. So here we got a good understanding and whatnot. Let's see if some increase over here in that 3rd time. Let's see if they increase in that area. Zoom out a little bit. All right. Zoom in a little more. So here they obviously increasing in these areas. This area as well, this one and this one. So we got to put some circles there. Gotta make sure we do that. So here, they fill up this area, as I'm just gonna put a circle there because I know it's very massive. And they fill up here. And so that's kind of interesting because if you notice, they're filling up the area of where the Hittites are, which we're going to talk about. And we talked about before, we already talked about, but we'll talk about it again, that it becomes a Indo-European group. Actually, that will be 3 here, as I don't think they get there that early. They don't fill there at the start, but they do come there later. They don't fill there at the start, but they do come there a little later. And let me make sure, since I put a 3 here, to make sure I didn't have any other time frames there. I think I did 1 right there. But let's just make sure. All right, F. We'll just make sure we put a 1 in front of that 3. So right here, we'll just put a 1. Right there. Do it again because that didn't look right. Just to kind of make it clear on these things. All right? Because it can kind of change what we think today, right? So we note that they're increasing here, these lines. They're increasing over here and they're increasing in these areas. So that's really interesting to note that they're increasing in these areas. Let's see. Got some here in the corner of Finland. So what's that? We got some R's and some J's. So R1A and some J's and R1B. Remember, let's talk about that mutation, R1A, R1B, and J's. They're obviously family, right? These are going to be family, even though they look far away. From IJK. So from IJK, everything you close it is 1 node. If you open it, you get your IJ, and from your K, you get your pretty much your R's, which I forget which exact branch it is. It's one of these. Open it up and look. This one, this S, M, and this one is from E, which makes your R's. So they're all going to be one family. So IJK makes one family. That's very important. IJK, which we found the fossil of IJK. So they fill here in these areas. Looks like we got some R1, R1B, 1A. We got some Q's. So remember, R and Q are related. So these are but 3. C's, N's are related as well. Let's look on the thing. We can note where is N right here. So coming from the branches, you can see NO, which makes N and O. So you can see this is going to make your O lineages, and it's going to make your N lineages from here. You see that they're ultimately one family from IJK. Let's go and put these down on there. You can see they're going to fill up all these little areas here as well as here, which let's see what MCD DNA we see. These are those D4s. Remember we was talking about those D4s that went overseas. They got some Y-DNA-C, but these are D4s that later also mixed with some of the Japanese lineages of D. D is actually very early as well. That's existing at these times. It's going to be existing in these areas, but we're not going to touch that right now. Make sure this isn't something. That's nothing. These must be, all right. So we got a couple to throw on. So here, here, here. I'm just going to make a big circle around here. Just going to make a big circle. And then over here. And then here. We're going to put 3 circles on. Because these ones we're going to do in a second. So let's put circle here, here, here. So going off of India, right off of China, and right off Mongolia. And obviously also next to Finland. So we got to make sure we put those on there. These ones we already charted. These are those A groups. But these are the ones we're going to chart as Japheth. Those are going to be the Japhetic lines here. Y DNA O with an empty DNA of E. So we're going to make sure we chart these, this, and put that down. So right there too. All right, so let's put that on here. Let's grab that circle. And let's put these on here. So here, here, and we'll just leave that as that because that makes for that. And since we leave that as that, that saves us some time. So we'll put this as 3. And this one is 3. And we got some over here to plot real fast. So we got this is a Y DNA. Is this a Y DNA as well? Yes. This one as well. Yes. Qs. All these are Qs. Some Qs. This one we'll leave alone at the corner, but we'll put this one and this one and this one and this one. So we'll put these 2 first. All right. Every time I see this, it just blows my mind. You see this right here, here, in the corner. So there and here. So that's going to be a third motion. We'll just put it on here. That was interesting. Let's make that like this. Let me look at that one more time. So at the bottom there and at the top there. All right. Right here. And over here. And make sure I don't have it too low. It's actually above that one. Right here. All right. So we're going to put on this corner, we're going to put 3s. 3. And we're going to put 3 as well here. All right. So that looks good. And then we're going to put a 3 over here because this area gets a 3 and this area gets a 3. So this area right here and what was it? This area gets a 3. We'll just put that like that, even though that stacks on top of it, but that works. Let's think about this. Should I add another one? I don't know. I should add another one. Make it wider. No, let's not add another one there. Let's just delete that. All right. We'll just put a 3 here. Here. So 2, 3. And we'll put a 3 here. So they're really increasing in these areas. They're really increasing. So this is all before said 3000 on their quote unquote scientific scale, right? just to get a good understanding there. All right, so let's get some views right there. All right, so bearing straight, we already got here in these areas. Looks good. Everything looks good. All right, we got that one. Now we just got to get to one more level. This one. Does anything change? We got a couple changes here. Looks like some go to Finland, some go into areas of Canada, and we'll check to see if these are Y-DNA. Yes. No. Yes, for underneath that one. Yes. No. Now we got some Y-DNA down there. All right, let's put those on there. So here, here, and here. All right, let's put these on there. So now over here, we do have one at the bottom here. So they really filled up this area. So this whole area is filled. And now this is going to be 4 that we're on right here. And they fill, if I recall, underneath here. So only underneath here and this one. So this one will have a 4. Underneath there is a 4, and this will be a 4 above it. All right, let's put those on there. We're going to put that one as a 4. And we'll put underneath it 4 right there. And let's see on these sides here. And we'll put a 4 right there. Right here. All right. So we'll put some 4s there. A 4 here. And we'll put one right here. And we'll put one right here. And here. That would do for overseas. Let's check over here to see if we had any other ones around there. Nope. So they mainly swept through and filled this area. It's interesting because, when you think of later on, instead of going over by land, these ones go over by sea, and they settle over here on this side, fill this area first, the 13 colonies, and then they work their way out. So it makes sense that you got these areas filled up as they came from this area. They filled up these areas first, and they're kind of filling up along the coast. That's usually what happened. People check the land, like they call it circle, navigate the land. So they circle navigated the land, whatnot. So it's really interesting. So up here, we're gonna put some up here. We gotta put these. Let's see. We don't got nothing there, and we don't got nothing there. We okay with that. We don't need nothing. All right, we gotta put over here. We got a large, still growing. So you can see how quickly they fill up the area. Look at that. Now they get into the land of the British, the coast area and whatnot. But there was some earlier ones there too. We got to also mention that Isham. We got to make sure we put a 1 for Isham, because that's what I was showing earlier. Is that Isham was I? You notice that these eyes are still there, so they're filling up these areas. So we're just gonna put a nice circle there, and as well as here. Notice that IJ. Remember I said IJ was 1. That's IJ, as we can see. So your IJ P124. That's probably a mutation. IJM429. So very interesting mutation on there. These areas are filled right here, here. Pretty much all areas are just going to keep filled. So we'll stop at 4 for these. And we'll put this over here. So now over here, we can put a nice let's put it right here. And we'll put 1 and 2. Or 1 and 3. Or 1 and 4, rather. I mentioned that Cheddar Man was there, which is older than all these. Not all of these, but older than the ones of 4 that we was looking at. So they do fill in that area a lot. And these areas, make sure we didn't have any at that upper horn there. We do. Do we have an Y-DNA? Yes. So right on the horn, right there, we'll put. And that is indeed a 4. Right. So got a nice covering area, nice area that's filled. Right. Y'all can add more and start these areas and whatnot for 5 and whatnot and all that. But we're gonna do that. We're just gonna make it clear up to 3000 BC. Right. We can go up to we should do 5, at least 2000 BC, because that's when Abraham exists. So we should, after 2000 BC, you're later gonna see Terah's family be born, and right after that, Terah's father, right? You're gonna have all those. You're gonna have Nahor and all that. That's gonna be born about that time. But let's put that. We might as well put that down. Just put some 5s. We'll do this last one. So I was gonna stop at that, but just for the sake of it, we'll do this last one. So as you can see, these get 5s. All these get 5s, right? All of them are gonna get 5s, and they're gonna most likely be Indo-European, as you can see. A lot of them. A lot of different Indo-European lines that we can see there. That's all right. Our lineages, I lineages, of course. Some R1As. Just checking to make sure that these are going to be what they are. Some of the Indo-European languages instead of the E's. E's shouldn't be on this paper, this sheet, because today we're focusing on this line, this family line. Kind of mix it up. You can see, because if you understand Ham, Shem, and Japheth, it gives a big understanding to the whole picture, to what's going on here. Okay, some R's. So we got a nice place. We got here. We got here. We got some more over here, as we should expect them increasing over here. Got some, Y-DNAs, L2s. That's going to be your Japheth. That's going to obviously come from IJK with IJs and Ks. Got T's there. They're over here. You can see them all in these areas. So here, here, here. They should increase here as well, since we've seen them come down. There's now finally J makes its way down. Remember, that's Indo-European though. It's in that area, as well as here and here. So we got some of them settling there, as well as there. So we got some here, here, here. So let's put some of those down. So pretty much all the places where we had them at, we just got to put a 4, because the only extra place is about this center area. We have some making their way, getting closer and closer to Indian Valley. But what groups are we seeing getting closer there? We got some H groups, right? They're large in India. They're making their way into India. They're close, get into India. They're gonna rise up the Indus Valley civilization. And then you got some J groups. We should find Japheth there. There's no doubt. J2 and L1. That's gonna be Y-DNA. All right, so they fill this area. And what we have here, some more Indo-European. That's all right. And here, all right. So pretty much all the places, only actual place is this place in China. This area in China, we got some O groups and everything. 1 second. charge my phone because my phone just died. I'm gonna throw it on this little charger here so that I can see in the background on another device what's going on. Because obviously I'm not switching over, but I can see if there's messages and stuff, but not right now because my phone's dead. All right, now it's on the charger. All right, let's put a circle here. We'll put a circle here. These are geophatic lines, and here. So right in the area going into close by India and China, we'll get some things popping up. Got some spillage in these different areas. That's okay. So they're filling. You can see how these lineage can fill the whole earth. You can see how we don't got nothing new. It's all from either CF from Japheth, from A and B from Helm, or from DE from Shem. So we can see a good understanding of these things. Let's put them on the chart. Let's just throw some circles on there. So all these are going to be 5s. So we got some in this area right here and some right here and in other places. But we just need to put these here because these are going to be kind of new. Here, and we'll put one here. So those are going to be 5s. Let's see what else we got around before we fill anything else. We got some right here, but that's empty DNA, and that's empty DNA, so we don't have to worry about that. That's doesn't give us information. That's all right. And what's this one? That's Japheth, the O. Remember, N and O comes from P, which comes from K. So, or does it come from P? I think it comes from K, but not P. Let me see. I might have misquote real fast because I don't want to mislead you. It actually comes from K. Doesn't make it clear. It comes from K. Right from K. Just to get a good understanding. NO comes from K. Very important. That's where you get your O. Ultimately coming from K-M9 from IJK. So one family. So, when you think of it, a lot of Chinese people, right, in China, they're still Japhetic. They're still from Japheth. Even though it seems like they might be a different culture. Here's one. There's one. Oh, there's a D. This one actually has a D on this list. Well, that's a Shem. That's Shemite. So add Shem down there because we wasn't focusing on Shem today, but we got to add here. So we'll add that one at the bottom of those islands there. And that's what I was talking about. These groups are fairly mixed. So here we will actually have some of the Shemites there that actually would settle in these areas. So right over here. So very interesting. We'll number it afterwards. Let's just see if we have to add any more circles. Let's get over here to see if there's anything. You'll see these obviously filled. I think there's a circle that needs to be over here. Yeah. Looks like there and here. So I'm going to put one here. And we'll put some here. And when we touch on Helm, it's going to be kind of interesting when we touch on Helm because the places that the A and B groups actually go is actually kind of interesting. So the places that the A and B groups go is interesting, I think. I think the places that they go are very interesting. Just put this here and this one here. And let's see what else. We obviously got them around these areas. Some eyes. We gotta just put some 5s around, pretty much. Pretty much almost all of these get 5, pretty much. Every single one of them. They pretty much go into those places and they do pretty successfully. They actually live in these places pretty successfully, which is great. We should also get some E's down here. There should be E. So down here. So right in the corner here. So not here yet. E's don't go there. They go here first, which they go through Yemen, as I had talked about before, about the historicity of ancient Shemites and stuff, like the Jotanites and stuff that went through Yemen into the east of Africa. So they actually go down, settle here, and they also are a lot of them here, a lot. But we'll talk about it another time. But let's put this on there. Let's put right here. So you can see how they spill in, right? And remember that they're not only African, but they do go into Africa. So they do have some spillage in Africa. As you can see, that line goes into Africa, but it goes into these areas as well. Spills all the way into these areas and these areas. So that's something we'll touch on another time. Put these on there. But you can see how it's starting to blend. It's starting to blend together and stuff. Let's see. We got some more Japheth lines. Let's make sure we put some in the middle here. Let's make sure we put that there. So that we can have that on there. So that one goes there as well. Let's see what else we have. Just some other places right here. A little here. Oh, I need that. Unless you got a cord, I'll plug it in. All right, so let's see. Right here, we're gonna add these on there as well. See, look at that. That one is questionable, but it might be a mutation of Y-DNA total group of NO, which makes N and O groups. I'll just put that on there. It might be N, it might be O, or it might be a supergroup that makes it. These are still Japheth, just making sure they aren't D or anything like that. Because D does go all the way over here. Just got to make sure, all right, that they're just the same CF groups. Yeah, just CF. Because this little thing should be only those groups. All right, Q's and whatnot. That's all right. Just making sure we don't confuse anything. All right. Looks good. Looks good. That's what these are suspected areas. So here, I gotta make sure I put circle there. Let's make sure. All right, 1 second. Let me just plug in because I need to make sure I keep watch. Once I put these down, I'll check to see if there's any comments or anything, any questions or any extra seats you want to throw on here. Like if you have anything down here, I have some other ones, but I'm not gonna search for them right now. I got some that I can add to down here because they're that old. All right, so I'm just gonna throw this on here. So we got places filled, just leave that like that. We didn't really get this area filled that much. It's kind of like they kind of swept through and kind of went through here. You can see. So this area is kind of empty. This area of Russia, this giant area here. But you got them mostly in these areas and then working its way here, going over. Likely there's some around these, well, I'm thinking, because this one really took off really fast from here, and these ones, it really took off, making a split. The star ones are older than the square ones. So it's really interesting how it went all the way over there that fast. That's okay if it went that fast and took off. You just open up my thing so I can see. All right, so here. All right, so just gonna put some 5s all around pretty much. And let's go to these to see what we need to put over here. We need to put ending new. We'll look at that. Oh, that's an empty DNA. I'm pretty sure women don't travel alone, right? You can just imagine. Usually they don't travel alone. You could just imagine, ancient times, it had to be a Y DNA there. Most likely, if I even put a 6, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a Q there or something. No, maybe somewhere over here. Maybe they just didn't find any fossils. Because America, the thing about America, you can't really. It's even amazing that they even got these fossils, because you can't really pull up fossils from America because a lot of protection put for the Indians and stuff. Okay, so here. But finding them definitely edifies origins. So we're going to put one there, and we're going to put one there and here. Okay. So let's put those down on there, because we got one at the corner and we got some at the top. We'll just put that there. We'll just put some. Is it under these? Above it? It's above it. Under. These ones actually are too high because for some reason they come out. They don't go up here yet. They go down. So technically, those ones aren't supposed to be there, but we'll just leave them there for now, because so they technically supposed to be down here, right here, not up here. Don't know why I put them all the way up there. I don't know if I can remove them without erasing the picture. I think it will erase the picture too. Let's leave that. We'll just leave it alone. I'm gonna just leave it alone. I'm not gonna try to move it. Let's see if I could do something. I don't know if I could. Let's see. I don't really work with this thing that much, so I think I might leave it. Let's see. Let me just try. Let me see what happens if I do. Yep. I expected it would erase the background as well. That's okay. We'll just leave it there. These ones are actually down here. I'll just draw a line. These ones are down here. That's where these are. Just to make it clear that they're actually going to be down there. Let me make that arrow a little better than that. It's just hard to draw on the computer. It feels weird. All right. That's good. The arrow is good. All right. So that's okay right there. And we need one right there. Right about here. So right here. Let me see. Whoops. Right there. Right here. And it looks like there was a 1 over here, but that's like a 1. But I think that was an empty DNA, if I recall. Let me just move it to make sure, see if that was empty DNA. Yeah, it was empty DNA. Okay. That's all right. We're not gonna plot those right now. But we will just note them. We will just take note of them. Okay. All right, so now let's put those 5s on here. So a 5 here. And so you can see, as we did this thing live, and we're showing the sources on them for all these finds, because there's a lot of finds. But you can see where they would be. This is just more doing it manually to see it visually, so we can kind of get a better look on these things. So here, here, go back over to the seas. So we're gonna have pretty much throughout all these areas, 5, almost all the places where we have those. So we'll just throw a 5 on all of them. 5 on all of these over here. Do we need to put a over here? No. So they just kind of develop mostly in these areas. And like I said, obviously, we're talking based on their time frame, things before said 3000 BC, based on their time frame. So you can see, obviously, their dates have to be wrong because they fill the earth very quickly, and these are Ham, Shem, and Japheth's sons. Everyone today, every male today is these lines. Every male today is these exact lines. Either one of these lines, they're going to have one of these haplogroups. Whether you got tested or not, your genetics of a male will show the evidence that you would be from these lines. So this will be everyone's history, every single person's history in the world. But it's nice to see it visually. It's nice to see it down. And let's put, for all these, we obviously got, I'm continuing on. Well, just have that tilted like that. That works. That tilt actually works. And all of these areas. Continue on. No. We'll just put a 5 in the middle somewhere. Just put it like that. Just to kind of express it that we'll just throw 5s on here because they continue on. That's too close. Right. And there's up there, 1, 2. 1, 2. That's good. What about in this little center area here? Right here. Yes. Right here. You get some 5s. So obviously, before Abraham's time, this is everything that you're seeing here. How much of the land is changed before Abraham's time, right? The world is not as we may think it is, but it's more complex than we think. And then look at the Levant. We got to put some 5s down there. Some 5s. Because the Levant is so mixed now. The Levant is very, very mixed. Very, 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 very mixed. In fact, it has almost everybody in it. So we'll put another circle here. It's a very, very mixed area of the Levant. Some places outside of Levant have good evidence that it was mostly one line there. But the Levant looks very mixed. It looks like it's getting different cultures. But we got to look at what are those cultures above showing? Are they showing that they might have maybe some interesting mixes or some interesting linguistics there? So there's our 0, right? That's going to be 0 where they go out at, right? And then we're going to know where the 1s are for our first movements of those lines, and then the twos are where they increase, where they keep on going and they move and increase, and where our threes are the next times, and then our five up to five, right? 4 to 5, which I actually need to put one down here, which I need to see what that yellow is down there, because that pulls it 4. So we're gonna have some 4s there, and here. So here and here. Make sure we put some 4s there. Right. Just zoom down to make sure. All right. Just double checking. We'll put a 4 up here. And over here. I'll just make it like that. All right. Because I think I don't know why we didn't add that 4 there. But we definitely got to add them. Just so we can get a good look. But you notice the Levant's mixed, but you got Hamites there. You got Japhanites that came down there. So Hamites were there earlier. They were there the most early. And they also was there blending with some of the Shemites that were there. But then Japheth makes his way down and starts kind of ruling that area. So that's kind of interesting. Japheth comes down a little later. So none of the Japhanite ones are 1. They come in afterwards. So none of them are 1. They come in after. So you can see they'll settle in these areas. So that's very that's very interesting to note about the replacements of these time frames. So it gives us kind of an interesting idea. Now, obviously, since everyone is Ham, Shem, and Japheth, as replace happen or as the place gets filled up, you're going to note that they're going to still only be Ham, Shem, or Japheth, right? So they're going to be either one of those lineages that's going to come there and fill that area. So that's kind of important. All right, so looking here. All right, let's zoom out. All right, so now that this finished, now we got a good idea what's going on here. Let's zoom out. Obviously, we can keep on, but that's enough right there. This area, just make sure we got a nice similarity. All right, just making sure we don't miss anything. Looks good. Looks good. All right, this works. All right, let me zoom out a little bit. All right, so now we're finished with that. We're now finished with that. We had something that we did live. We did it live because I could have did it privately, but I just want to show it live that we did this. And I'm going to save this picture. Save this picture as a new. Let me not do that. Let me make sure I save it. I almost made new real fast. I'll save it as PNG, GIF, other format, JPEG. I'll save it as a JPEG. And we'll just put it in downloads. And we'll just put real map or DNA map. Just so this is saved. So we can get a good understanding of these lineages and their movements. They actually move through time. So that's something that we know. Also, I might as well add, I'll just leave these alone. Just leave it alone. That's all. These are good. But this is the line that we was looking at, the line of Japheth. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so everything looks good. I just got to add some 5s to some things because I still need to add some 5s. Like this one, which looks like, yes, it gets some 5s. Or, people keep increasing there. Put it right there. All right. Let's see, 5, 5. Yep. That's good. Just put a 5 in this corner here so it's understood. It seems like a lot because it was a lot. It fairly was a lot. Put one here. But it'll be something to reflect on a little later. That's very edifying. All right. So 5s all in these areas, they just increase. So they just increase in all these areas. Just put one right here. Let me see if they increase down there as well. Yes. Over here. So obviously, this makes perfect sense to what we're seeing today. This makes perfect sense. It's not something that looks like is new, and there's no haplogroups outside of this that's living today. There's no lineage outside of these lineages that's living today, right? Because they come from either CF, A and B, or D and E. That's where everything comes from. So kind of interesting to note that. All right, so there we go. Got a nice little map here. So that's done. That's done. I'll just add one more up here, 5 up here, because they increased over here as well. All right. I think I needed to add one over here. I think. No, that's all right. That's all right there. All right, so that's done. That's done. That's done. So what do we have here? Let's zoom out. This is what we have here. So we have Japheth filling the upper norths, filling all these areas, going overseas, and he kind of spills down a little bit, but he fills up the north. And we got Shem kind of blending in the middle, kind of making some middle areas. You're going to see them around these areas and here as well. They're going to fill here, here, here. That's very important. We got Helm filling up the south and filling up some areas of the Levant and some areas over here. We're going to talk about some things later with Helm. Helm also fills up some of these areas over here. Helm kind of fills these areas and these areas. Helm kind of fills these areas and some of these areas. And Shem fills up all these areas from here all the way to here to here. Shem fills up all these areas. And then Japheth fills up these areas. Later on, they'll start to increase and start filling up these areas. I'll just quickly show you what it looks like with everything on it, on this little map. As obviously there's more stuff, but this is just a good summary of stuff. So you got some ends over there. So mostly they fill in these areas in ancient times. So these are the areas that they fill up in ancient times. You can see some obviously go to Greenland. That's obviously going to be in a little after time. It's BT time right there. That one is 6, but we'll leave that alone. We'll leave that one alone. So they obviously fill up these areas very quickly. They fill up these areas very quick. Obviously, that's more information to throw on here, but this is a nice little summary. And it makes perfect sense. Let's go back to that little picture. As you can see here, they fill up the north. Japheth fills up the north. Shem is about in the middle, filling up in the middle areas. As we see Elam, this is Elam, or Eber, rather, Eber. Elam also is over here, but Eber is filling here. And we have also Ham going down here. So Ham down in these areas. Everything makes perfect sense to what we're seeing. So everything makes perfect sense for what we're seeing. Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom. See my let's see. I'll see that. See my question above regarding Wizard Wizards. Love you to that. Check it out. Maybe I missed it. Let me see, where is that? Amen. Mixed multitude. That's right. That is right. That's right. Isn't that right? As he says, look to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth. All the ends of the earth. It says, look to me and be you saved. Track the migration. Isn't that's interesting? It is interesting. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Maybe we'll try that as well. Maybe we'll take a day and just throw the mtDNA on there. Maybe make it a white circle. Just throw a white circle on there. But maybe make it a little more understandable. Find out how the mtDNA branches. Makes sense when you couple. Yep. Great. Makes sense when you couple DNA with migration patterns. Your breakdown instantly reminds me of Dr. Spencer Walls. Why did he start in Southeast Africa and not Levant? You know why he started in Africa? Let me show you why he started in Africa. This is why he started in Africa. Because if you just look up, let's say, or DNA, DNA, or out of Africa concept, let's just go to let's go to a tree, DNA origins. If you go to DNA origins, or what's a better way? What they put? Let's just put it out of Africa. DNA. Let's see. I'm just trying to get a simple picture. Here's your classic modern picture, because a lot of DNA today. I don't know why I closed that. A lot of DNA companies today, you got to be very careful, because a lot of them are not using fossils. They're actually taking modern people and saying, well, this mutation is very old. So this modern person living today, the mutations show that maybe they started in the lands of Africa. A lot of people start in Africa. And that's the reason why, is because they just take the mutations today. But by fossils, we don't see nothing like that. Actual fossils, we don't see people down here. We don't see that. For example, even this Y-DNA atom, I was just talking the other day about how we actually found atom up here. We actually found Y-DNA atom in these areas. And these are actually the earliest places that people start. But this is why they do it, because modern people. But you'll never see that with fossils. In fact, you'll start to see more and more papers when they talk about the fossils, that the fossils show they began outside of Africa. But I'll start over here. That's what they want to start, and connect them by modern people, which even the modern people aren't in the exact place where they put them. But they'll just put a bunch of lineages in Africa, like L lineages and all that. But fossils will tell otherwise. I don't know why they confine people to Africa. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense at all, based on fossils, or based on the sense of migrations of humans, or even linguistic. None of it makes sense. Like the out of Africa concept, I don't know how many scientists are for it. I have no idea why many scientists are falling for it. Modern humans do not show that they started in Africa. Modern humans do not show that. They do not show that at all. That's just a fact. We just know it because we have papers that say so. We have genetic papers that actually say that people actually started outside of Africa. It's called a Eurasian origin that recently came out in 2020s to tell the actual origin of things. So, but that's the reason why they started them in Africa. That's the reason why they're using modern people. That's what they're using. These are not fossils. None of these are fossils. These are not fossils. These are actually modern people, modern mutations. Where people are today does not equate where they were long ago. But things like family tree DNA and stuff like that, they're testing a lot of people today, plotting them on a modern chart, and concluding that they've been there all their life. But that's not actually true. That's not actually true. So just be careful on what map or what explanation they're given. Make sure they show the fossils and actually show the migration. That would make a big difference, saying that it might have been here. A lot of people say, oh, they might have started here. Like the Yoruba, I can show you documents that'll show you that A00 came from outside of Africa. It actually came from over here. In fact, over here in Spain, that it actually came from Spain. That A00 actually came from Spain. Also from Denisovan caves, Denisovan caves were over here. So they came from lands with said Neanderthals and lands up said Denisovans, because we have evidence now that modern humans mix with both of them, not just one, not just Neanderthal and not just Denisovan. They mix with both of them. That's why you find a mix of those things in people today. A partial mix, a percentage of Neanderthal and Denisov. All right, so let's close that. So that's what that's called. That's called the out of Africa model. That's what they call that, the out of Africa model, which is based on modern people, not fossils. So that's what that is. Show that. Just give an insight on that. That's the reason why. Consider the quotient. Their type. Would they be Japheth? No. The would be A and B groups. The quotient would be A and B groups, and they actually will be Helmites. And the A and B groups don't actually make the CT groups. If you go to Synthetic Sunday, I kind of mess with the playlist, and the first video on there will be an explanation for how the mutations work genetically and scientifically. One second. All right. So the quotient, like I should show real fast. A00 haplogroup. Just to show this. I hope you can still see this. I don't know what just happened there. I just switched screens. But here A groups. But for the quotient, we know that they were replaced by the groups that later became quote unquote Bantu, or people, the new people that came down to the ends of Africa. But here's what it says. It just talks about where the E1B1A replaced them. It says traces of basically the ancient Africans. The ancestral inhabitants, however, can be observed today in these regions via the presence of Y-DNA AM91 and BM60 that are common in certain basically populations like the Mambuti and the Koshin. So Mambuti and the Koshin, they will be more of some of the ancient African lineages. There will be some of the lines that went down into Africa earlier. They weren't always in Africa, but they did move into Africa relevantly recent. Just to quickly show you, if we go to the earliest Y DNA, which is called Y chromosome Adam, he wasn't in Africa. He was actually in the area of Spain. He was actually in the area of Spain, a place called El Chedron. And he had autosomal mixes with almost every human, pretty much. So just show evidence that he made everybody. Just to show that quickly. That was an interesting statement. Let's go down a little bit. No, you're all good. Definitely ask the questions. Questions help me, they help everyone else. They really edify talking about. Never feel ashamed about the questions. You can ask as many questions as you. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Amen. Amen. Making sure. I don't think I missed. Would it be internet? Yep. All right. Just miss nothing. Scripture. Amen. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. I just got to quote that. I love it when scripture gets proven to be correct over and over again. Praise Yah. This is we're just in an interesting time that the whole world is learning these things, right? There's been different generations that go through these things. There was generations that the Bible said there were Hittites, and there were no historical reports of the Hittites. So they kept saying the Bible was lying about a people that was a historical people that no one knew. But they recently discovered the Hittites, and just not too long ago. And that put a lot of people to silence. And now it's genetics showing a hermetic understanding of what the biblical narrative is saying. Isn't that, it's interesting? I love that statement. Very, very, very true. Very, very true. Amen. L0, amen. That's definitely an interesting line. I love to see how you manage with our male counterparts. Amen, amen. Yes, L0 got some very interesting mixes in. L0 got some interesting mixes. Some went into the lands of Africa, but some went into the Levant, settled in the areas of Levant. Some went into other different places. All right, I'll just show you a quick L0 that I have with a lineage that settled in the Levant. She mixed with Japheth, and she ended up going to the Levant. I don't know if they mixed in the Levant or mixed outside the Levant, but there was an L0 that forth one of the Japhetic lines. But L0 also bring forth some different sons, right? Different sons. There's some E's brought forth from them. There's some A's brought forth from them. And I'm going to show you real quick, interesting one from a J that's brought forth from an L0 in the area of the Levant. So it's an interesting line, I think. Let me make sure if I don't have it already open. All right, I think it's opening up now. See how I leave these notes and then they got to restart like that. I don't know why it's like that, but let me show you L0 real fast. That I think is kind of so. Today, modern L0 areas of Yemen and area of basically Arabia. Obviously, I like to find the ones that are more rare, like the one in Yemen. Here you can see. Here's some places in Yemen. You can see L0 basically making some sons of J. So some L0 there, making some of the lines of J. You can see L0 here, making some more lines of J. That's in the lands of Yemen. Right here, L0 making some lines of R. So L0 making some lines of R in the lands of Yemen. But those are modern times. I'll show you one from ancient time, from the time that the Israelites, a little before the Israelites. I'd say it's fairly early. But it's an L0 found in Jordan that mixed with some of the Japhanites that started to come down there. That just shows that. So here you can see in the lands of Jordan, this sample here, and I'll show you the paper. In 50 BC to 1150, and you can see from basic J1A2B, that's JP58, we actually get an L0 right there. So that's ancient times, as you can see. So obviously in Jordan, and that's going to be about, this one's actually kind of younger than the 15 one. This is actually 1424 to 1288 BC. So 1424 to 1288 BC. They're going to get a very interesting mix. So you can see right there, L0. Just to zoom in a little more. So there's your L0. That's making the son Japheth right there. But that just know that L0 was there, right? It probably is most likely more L's there, but that's one that we found. That's really interesting. Just to show us an insight on that. That's L0. What else we got? Amen. So with that said, that was a great question. With that being said, are the Koshin and Sen people not to be one of the oldest branches of tribes? See, now that's we gotta be careful on what we're saying old. Now they will count mutation rate and will count that as age, but mutation rate may not also equate age. It might not make, like, for example, if we note on the out of Africa scale, they'll automatically increase the age of A and B groups because they have a lot of mutations. Like, for example, A00 literally has every SNP. Like, the way to express that is basically it's a line that kept hold of its SNP and didn't go through much mutations. It kept hold of its original SNPs and then it had much mutations. So they'll count that as counting the SNPs and saying that it must be old because it has more SNPs. They'll say it has more SNPs and they'll say that it must be old. But rather, we should be counting mutations of the next generation of the node. We should count the nodes, not what has the most SNPs. And that's sometimes what they do. And those tribes might not be as old as they would initially try to show. Most likely they're, like I said, with him being the youngest son, most likely they're much younger than people think, because even that fact, they don't have as much mutations as others. And we also know that A's don't make R groups. We had talked about that before when we was looking at the mutation or what was inside of them, if they could even make an R. But no A group makes an R group. No A group makes a CT group. We got that from a geneticist that told us that A and B groups actually don't make any of the CT groups, but they'll be their own family. So they'll be more of their own family. But to see how often you do lives. Sometimes I try to do a live every day. So nowadays I'm trying to do it every day because there's a lot of information, or it's good to have a holy conversation. So often, I would say often, sometimes every day. That's right. You're from Yemen. My answer links me to Yemen, so it's L0. That's definitely from Yemen. Connecting Yemen, Ethiopia, Southeast Africa, as well as, well, that's interesting, the Iberian Peninsula, that is probably mixed with the later Jews, because L0 actually mixed in with some of the Jews, which is very interesting, and not a lot of people talk about that, but it's true. Some of the L0 did mix. A lot of L lineages have some surprising backgrounds. So I want to be surprised. So that's very interesting. My ancestry litter was scattered in 4 corners. That's true. And in the Natufian. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. How did you find out that you're related to the Natufian? That's an interesting statement. If it's in the Natufian, it might be. I never found a L0 in the Natufian, but if you did like a Jed Path or something like that, I forget what's called, Jed Match. If you did Jed Match or some type of thing like that, maybe it did show a Natufian. If you did something like that, definitely share it. Because that would be very interesting, no doubt. Because we found Natufians with the E1B1B, and then they had these different mtDNA that I never see them with nowadays. They had these other, yep, there it is. Jed Match. You did Jed Match. That's very interesting. That is, I kid you not, that's very interesting, because that just shows that there's a lot of interesting things in what is called the PCA, or the principal component, that's actually going to be looked at in the autosomal. So you probably have an interesting autosomal connection to those ancient Levantan Natufians. So those are going to be, that means you probably most likely had your early lineages probably had connections to those Shemites. So that's a very interesting thing. So Jed Match. Amen. Very interesting. That is very interesting. If you ever want to share that anytime. That is worth a share, because I found some females that had some Natufian, but I think you're only the second one that I found that had Natufian. And you also told me your mtDNA, so that is also interesting. Because remember, females actually have an X chromosome from their mother and an X chromosome from their father, but that X chromosome from their father would change, but it would give them an autosomal connection, autosomal percentage connections and stuff. So that's very interesting that they check your autosomal to find that connection to the Natufian, though you are L0. So that is very, very interesting. Amen. Anytime you want to share that, definitely share it, because I'm thinking of going over the Natufian again. I did a video on the Natufian, but I'm going to probably do a version 2 of the Natufian, do it again, because we got more sources on them to find out some interesting things with them. So that is really interesting and really exciting. It's really interesting and exciting. I'm not gonna lie. So now that we got these genetics in, and we see that the map makes sense to what we're seeing of where Ham, Shem, and Japheth should go, right? You can see a lot of different maps of Ham, Shem, and types of designs on maps. Like here's an idea. Japheth will settle up here, just like we see in the map. And then Shem will be about in the middle, and Ham will be in the bottom part there. So everything makes perfect sense. We know that that's true because we can use different documents for that, like Flavius Josephus' writings that talks about where Japheth was and things like that. So everything makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Let me just, might as well open this up on a new tab because we might need it. I'll just use a magnifying glass. All right. So you can see the Scythians up there. That's an Indo-European group. The Scythians. We obviously got different lines. We got Gomer up there. We got Tugarma. We got Mahdi. So Mahdi as a son of Japheth, Mahdi. We got a lot of different lines here. We got Magog. We obviously got a lot of the sons of Japheth here. Ashkenaz, Gomer. A lot of them that settle in these areas that we also see the genetics match. But we see Shem obviously being in the areas here. And also, like we had showed, some of the Shemites had went over here. So just like we had seen, like there's a small portion going off into the Japhanites, enter into the Japhanites. So DE enters a little bit into them. But we also got to note that they're also in the Levant and going into other areas all around. But Japheth is in the north where we should find them. The yellow is Japheth, like we had point, filling up the north and far areas. And then Ham filling up the south, right? And remember, let me make sure I state this because there's an incorrect way of thinking about these things that is starting to build a fence to the truth. And a lot of people go around and say, "Oh, you're Ham," or "You're Japheth," and they'll just totally disrespect them as if that would determine their righteousness. We can't judge someone's righteousness by their color, by their bloodline, or by their wealth. So just be careful with how going about this. This is for educational purposes and for understanding of the biblical narrative. That the biblical narrative does show us who's Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and there's a separation of these lines. And we can also find it genetically. We proved it genetically that these lines don't make each other, but these are 3 different family lines that are going to fill the earth today. So everything that we see today, right? But this is for the truth's sake, for the sake of the truth. So now that we got a good understanding of that, we see that Shem would be about in the middle, going in some places over here, branching in different areas, and Ham would be down here, and Japheth would be in the north, and he's the larger one. So Japheth the elder or Japheth the greater is one way to put that. Whether someone says that Japheth may not be the oldest, he might be the greatest, as when the greatest as in the largest. So that's what we see. We actually see Japheth as the largest, and he stretches all the way to the other side of the world. So it makes perfect sense. So that's some very interesting stuff right here. Looking at this, if I just showed you this, you probably would like, well, let's take our time because I gotta figure out what I'm looking at there. But now that you got it color coordinated like this, it makes more sense. Let's zoom in a little bit on there because now we're gonna look at some history. Right, it's gonna be a longer video today, but I'll put a timestamp here. So you see how mixed that area is? Let's kind of understand what's going on there. Now, notice this is the area that we mostly find Japheth there. So if we look about in the history of the Caucasus and Armenia, we might get a little understanding of things because that's mostly where they were spread out from, the Caucasus and Armenia. Good understanding because the Levant is very mixed. So Mesopotamia and the Levant, extremely mixed. So by the time of Abraham's time, you got to be careful when you hear someone's called a son of Heth. A son of Heth might be a son of Japheth, right? It might be a son of Japheth, the clan of Heth. So sometimes you got clans, or you might have a Canaanite that might not be a son of Ham, but might be a son of Japheth. Sometimes that happens. They'll join into a clan. Or in Egypt, you might have an Egyptian who might not be from Mizraim, but it might be a son of Japheth or it might be a son of Shem. So now that you got like a early understanding of that, it can kind of give some insight to those things, because the biblical narrative does say things like that, but it does that to kind of give an understanding of the names of the places. That when it calls someone a Canaanite, it's because they settle in the land of Canaan. Or when it calls someone an Egyptian, it's because they're settled in the land of Egypt. So same thing with a lot of different places, like someone land of Elam, right? Elam actually means mountain dweller, pretty much. Someone in the land of Elam might be called an Elamite, might not just only be a son of Shem, but might be a mix of Japheth and whatnot. So just to get a good insight on those things. But what we did today was we took this and up to 5 layers live, we color coordinated. We made it color coordinated, and we made it based upon which ones are earlier and which ones are later, with the 1, 2s, and 3s. And we'll come back to this later. We'll come back to this little thing later as well. Now let's get into some history now. Let's get into some history on what's going on, because now we got to who is the Proto-Indo-European group. Now, if you notice, remember how we was talking about the interesting thing about the Proto-Indo-European? Where did mostly up here, not down here. They mostly settled up here. They have evidence of leaving this area and these areas. Now, if we go back to this map, let's go zoom in a little bit and kind of get a little higher here. If we go back to this map, we can notice something here. You notice right in this area here, we'll see a lot of different mixtures there. But if we notice upwards, the north, we'll see that mostly we get Japheths around here, mostly in the north. And if we go back to this design, we can see they'll fill this area, all these areas. Look at that, Native Americans. You can see these ones become Native Americans. Did Japheth become Native Americans based on the design that we just examined? Yes. So they do become, from these areas, they do come over and they become Native Americans. So that should also be have ties to Indo-European. So it'll have some type of linguistic tie to Indo-European. Let me see how it sounds, so it don't sound all like it's lagging or stuff. I just want to hear the sound a little bit. All right, it sounds okay. All right, let's see. So would Genghis Khan be more than likely Japheth? Yes. Genghis Khan's old lineage, or Q lineage, I think it's Q or is it O? Both of those come from the CF lineages, which is from IJK, which would be Japheth. Isn't that interesting? So now that with this understanding, you can kind of, if you see O's or you see N's or you see R's or you see P's and you see S's, all those are from one family, ultimately from one family, from Japheth. And that's really interesting because it basically makes everything simple, right? Because the biblical narrative is actually summing everything down to its ultimate form. So we can see the Indo-Europeans will be in the north. As we can see, the Yamna culture, they go into the areas like we have seen in the lands of the Hittites. They go into these areas. They fill up a lot of these upper north areas. I'm going to show this picture as well. So you can see all these areas are filled in the north right here. So they're going to be filled very early on. They're going to be filled very, very, very early. Let's go a little down. Talk about a little history. And remember, it said ancient times. But what I was showing was something that's predating these things and blurring into them. That's kind of leading into them, like 15 BC and 6000 BC. These things blur into them. That we got things from all the way said 60,000 to 3000 BC. We got them all on that chart. Everything on that chart. So let's see some history a little bit. So the center of the origin of Japheth lines. Let's take a look at some history now. We're going to take a look at some history, get a good idea of some things. And as always, if you have any questions throughout, definitely let me know. Let me make sure. All right, let's look at these things real fast.
Commonly known as Georgia, is a nation of 4 million people located on the eastern shore of the Black Sea coast. It is nestled between two of the most formidable mountain ranges on Earth. More than 8,000 years ago, valleys in this geographically isolated region provided a haven for growing a wide variety of crops, including grapes. Wine residue, found on ancient Georgian pottery fragments, is the earliest evidence of the delicious beverage found anywhere in the world. Additionally, cows and pigs were also widely cultivated in the territory of what is now Georgia during prehistoric times. As the Proto-Kartvalians enjoyed their wine and steak dinners, a succession of imperial states to the south began raiding the prosperous land. The Hittites, Assyrians, and the Kingdom of Urartu all launched campaigns into the mountainous region. They successfully extracted tribute of livestock and metals, but were never able to dominate the land. In response to the foreign incursions, the Diowehi tribal union formed for mutual defense. The battered border tribes became dominated by the interior kingdom of Chalcis, which consolidated power over much of the tribes by the mid-8th century BC. Chalcis traded gold, iron, copper, timber, honey, and wine with the Greek merchants who braved the long voyage to Chalcis. To the early Greeks, the kingdom was viewed as being at the edge of the known world. Chalcis became famous for its peace and prosperity, as typified by the legend of Jason and Fleece, where a fancy sheepskin magically brought great wealth to the kingdom, before Jason stole it. Around 550 BC, the Persian Achaemenid Empire was the first imperial power to conquer and incorporate the region. Chalcis thrived under Persian rule.
All right, so again, a quick summary of it. So, a quick summary of some of the beasts, the Bronze Age, Iron Age changes in that land. Right, they was obviously getting involved with the Hittites. We're going to talk about that. They're Indo-European. Some of the Urartu, some of those ones that were around there, those are going to be Indo-European, and then some of the Assyrians. Now, we got to be careful if it's the Proto-Assyrians, the Ancient Assyrians, the Old Assyrians, or the Neo-Assyrians, which is New Assyrians. So there's a different civilizations have titles like that can actually be very, very critical to understand that type of civilization. So Neo-Assyria formed after the Bronze, basically a couple different things that happened during the Bronze Age. And when the Aramaeans or some of the Arabs basically came and attacked them and caused the first Assyria kingdom to fall, and then basically brought up some Neo-Hittites and Neo-Assyrians, pretty much. New is what Neo means. So it brought some new empires. So you got to be careful. Those empires were combinations. They won't be the original ancient Assyrians like Assyria. Even Assyria supposed to be Shemites, but they're a mix of multiple different peoples. Let's go a little more into it. Let's understand a little bit of the land mass so we can get into these things.
I'll be talking about the autonomous regions of Georgia. If you are not familiar at all with the country of Georgia, I recommend going and clicking the link at the top of this video to my video on the history of Georgia over on my main channel. During the 19th century, Abkhazia became the battleground for the Russian and Ottoman empires. The Abkhazian population split into pro-Russian and Turkish factions and battled one another in addition to the foreign imperial. Much of Georgia's history is shaped by its pretty extreme geography. The northern and the southern Caucasus has made it incredibly difficult for imperial armies to dominate the Georgian heartland throughout history. But this huge benefit comes with a huge drawback. Protection from outsiders has also meant division within. Because the mountainous terrain is so difficult to traverse, local populations discontented with central authority can easily break off. The mountainous terrain has proved a huge benefit to those with limited resources, as is the case with South Ossetia, in a very mountainous region. As for traders, there are pretty limited routes to take into the land when traveling with a large army. Two of the most common routes, from north and south, are both along the coast. The terrain is somewhat less difficult, and an army could also be easily resupplied by sea. This geographical situation puts both Adjara and Abkhazia in the invasion route. For many centuries, if not thousands of years, this situation has given both of these regions a significant amount of leverage when negotiating their own autonomy. The difficult terrain has also caused an abundance of microcultures because of their strategic importance. These regions have paid little or no tax to the various kingdoms and empires. Dialectums in mountainous regions are found in abundance, and sometimes differences that could cause strife.
So you can see, obviously, this would be a main area for culture. A lot of certain cultures will be up there in the greater Caucasus, right? Still standings and everything. You have some ancient traditions just to show their interest in traditions, everything. Who is there, right? This is actually where the word, when you think Caucasus, Caucasus, this is where it comes from. A lot of times when people relate the word Caucasian, it's because of this area, but not every um, person with light skin is Caucasian. Not every white person or light skinned person or no pigmentation person is actually Caucasian. Think about that. So remember, the Caucasus, Caucasian, is actually a location, not a race, not a race. Some call it a race, but it's not really a race because the race is actually Japheth. But the women are not Japhethnites. The women will actually be from Eve. Every single woman in the world will be from Eve. Every single woman in the world is blessed. But this is just understanding the sons. So when a woman mixes with them, then they become a son of such and such. Kind of like when you think of the line of Mary. I talked about this before in the New Testament. It does a read of Messiah's bloodline, but who does Messiah come from? He comes from Mary, as it says. Joseph never touched her until she bring forth her firstborn son. But it's talking about a reading that we have broke down before of the original Aramaic copies of the book of Matthew, that it was a bloodline of Mary's father, and that Mary came from the father, a man of Judah, making her of Judah. So that's very important. And then made Messiah of Judah, who is the son of God. But that's just something that's to understand that, like I said, not every person from the location, or not every person who's Caucasian would be from the Caucasus. So that's just something important to know.
As a fortress city in the 5th century, is the nation's capital, its largest city, and has been admired by famous people such as Leon Tolstoy and Alexander Dumas. Situated at a strategic crossroads between Europe and Asia, it has been invaded by Persians, Byzantines, Arabs, Turks, Mongols, and Bolsheviks, none of whom were able to crush the energetic and artistic creativity of people who considered dance to be an expression of Caucasian identity. It has been
So the nation is dancing, but you see how it throughout history, the Ottomans, all types of different empires could not move these Caucasus individuals because they were very powerful, right? They were a very powerful group. They also had a lot of defense. That's why we was looking at the landscape. The landscape has a lot of defense, and they are very powerful people with a very powerful traditions. So they've been there a long time. So that's a good idea to find out where would Japheth be because they have that long history of standing. So that would be very interesting. This one I'm gonna leave alone, but I'll put this note in the description if someone wants to get a little more into the history and stuff. This is just something a little more into the history. I'll just show what it is.
This video on the history
It's on Armenia. Now, because Armenia is right next to the Caucasus, that would be also a good example. Armenia also has some interstations like with Urartu, right? Urartu, who is Urartu? Let me just show you something real fast. Or I'll show you this note I already have right here. I'll show you right here. Urartu is basically another word for Armenia. Urartu is a nation that basically combined, merged into a powerful ancient nation that fought with Assyria, ancient Assyria. And it was actually Armenia. It was actually ancient Armenia. The reason why that's important is because we're going to note these cultures, and we're going to note the lineages in them, and nothing really changed to change who they are. Let me show you right here on. So a lot of different history, but let me go and just point that out. So here, a little bit on Urartu. So Urartu actually fought Assyria. So again, let's look into real fast, just to get a little understanding of the language. So here is the Hurrians. The Hurrians and a couple different nations merged together to make this ultimate nation called Urartu. A lot of different nations came together. The Hurrians are actually a Indo-European people, but they're right next to the Caucasus Mountain, as we had talked about before with the Caucasus up there. But you can see Urartu, Armen or Armenia, right? Because that's actually what it actually means. One of the great chapters in history of Armenia is or should be the epic of the monarchy which the Assyrians called Urartu. So you see, but which was known to the Hebrews as Ararat. So you see what's going on there? So you ever seen that at Mount Ararat? So it's going to be at this place of that's Armenia, but Ararat is actually the same thing as Urartu. So very interesting insight on that real fast. Just to get a little understanding real fast, real quick. So they're obviously going to be in these areas, right? They're going to be a connection of these two areas. So let's go back. So that's going to be Urartu. They fought with Assyria. So that's why Assyria had a name for them and everything. Just to quickly show a little bit of that. I'll just show a little bit the history of them. And then we're going to also show some things afterwards. But here's a little bit on that.
This moment, Syria was at its weakest, that enemies finally...
I'm going to notice an interesting scripture in the 2 Kings 17 and 24, because this is actually in the book frame. When this is happening, it's saying, and the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon. I'm probably gonna say some of these names weird. And from Kutha, and from Ava, and from Hameth, and from Sepharzim, and placed them in cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwell in those cities thereof. Think about that. What am I saying when I say that? What is it saying that Assyria did? Assyria actually would bring some individuals from the areas of pretty much up here in different areas, and they often do this. They will do a replacement policy. They did it to the Arameans. They'll take the Arameans and they replace them and put them in a different place. And when they attacked the northern tribes of Israel, they also did something that was very controversial, but they replaced those people. If you go on and continue in that chapter, you know that God sent lions among them. Why did he send lions among them? Because they weren't afraid of God, but they were in the promised land, which God said his eyes is always on that land, right? But they end up settling in that land. Let me show you a little history, though.
Nearly decided to strike. In the middle of the 8th century, king of the rising northern state of Urartu, Saduri I, crossed his border and intervened in the fractured Neo-Hittite states, forming a strong anti-Assyrian coalition and presenting a plausible threat to weakened state's existence. At a similar time, Shanshi Ilu passed away and a broke out in the capital at Kalhu. We have and treacherous vassals Ike. The king formally and on an unprecedented scale reintroduced a policy of mass deportation and forced population movement. In 744, for example, Tiglath-Pileser decreed that 65,000 people were to be taken from their homes in Iran and settled on the Assyrian-Babylonian border on the Diyala River. 2 years later, 30,000 people from the Syrian region were deported to the Zagros Mountains. Those human beings who were deported were usually people considered most likely to rebel against Assyria. By decapitating possibly dissident elements in this way, It was hoped that subjugated lands would remain amenable to their Assyrian overlords and remain subjugated. To top it off, deportation allowed the Assyrians to transport people with valuable skills, such as administration, construction, and financial management, across the empire to where they were needed.
So you got that? So that's what they were doing. So if you ever the first type of kind of like a slave trade type thing, it was kind of like Assyria taking the people out of the land and basically settling the land. So that's kind of important to know about that. The Levant went through many different changes, not just ancient changes, but recent even changes that's recorded in the biblical narrative. That land made a massive change over time. But also it's important to know about some of the movements that took place. That's important to know about some of the movements that took place. They also increased some other places. There's a little more on Aratu. I'm not gonna go over it right now on Aratu, but also about their history and everything. That's just a given and everything. I'll put this in the description afterwards. Go back over here. So I'll show you why I was talking about some of these things, because all these things will be kind of tied in a way. That's just a highlight of the Armenians in Aratu. Why is that? Because they're just ancient history. Important to know. Let's go down over here. That's, like I said, not gonna go over right now, but just want to show a summary of that. All right. So in this one, let's show something here. Kind of like a little origin. I'm not gonna show much from this, but I just want you to know the origin of the Caucasus Mountains were Georgia, right? Where Georgia is, Caucasus. So just a little bit of history of that. This one is just the forgotten ancient kingdom of Caucasus. So it's a real kingdom that had a lot of power in time, Caucasus Mountain. So it's actually about an ancient kingdom, just to show that history. There's a lot of history on it, but this is just about, just some things of that kingdom, that they very powerful kingdom that settled in Caucasus Mountain.
Sullivan. Narrated by D.W.
It just talks about the Caucasus.
Land of plenty, conflict, and the Golden Fleece.
So I'm going to close that. So if you need to remember anything, remember the golden fleece, right? Golden sheep wool. That's what they talk about. They had a legend that they found a golden fleece. That's from the Caucasus.
Southwest Asia.
This is another piece of information about the history behind Armenia and Aratu and the Caucasus, because Armenia, Aratu, and the Caucasus have connections to the Hurrians. All of them are connected fairly together and from one place, and bleed over into different places. Remember, still it's important to know that what we're talking about is a family of a mixed company, but they will be in this area that you will see here. So connections of Georgia and Armenia. So Armenia and Georgia going to have major connections, and we can see that genetically, as you can see here in the area. That's who we mostly have in this area is the lines of Japheth. Remember, that was ground zero right there, and this is the first place. Let's zoom in a little bit. This is the first place where we see the Japhetic line settle right here. So that would be the first place that they settle. And then they continue there, and they continue there for a long time. They continue, and they stretch out into other places, as you can see here, these places. So they start there, they go into some other places, and they kind of work their way in these areas. So we got one major family mostly settling in these areas of Georgia and Armenia, kind of making its ground there. So that's very important. Kind of gives us a nice wall of things. Very powerful nation. Here is something else. This one, I'm not going to go over about the Levant. This is just as it talks about life after the Bronze Age collapse. It's kind of interesting because talk about what happened after a couple things that happened after the Bronze Age collapse and everything, after a couple things fell and everything in the 12th century. What's interesting is just talks about Indo-European invasion of Levant called the Sea Peoples. Where did Sea Peoples come from? all over. In fact, genetic information tells us they came from the Caucasus and they came from the Zagros Mountains. That's where the Sea Peoples came from. They came from the Caucasus and from the Zagros Mountains. And we were just talking about some of those things because all these that you see here, these mountains are called the Zagros. These mountains right here are called the Zagros Mountains. These are the Zagros Mountains, and these are the Caucasus. So Caucasus and Zagros Mountains, these mountains up here. And notice that this is going to be Iraq. So Iran, Iraq is different than Iran by the Zagros Mountains. It's going to make a little difference of that landmass. Keep on going a little bit. So that's just a little history of these things. Just talks about some of the ones that come in, like the Chaldeans, the Armenians, things like that, the Hebrew, the what is known biblical, those ones that attacked Job, the second Sabaeans, they got their vowels, how they say their names and everything. Let me make sure I didn't remain on mute. Okay, there we go. Don't mind the little munchkins in the background. All right, so now remember how I was talking about the Hurrians and everything? Let me hit that question. It's a great question. So are the Sea People related to the Hyksos? Now, that is a great question. Because what you're asking isn't that is the Hyksos the Sea People, but what you're asking is the Hyksos related to the Sea People? And that is an interesting question, and it will take some sources to give a good answer. Now, I could just answer. I found out that the Hyksos, they could be Semitic, but they might have been genetically connected to Japheth. Now, the reason why I say that is because the Semitic language became a lingua franca. Akkadian became the lingua franca of the land. Almost everyone in the Levant had some form of Semitic. It's almost like living in Mexico and not knowing Spanish. You're not going to get by that long, right? You got to know some Spanish. Or living in America, or American English, right? So it's important to know English. Let me show you something real fast. I'll show you two pieces to kind of connect with that idea, because when taking the genetics, we got to take a culture of the Hyksos, which is kind of difficult to take the culture of the Hyksos, but we do got an interesting source that might bring some influence, because we actually do know that the Sea People were Indo-European invasion. We know that without a doubt. But we do know that the Hyksos, there are some questions on the Hyksos, right? Because we know that they might have been Semitic, but genetically might be something worth getting an understanding on. Let me just type something down here. Let's see. Forget how you search on this thing real fast. Let's see how you search on here. Search something on this. Okay. Can I search on here? I forget how you do it. Oh, right there. All right. Let me just show something here. It didn't come up. All right. So with the Hyksos. All right. So let me show you something real fast. I have one source on here about the Hyksos, because they're not the easiest to find information on, but it's something from Ken and an interesting statement that I think they made. All right. Let me just let it open. If you already know about the Sea People, about them being Indo-European, that's amen. If not, let me know. But here's something when we talk about something that's kind of interesting. Let me just go to something on here. All right, so watch what it says right here. So it says, starting about 2000 BC, Canaanites began to infiltrate the Egyptian delta. So that is letting you know that some of the people in the land of Canaan were making their way down, and their donkey caverns can be seen on a number of Egyptian tomb paintings. By 17 BC, they had seized control of the delta and established a local dynasty known as the Hyksos or shepherd kings. So they were ruling over the lands of Egypt. And it says, just goes on, just continues on and talks about a couple of things of what was happening. It says around 15 BC or 1550, Hyksos were driven. So that's important. They were pushed out. That's also important too, that the Hyksos was a name given by they call themselves Hyksos and everything, by the people, but they would be pushed out of that land. And it says the Hyksos were driven from Egypt by a certain king of the 18th dynasty by the name of Tutmosis III. That's during 1504 to 1450 BC. Put the entire Canaanite region under direct control, because after that, that's when Egypt, if you know, Egypt at first is in the lower lands of Africa, but then about before the Israelite time frame, the Egypt sweep upwards and push a lot of people out of Canaan. They sweep upwards and most likely push a lot of the ancient Shemites and different people that will be in that land out, pushing original Hamites, original Shemites, pushing a lot of people out of the land and having power over that land, over some people that settle in that land. They having some power over them. Throughout the period of the Egyptian area, they just talk about that they're disposing the Canaanites that are known to the Egyptians as the Habaru, right? As Habaru migrated to the hill country region. So then you get some Habaru that comes in. So you got the Hyksos, which are different than the Habaru. So you're going to have two different groups there. You're going to have the Habaru and the Hyksos. So technically, even just getting on the Hyksos, they only were there for like 100 years. They weren't there for that long. So getting their genetics is extremely difficult. So are they related? Technically, there's something that I think kind of also, make sure I show that kind of makes it important. So it just talks about those shepherd kings and everything, because they were settled in these areas here that you see the red dots and whatnot, that they would have some connections to these areas and whatnot. But they themselves were, what's the word I'm looking for? They themselves were people that I would say, what would their genetics be? Most likely the people in this land, either E or maybe something around one of the Japhetic lineages. They can be a Japhetic lineage that speaks Semitic. They could be a J lineage that speaks Semitic. They could be a T lineage that speaks Semitic. They could be an R lineage that speaks Semitic. They could be an E lineage that speaks Semitic. Those are the Shemites. But we don't know. We don't 100% know. So that one, we won't know, but I just wanted to let you know that history, that they came there like real quick. They came there for like not even that long. So, but the Levant is very mixed. So remember, that's a thing about the Levant too. They might have been a mixed company as well. So the Levant is very mixed. So we don't 100% know. We just know that they were a mixed company. They wouldn't be the exact ones that are the sea people, but they would be a group that comes in recently. So if you was to ask me, are they connected to the sea people? They could be, because the sea people are also mixed. The sea people are also mixed. So since they could be mixed and they could be mixed, that would be what we would see. But we wouldn't be able to tell what would their haplogroup group be. Maybe we can look a little more into it one day. But best way to answer it is that it's a mixed company of Shemites that came downwards and was pushed out. And be careful what I'm saying, Shemites. They speak Semitic. So they're basically Shemites. They speak Semitic. But they wouldn't be blood in a sense. But they could be blood. They could be. Some could be, and some could not. So that's something that's interesting to note. So just to give an interesting, thought that was an interesting question. We'll go back over here. Amen. So back to this. So now remember how we was talking about the Armenians and the people from the Caucasus Mountain? They're actually going to sum up into one group, which are the Hurrians. So the Hurrians are actually a combination of a couple different groups. But remember how I was talking about that Semitic language? The Hurrians are actually Indo-European, but they pick up what is called a Semitic script. Remember I was talking about this earlier? There's a difference between language, right? A linguistic family, and a script. A script. So a script is like the way you write it down. Like think about if you write in English, you got cursive writing, which is a different script, and you got that regular writing. Or you can get creative and change the script and have a different script, but you can say that it's still English, right? Like that, like there's different ways to make A's, just to draw something real fast, right? There's A's that you can make different and things like that. I'll just leave it like that. Like, you know, you got your A's that look like that, and then you got your A's. I know my writing looks weird because writing on here that looks like that, you know, with the line on it. That's like a different style of script. Or you can write A as in cursive. So different styles of script, but the same language. So different uh, script, different writing, same language. So just show a little bit of that real fast of the Hurrians. Of the Hurrians.
Hey everyone, I'm Sai and we are going to discuss today. So often when reading about the ancient history of the Near East, especially in the Middle and Late Bronze Age, we come across a people known as the Hurrians. It's not often explained in most general text just who they are, so that's really what I want to do in this video. The term Hurrian is given to a large group of peoples who lived in northern Mesopotamia, as well as eastern Anatolia during essentially the second half of the Bronze Age. Are, though many scholars believe that they come south of the continents. Now, what bonded these made them distinct from others in their region was their common language, called Hurrian in ancient text. As a written text, the Hurrian language today has survived mostly in cuneiform inscriptions using the Akkadian script. Hurrian is a language unrelated to any other, meaning that it doesn't seem to be related to Semitic, Indo-European, or really any other known language groups. However, it does similarities at least to another language, an ancient language, known as Urartian, which was the language of a people who also inhabited eastern Anatolia, Greater Armenia, and also parts of what is today Azerbaijan. Now, several hundred years after Hurrian dominance, the Urartians would establish a powerful kingdom of their own, but that's going to be a story for another program. Now, it's been hard for scholars in ancient Near East.
Remember we was talking about that, how the Oratrians actually was a group that came and was made, and these actually the Armenians, and actually they would come from a blend of what we are showing now is the group that you're seeing, the Hurrians. Now, they actually basically make a script. They actually make their own script. That script is basically taking in that Akkadian, because the Akkadian group was like the ruling power over all the land into their fall. But a lot of groups picked up their language because it's kind of like if let's say the Japanese took over all the world, everyone would start picking up some type of Japanese language or script or style, right? And that's what happened. The Akkadians ruled almost all that area of the Levant and a lot of different areas, had a lot of power. So a lot of different places, the Hittites, the Mitanni, the Hurrians, they picked up that Akkadian script, even sometimes picking up even the whole Semitic of it, and using a dual, two or one or even multiple different dialects at the same time. So that's something to also note. And remember, this is about after everything that I'm showing you here is after these things that we did here. All these things would be after these things, so it would be a very mixed time. But the language starts to also mix, so that's kind of interesting. It's called lingua franca. You call it a lingua franca. So just to quickly show you what is a lingua franca. What is lingua franca? Do you know what lingua franca means? Lingua franca. Lingua franca. Is any language regularly used for communication between people who do not share a native language, right? Is a lingua franca, right? Any language, right, regularly used for communication between people who do not share a native language is a lingua franca, right? So lingua franca is basically it's kind of like it's a middle point to kind of allow everyone to communicate. So lingua franca is just a middle language, or not a middle language, but kind of like taking a language and giving the ability. Sometimes it's mixed. Sometimes it's a mixed language, but it's a language that allows. It can even be the original language. It's a language that allows the group to communicate together, right? In fact, the word franca comes from the word the Franks. That when the Franks ruled, they was actually the highest ruling power, right? Think about Charlemagne of the Franks. When the Franks had took over the area, they was one of the most powerful Germanic tribes, right? Think later on with Napoleon Bonaparte, right? And he's an E1B1B, Napoleon. And that's really interesting when you think about it. But that's what happens. Lingua franca unites many different groups together, and almost make them like that's what they are. Like that's just a natural thing for them. So it links languages pretty much. It's a linking of the language of people. That's what franca is. So about Abraham's time, there's a lingua franca in. So remember that when you hear Shemite, just because someone speaks Shemite doesn't mean they're from Shem. So always remember that, because Akkadian scripts, that is a Shemitic script, but that doesn't mean that the person who's speaking that is a Shemite. Well, that's important to know. So let's talk about it a little bit. So they had picked up a script, the Hurrian, and that's why I say their language don't seem to be like anyone else's. Well, because it's a built language. It's a created language. Most languages are built and created, except for when you look at the proto languages and everything. But now let's look at the Mitanni. Let's note the Hurrians. Now we're going to talk about the Mitanni. Why? Because you'll see in the history, it'll tell itself.
Hey everyone, welcome to the program. I am absolutely thrilled that you're here. Today we're going to be talking about Kingdom Mitanni. Now, this is up to the last video, the Hurrians. It's a pretty short video, so if you want to check that out before this one, I've put the link in the description. Now, essentially, since the last centuries of the 3rd millennium BCE, we have references to small Hurrian kingdoms and states that would appear in northern Mesopotamia. These, of course, would be quickly absorbed into the empires of the other peoples in the region, mostly from the south and the east. For example, the Akkadian Empire of Naram-Sin, the Neo-Sumerian Empire of Shuli, and of course the short-lived empire of the Amorite king Shamsi-Adu, also known as Shamsi-Adad I of Assyria. Now, after Shamsi-Adad's death, his empire also quickly disintegrated and was mostly absorbed into the territories of his rivals. Out of these, several Hurrian states once again asserted their independence. Now, perhaps to better defend themselves from the non-Hurrian peoples of the ancient Near East, these small kingdoms created a sort of Hurrian federation that became known as the Kingdom of the Mitanni. How the Kingdom of the Mitanni were actually formed is still a bit of a mystery, but by the 1550s BCE, they were already being mentioned in the various inscriptions of Egyptian pharaohs.
All right, so now what you're seeing here, notice what we just did. So remember how we always do this. We always have sources that blend together. Everything's gonna blend together. It's gonna mix together. It's gonna be like you put it on the ball, gonna sit in this spot. You're gonna eat it, and it's gonna be all nice. So you can see ancient times. That's why we were showing those things in ancient times, the ancient Indo-European languages. What happened? They had influence by the Akkadians. They had influence by the Neo-Sumerians, which also had some of that Akkadian mix, that language of the Assyrians as well, which had a Semitic script as well. And after this Indo-European group had all these influences, their scripts started to change a little bit. And then they started to get, obviously, like a lingua franca of the Akkadian, because once we start talking about the Mitanni, also just to show that quickly, just type it down. Think about this. Lingua franca. I don't know if it'll show me. Maybe it'll show me. I don't know if it didn't show me. I might have to type it down. But Here it is. It says, while Mitanni kings and other members of royal bear names of Indo-Aryan. Now, Aryan, Indo-Aryan, Aryan just means area. Indo-Aryan is actually more close to the Indo-European language. But they'll tell you right here, it just goes on. It says they probably used the language of the local people, which was at that time a non-Indo-European Hurrian. So obviously changing of language doesn't change the fact of what the genetics would be and things like that. So here, this one just talks about, the Akkad lingua franca that was going on there. I don't know if this going one of these would say it, but Mitanni had a lingua franca of this. We'll go on because I think I got a source for it to talk about it. We'll talk about it as we go on and talk about things. But notice this is that same group, right? It's not nothing new. It's just a group that came together and made themselves into a group called the Mitanni. And I'll show you their end real fast.
Tama II pretty upset. That's an understatement, I would imagine. Think about it. Not only had he just lost his throne, but his claim to the throne once Tushratta had been defeated. And, of all people, he had supported his arch-rival, Shatiwaza, whose father Tushratta had been one of Shupilluliuma's most hated enemies. Shupilluliuma, though, may have justified his actions due to Artatama and Tutarna's close affiliation with Assyria. Now, this could have all just been realpolitik on Artatama's part, but the fact of the matter was that the Assyrians were taking advantage of a situation that had been created by the Hittites. Now, from onward, what remained Mitanni kingdom became known as Hanigalbat, and for the most part fell into the Assyrian sphere of influence. By the time of Shatiwaza's successor, Shutuara I, Hanigalbat had been reduced to an Assyrian vassal. The last
Let me make sure I mention what's going on here. This side is Assyria. On this side is the Hittites. We'll talk about the Hittites. They are one of the earliest Indo-European groups, the Hittites. We're going to start talking about them in a second. But this is going to be the fall of that quote unquote Hurrian group that became the Mitanni, that was from the Caucasus and from Armenia.
Mitanni, or you could say
and Aratu.
King of Hanigalbat, Wasashata, rebelled against his Assyrian overlords. He was met with a crushing reprisal from the Assyrians, who by then had decided to do away with this whole vassal thing. They reorganized Hanigalbat into an Assyrian province and gave it its own governor, who reported directly to the Assyrian king. From then onward, most of the core Hurrian lands fell under Assyrian control, and the kingdom of the Mitanni, or its derivative Hanigalbat, was no more. That wraps up.
At the time of the biblical narrative, when you hear in the biblical narrative the Syrians came, guess who the Syrians were? This whole collection that you just seen here they was the Georgians, they were the Caucasus, the Caucasians, and the Armenians and the Caucasians formed together because and they had a type of franca in a way, that Hurrian language, and then that group became the Aratu, and then that Aratu group became the Mitanni. Then the Mitanni, right, became what you would see right here, the Aratu, Mitanni, all those things, the combination of these groups. Oh, yeah, all twisted real fast. But they're all the same, right? They're all one family, just to make it short. They're all one family. But the Assyrians now are going to be merging with some of those groups. They took down the king. That doesn't mean they did there is no mention of a genocide. So note this when you see kingdoms take down another kingdom. There is not always a genocide. When a kingdom falls, sometimes they take their people in their territory. but they'll kill the kings and their sons and certain rulers that would seem like they would be in the way. Certain there'll be a lot of slaughtering, pretty much. Their armies will slaughter a lot of their armies and a lot of their leaders, but they'll usually take in their townsfolk. They don't always do an annihilation like that. They don't do a genocide like that, but they'll defeat the kings and stuff. So now they're going to be murdered. Just extra video stuff. This is just showing you what you have seen. The Hittite, Mitanni, which are very powerful, and the Kassites are also Indo-European that came from the north. All these came from the north. All of these came from the north. And remember, Egypt on the throne, we got some of the Japhetic lines on the throne, like R lineages on the throne. There's some later J lineages come on, G lineages, H lineages. There's different lineages that get on the throne of Egypt. Let's see this last piece right here.
At the height of their power.
So we were showing like the Iranians became the Araturians. I said it Aratru. I keep saying that.
The Mitanni controlled a vast territory.
Here. Now I got it all mixed in my tongue. Aratu. Probably said that weird. But that is what you've seen from the Armenians that will also have connections to the Hurrians, the same connections. But the Hurrians became the Mitanni. So you see what's going on there? And then the Mitanni, when they fell, you have the Assyrians there. But Mitanni was very large. So you can see right here, the Mitanni would be a very large and powerful group that would be there. And what time frame was that? All this is happening before, well, at this time, some of these things are happening while Abraham's there and stuff. But this time right here, if I recall, this is actually going to be a little earlier. These things are happening a little earlier than things, I think. Let me make sure. I got it all twisted in my real fast. Actually, no.
No surviving records elucidate.
This will be
a little less than 100 years
in
later.
Between. Right. This is actually happening while Abraham is there. This is happening while Abraham is there, because if you see this group called the Kassites, the first Babylonian, this is how you know, if you want to remember by heart when Abraham enters into the historical frame. Remember the first Babylonian empire called with the Kassites. They're the first Babylonian empire called the Kassites. You got the Amorites that's mixed in that. That's very important as well. Remember the Amorites, they take that area, and then you hear that said to Abraham, the iniquity of the Amorite not yet full, because the Amorites are actually in Babylon and in different areas and doing all types of abominations. But that's going to be the Kassites. And the Mitanni are also there. They basically come in and fill a vacuum after the Hittites come out, and they destroy some of the previous kingdoms that was here. And then they draw back. They destroy them. Not these ones, but they destroy some ones before them. And then they draw back. And then these ones come there and settle there. I did a video on the Kassites. You're going to see on the Kassites. But let's keep on going. We're going to talk about the Mitanni and the Hittites today. So this one, just showing you some, pretty much some areas where they were at. They had controls of these areas. And that would be when Abraham would be there. And this actually would be when Egypt was basically persecuting Israel, right? This will be when Egypt was persecuting Israel. Israel will be actually in the lands of Africa, Egypt. So Israel at this time for like a long time, right? After that 400-year promise that was said to Abraham, they spent a long time in the land of Africa, Egypt. So during this time, all this stuff was happening. Just to cover that, that's what was going on. And then you get all of that, which is called the Bronze Age collapse. So before the Israelites come out, these fall after the Sea people attack. So, because remember that the Sea people are going to be in the Levant by the time Israel comes out. So the Sea people are going to be settled in the Levant when Israel comes out of Egypt. And they're going to be just settled there, because that's when Egypt no longer goes or has, you see how you see Egypt right there? This is Egypt, and look how much area that it has right here. Egypt actually goes up to right here. And they're going at it, the Hittites, but sometimes they're making agreements, but they're going at it with them. The Hittites are very powerful. Egypt is very powerful. The Kassites are very powerful, but they take out the Mitanni, as you see what's going on right there. They're pretty much hitting them
The
hard.
Assyrians completely obliterated the memory of the Mitanni. It would not be until the late 19th century, over 3,000 years later, that fragments of the names and deeds of the Mitanni were made known to mankind once again.
So you can see just recently they found the history behind the Mitanni. So they was a kingdom that was destroyed and whatnot. That's the Mitanni. I'm gonna go down a little more, and you can see going a little more. Let's talk a little more of the history real fast. 8.
The Bronze Age became the ancient Near East, which is the historical region comprising much of Western Asia and the Eastern Mediterranean. Mesopotamia, meaning the land between the two rivers, referring to the Tigris and Euphrates, saw the rise of the known major civilization, Sumer. The Sumerians' rapid development was exported from Anatolia around the Khazil-Urmak River.
All right, before I let this play, now I'm going to show you everything that I just showed you. I'm going to show you all of it happening at once. I'm going to show you all of it happening at once. So this is going to be like a fast review of what you just saw. So you're going to see everything that I was just showing you, but this is going to be from the point of when these people go down and they become the Mitanni, but they're going to attack these groups right here. These groups that were there first. These are actually going to be like some of the, might most likely be some of the Aramaeans, most likely some of the early Arabians and stuff that settled in the areas. Some of them would be some of the Japhetic lines, but it's like a mixed group. But they're gonna get hit really hard. So let's do that. Let's understand what's going to happen in these areas. So you got Babylon there. This is going to be after a certain event, after the Hittites hit there. But let's just see it.
Two people, the Neshites, coming to become the Hittites. They consolidated power to become the Hittites. They consolidated peoples. Hatians combined to become the Hittites. They consolidated power in the region, their territory, and became wealthy through trade. In 1595 BC, the Hittites shocked the Bronze Age world when their king Mursili and his army marched 2,000 colors the kingdom of Yamhad and sacked Babylon. They carried off great wealth and thousands of slaves. The Hittites' campaign was not one of conquest, but of plunder on a massive scale. Mesopotamia was devastated, leaving a power vacuum. The Hurrians and the Kassites were two tribal mountain peoples who took notice of this and moved in to fill the void. The Kassites built Babylon, its culture, former territory of southern Mesopotamia. The Hurrians in the north, kingdoms. By the end of the 16th century, these coalesced into the people just to a big mixed Levantine usurped were there. Dynasty, which controlled the Nile Delta for a century. A native Egyptian dynasty survived at the city of Thebes and was a Hyksos vassal for a time. Around 1550 BC, they were able to decisively defeat and drive out the Hyksos from Egypt. The new kingdom Egyptian Empire expanded to control the entire Levant. Contact me. Many years of war, with one side gaining the hand and then the other, Egypt entered into a long-term alliance. This alliance was sealed and renewed by a series of marriages between the daughter of a Mitanni great king and an Egyptian pharaoh. This was a high point of peace and prosperity in the Bronze Age Near East, before things took a turn for the worst. A great video on the rise and fall of the is available from the discovered from its period of weaving into puppet state pantheon of God. Watch the documentary I enjoyed on the Bronze Age and many more. During the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, it was plunged into internal as he abolished the Egyptian pantheon of gods and moved the capital city. Taking advantage of this, the Hittites and the Assyrians, who were vassals of the Mitanni, both attacked and then divided the Mitanni, initially into puppet state which were later abolished and absorbed. Egypt recovered from its period of weakness, and then with the Hittites. They clashed at the Battle of Kadesh, the earliest recorded of a battle in history, but claimed victory, and later signed a peace treaty with Assyria.
So you saw that we just said that was all that history summarized. Now we're going to start talking about the Hittites. Let's talk about the Hittites. So now understand that a lot of those nations around there was actually Indo-European nations. So let's see the rest of this video and then get to the Hittites.
Syria maintained an aggressive foreign policy against the Hittites. All major powers of the East then enacted an embargo against them for expansion. This was the state of when the Bronze Age collapsed. Famine, pestilence, and a host of other maladies afflicted the Bronze Age world, including the mysterious band of marauders known as the Sea People.
Nobody expects the Sea People.
The Mycenaeans, Hittites, Cilicia, and many of the city-states of the Levant and Chalcolithic Babylon did not survive. That did so in a diminished fashion. A big thanks to my patrons over Patreon.
So you see where it's going so far. So you see what's happening. So we're getting really deep into the understanding, but that was a nice summary of what we were just talking about. How the people from the mountain, the people from the Caucasus and Armenia that became Aratu and all that. That's going to be important to note that they are going to be also still that same group of the Hurrians. The Hurrians come down. The Kassites, who call themselves Kassites, the ones that call from the same stock, they're still going to be from that upper group that comes downward. They go down Indian Empire, and one becomes the Mitanni. The Kassites become one group, and the Mitanni becomes another group. They're going to settle in those areas because of the Hittites sacking that area and basically leaving some room for those things. So let's get a quick summary. Hittites. Now, before we get into the Hittites, why are we talking about the Hittites? Now, this is why we're talking about the Hittites, because we're talking about Indo-European. We're talking about the language and the linguistics of the Indo-European. And so notice Indo-European is the oldest Indo-European, right? And we can notice, if we note the movements, hey, look, that design that I was showing you earlier. And they're moving, that's from the Yamna culture that's going and settling in these areas, right? We're not going to get into the Yamna, what they are, why they're called Yamna and whatnot, or why it's recorded where called what they are. But all these are just Indo-European groups, and mostly of the lines of Japheth, like we had plotted down. We had seen the little design of these things, that the Japhetic lines would be settling in the north over here, especially these areas that we was talking about where the Hurrians came from. This is going to be point 0, where we actually would see that point 1. They would come over here. They would also come out and settle over here. This group would also settle over here. This group also settles over here. They settle over here because those ones, they settle over here, right? So they settle in a lot of places. If I draw a line, if I use let's use an arrow here. If I draw a line, or rather a line from point 0, you can see that a lot of different places that they go out at. So they go to a lot of different places from point 0 to 1. So they really, from here, they really spread out. Japhetic lines really spread out. And remember, Japheth is going to be, as we have to know, Japheth is going to be obviously a son of Ham, but we also have to know that he's very large and he has the most sons. He has 7 sons. Very large group. So you can see here, they rip out, see how like that? They're filling up in these areas over here. So basically, all these areas over here is going to be one family that we're seeing up there. Take away those lines. All right. Just to get a good understanding, that's going to be what was going on. The Hurrian, well, all those names that was given themselves, if you root it back to who they were, they would be from this one specific family of Japheth. Now, also notice that design there. If you go to the Hittites, because what I was showing you was obviously this is going to be Proto-Indo-European. And then if you note on the Hittites, interesting is they'll tell you all about them. They'll tell you about the Hittites. What's interesting is this. Let me go to something here. Right here, it's at the top right here. What do we see? Who did the Hittites? Yamna culture, right? So you're gonna have some movements of different groups. You can see the steppe culture. They're gonna move into some of these areas. That's connection to the Yamna culture, and then that same culture is gonna be moved into this early Anatolian language area. So that's very early. You can see also the Mitanni was Indo-European as well. So the Mitanni was a group that has connections to Indo-European as well. So remember, that was the connection with Hurrians. So they from point zero they went up, and then after a certain time frame they went down. So after a certain time frame they did go down. So that's something that's important to know. That's why I'm pointing out this, that they went to at point zero. Some went here, some went to a lot of different areas, even in Native American ones. And then from the Yamna culture that developed about this time would become your later Hittites and Mitanni. So that's why I was showing you both of those things, because they're initially the same people. Just different languages and traditions, different branches of who they are. See here, obviously they also become the Greeks. So bell beakers, if you know of that, corded ware, all obviously have connections to Indo-European. All these are connected by one linguistic family. Though some script may change or some things may change, there'll be similar culture assimilations that we will have to note on with these things. So they're talking ancient lines going all the way back to 12th century BC and stuff. But it talks about in the connection to the Yamna culture, which was obviously the early Indo-European group. But as you can see, when we talk about obviously these proto-Indo-European groups, it's important to know that this would be that group that will become those. As it says, the arrival of the Hittites in Anatolia in the Bronze Age, right, was one of the, obviously, talk about the super states that imposing itself as a native culture, in this case over pre-existing, right? You see what they say, pre-existing, the basically the groups that was in the Caucasus Mountains and stuff that we was talking about, the Hattians and whatnot, and Hurrians, Hattians and Hurrians. So the Hittites merged with some of the groups that they call Hattians, and actually also merged with Hurrians because they're technically would be the same. So they would call it, but the Hittites would be separate because the kingdom would be separate from those kingdoms. So different kingdom, but same blood, mostly, either by means of conquest or gradual assimilation. See what's going on there? Assimilation. And so obviously all these things are source cited. So those are always good to check the sources. So I already checked some of these sources to make sure everything's good. So we can just do a straight read through. And going down, just getting a little understanding of pretty much that they're Indo-European. To get a long story short, is that the Hittite, long story short, are ancient Indo-European. Now, if you already know the biblical narrative, you're probably saying, well, aren't the Hittites Hamites? Because Hittite actually comes from Heth. But Heth, again, just like every other place, was most likely a tribe or a tribal group. So sometimes it's important to note that when they became the Hittite or the Hittite group, that's because of the assimilation and the merging of these groups. So that's going to be important. That's going to be very important to know on these things. So that's something to note about the Hittites, that they are Indo-European, and the ones that we were looking at, the Mitanni, are initially linking to Indo-Europeans. Kind of that. And Ging J? No, he's not J. Kong, if I remember, is Q. He's Q. Or O. I think it's Q though. But what was being said, see, they were mostly J. You guys are talking. You guys got that. In largest sense based on modern population size. Yep, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. They're the largest, the strongest nations, very powerful nations indeed. Very, very, very powerful nations indeed. Let's go down. So now that we see the Indo-Europeans becoming these, now we connected genetics, we connected the linguistics, now we're getting a little bit more into the history of the stuff. So history, genetics, biblical texts, it's all coming together, making sense. All of it coming together, making perfect sense, giving us a things. Now let's talk about the Hittites. Let's get into the Hittites, the history of them.
Anatolia unite after centuries of and localized warfare to form a state that would last 500 years. They would defeat the pharaohs of Egypt in battle and lay waste to empires. They were the Hittites. Once. A significant development during this period is the beginning of the wide and effective use of treaties and alliances with neighboring states. Approximately half of all the treaties uncovered in the Near East involved the Hittites. The gains made by the early treaties were wiped out by the reign of Shupilulima, also pronounced Suppiluliuma, who obtained the throne by murdering his brother, breaking the Edict of Telepinu. The allies gained over the previous century abandoned Hatti, a coalition of Kaskas, Arzawa City to the west, and the Empire Hittites. Suppiluliuma first subdued the brother, breaking the Edict of Telepinu. The allies gained over the previous century abandoned Hatti, a coalition of Kaskas, Arzawa city-states to the west, and the Mitanni Empire waged war on the Hittites. Suppiluliuma first subdued the Kashkas, using his considerable diplomatic skill to convince many to join his army. He then did the same with the Arzawa to the west, rallying the tough and warlike people of Anatolia to his cause, with the threat of force and the promise of eastern riches. This vast army then conquered the mineral-rich kingdom of Kizzuwanta and his strategic ports, which had been a long-time Hittite ally before becoming a Mitanni vassal state. The Mitanni Empire had filled much of the power vacuum left by the Hittites after their destruction of Yamhad and Amorite Babylon. The earliest confirmed people used the chariot and may have invented it. The Hittites later became masters of the heavy chariot and employed a Mitanni expert at their court. The Mitanni were a Hurrian-speaking people, the Mitanni Empire, and installed him as a puppet king there for a short time. The Mitanni and the Egyptians had been close allies and had intermarried over the preceding generations. It appeared that an even more unique arrangement would be made between the Hittite and Egyptian empires. The widowed.
All right, so now we're continuing on. So it's just talk about the Hittites. It might get some ties with some other groups. And it's going to also talk about how they fall to what is the Sea people. We'll point out some things with the people too. We'll point out some things. If you wanna get into some sources on the Sea peoples, I'm not gonna go over it today, but if you go to Synthetic Sunday, we got concentrated videos on the Sea peoples. There's some concentrated videos. They do have J groups. The largest group of the Sea people is J, but they have R's, they have some T's, they have a couple of different mixed groups. But the major group of the Sea people is J. The largest group in the Sea people, the Indo-European Sea people is the J group. But they do have a mix in them. They have some mixes in them. But that is true. That is interesting to look in. I'm going to click this and show this as well. This one I'm not going to go too deep into, but this is something that this is important to know. Happening. What I'm showing you here before Israel comes out of pretty much the wilderness and out of the lands that they were in. But let me show you something here. This is just interesting information. Who are the Canaanites? Who were the Canaanites? Who were the people that was in the land of Canaan? This is just an interesting video, but I'll just show an interesting highlight from it. I think it's kind of interesting.
Canaan, and prevent a Hyksos-like event from ever happening again. From the onset of the migrated into the Nile Delta, the Egyptians called the wave of migrants, who were predominantly or entirely comprised of Canaanites, the Hyksos. Around 1650 BC, the Hyksos overthrew the Egyptians and ruled as pharaohs in the Nile Delta for a century, before being defeated and driven out by the Egyptians. A somewhat traumatized Egypt became heavily militarized, and their number one policy goal was to control Canaan and prevent a Hyksos-like event from ever happening again. From the onset of the Egyptian New Kingdom, pharaohs repeatedly campaigned throughout the Levant. They brought the entire region under their control, making the Canaanite city-states their vassals. During the reign of Thutmose III, many city-states in the Levant rebelled, and at the Battle of Megiddo, Thutmose III defeated a formidable coalition of Canaanite kings. The Battle of Megiddo is the earliest battle in history we have. The date, tactics, casualties, and plunder were all recorded. Including his campaign at Megiddo, it took Thutmose III 14 nearly yearly campaigns to put down all the rebellions in the Levant. The city of Megiddo controlled the entry and exit point to and from the Jezreel Valley. There were numerous rebellions, and the loss and regaining of territory. The Egyptians were successful at their top priority, which was to control and protect the Road of Horus, which allowed them to control military and economic movement in the region. To overgeneralize, things were pretty peaceful and prosperous for hundreds of years. Egypt engaged in diplomacy with other Near Eastern empires, and things were nice. Then, to cut a long story very short, in a short amount of time, empires collapsed, almost everyone died, people forgot how to read and write, and the whole Near East fell into a very, very, very dark age. This was called the Bronze Age collapse. If you want to know more about the Bronze Age collapse, I made some videos about it that you may be interested in. But back to Canaan. On the coastal plain, while things were falling apart, the Peliset, who were members of a band of baffling bad-time boat bands commonly referred to as the Sea Peoples, were resettled in Canaan after a failed amphibious assault on the Nile Delta. After a few decades, Egypt withdrew from Canaan. The Peliset, who were likely of Aegean origin, assimilated together with surviving Canaanites of the coastal plain, and they became the Philistines, who filled the power vacuum on the coastal plain. Hebrew tribes filled the power vacuum in much of the interior. These tribes later formed into the Kingdom of Israel, which split into the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Israel's capital city of Samaria became the new power center in the north, and was the longtime rival of the Arabian kingdom of Damascus. The unconquered Canaanites on the northern coast recovered relatively quickly, and are more commonly known by their Greek name, the Phoenicians. They would go on to found the city of Carthage, which is famous for its wars with Rome and its brilliant general Hannibal. All of the states in the Levant were either conquered or vassalized by the Assyrian Empire.
So everything you saw was from the Israelites coming in to the first powerful dynasty of the Syrians. Remember, the Syrians, they take on Israel after, remember before the Syrians come, you got this interesting challenge that happens with the northern Israel. Remember that thing that happens that Hezekiah hears? Is he hears that, how you say his name? I don't know why I forgot his name. The leader of the Maccabees. I think his name is Reason or Rezin or something like that. And you all obviously got one of the sons of the northern tribe of Israel, and basically they talk about how they're Confederate, and his heart melts because he knows that Damascus is very strong and Israel's very strong. The northern tribe of Israel is very strong, and it talks about his heart melts, and it's because he's scared. But then what does God say? He says, "Don't you mind these two smoking guns, right? Don't you mind these two smoking guns?" It's basically saying like smoking guns, they're just smoking, like they already fired out and everything, and a gun smokes afterwards. Don't you? He said, "Don't you mind these two smoking guns?" But long story short, that's just a quick summary before Israel comes in. Maybe we'll get into that history, the details. My favorite history is the history of Israel, the actual, real, authentic, observable history of Israel. That's why I studied in the Levant in Mesopotamia. But we can notice that if we go back to this little picture, notice that we had seen that who came there first? The Philistines. Don't mix the Aegean Philistines up with the Israelites. That's important. We got also different papers that talk about that they got the skulls of the sea people, Philistine Canaanites, that are the Philistines, that are different than the Israelite skulls, where the women, a lot of them have these interesting features that you might not believe. But this is just a focus on these lines. Who are the Philistines? They're going to be from the Aegean. The Aegean is going to be a little above Greece. So they're coming from pretty much from Europe. So they're European. And in fact, you can actually find papers on it if you search not that hard. Sea people, Indo-European. There's a lot information on them nowadays, but here it is. One of the well-accepted theories states that the Sea People were a number of primarily Indo-European groups that displaced during the 13th century BC. So many people already know that the Sea People are actually Indo-European groups. So that's very important from the Aegean, from the areas of the Aegean. So they got some different mixes there, right? Some R lineages, but Egypt also had R lineages. And they have majority of J lineages amongst them. So we talked about that before. So another Indo-European group is the Sea Peoples that go in there. And look how many how mixed the Levant is before Israelites come. So obviously you can see they settled there, and then the Hebrews will enter in afterwards. But what happens? They don't spend a lot of time there because of the sin that happens. And that area, this area of the Levant, is always watching. Right, he's always, like he says, his eyes are always on the Levant. Right, his eyes are always watching over it. So they come in, they last about not even 500 years, and that's not even that long to put an imprint there, because not only are the Hebrews small, they're in a company of mixed groups. So that's important to know there, that they're not the largest group there. Though when you look at the map like this, it looks like they had a lot of area, but they didn't. The Levant, you know how small the Levant is? The Levant is smaller than the smallest state in America. The smallest state, New Jersey, if that's the smallest, I think it's the smallest state. But New Jersey is about bigger than the Levant. This is so tiny. It's a small area. I can't even stress it enough how small it is, how small this area is. And also remember, even though the color is colored in like this, it's not like you got people all layered out like this, right? It's rather different spots, right? You're gonna have different spots there that people live at, right? So you're gonna have maybe a community here, maybe a community here, maybe a community here. You got a big separation, maybe a community there. So that's important to know. That's just a territory of the area that they control. So that's important to know. So consider that when studying on the people, that you shouldn't find a massive group of them. You should find a smaller group of them, which is told in the fossils of the skulls of them, which a lot of it has some interesting stories to tell. But quickly to show you that, the most important thing I wanted to show you on this is just that change area and whatnot, how everything that the Mitanni and the Hittite play to the story of the Israelites coming in. So see what's going on there. So it all comes together. There's something for everyone. And then you can see right here. So you could say that the Levant showed a strong and of Indians within the land in Anatolia. So you can see. So you could say that. You could definitely say that. Many nations named after Ham's sons was taken by Japheth's sons. So that's something important to know, that many nations that was named after Ham's sons, like the Hittites and everything, was actually filled with Indo-Europeans and some of Japheth's sons. So that's something to note of these things. Let's go a little more deeper into the history of the
Many empires emerged during the Bronze Age. Some became famous as the Babylonians. Others, however, were buried by the sands of time and were almost forgotten in the course of history. The Hittite Empire was one of the most powerful and influential of its time, and yet it remained concealed for a long time. The Hittites were an Indo-European people who, in 2000 BC, settled in central Anatolia, where Turkey is today. They called themselves Hatti, and as soon as they arrived in the region, they dominated the other tribes. This domination was enforced. Diplomacy was only used when feasible. They were proud of their warrior society and had great esteem for horses. Those responsible for breeding and training horses had a prominent place in society. One of the first accounts of the Hittites is in the Greek tale The Odyssey, where the Hittites are called Ketas.
All right, so if we're here that I start lagging or anything, because I think I found that sometimes it would lag for some reason. I don't know why. If it kind of glitches out, just say so. I'll just close. I'll just close this real fast. All right, I just had to reset the browser because for some reason, real quick, I would get these little skips, and it can kind of ruin things. I don't want that to happen, so I'll just keep sound sometimes at times. All right, just checking the sound to make sure everything is okay. Let's get back to that little illustration that we were just at.
The Bible, Hittites are quoted in the Old Testament as Heth. There is even the story of Uriah, Bathsheba's husband, who served King David. Society. One of the first is in the Greek tale, where the Hittites are called Hus. In the Bible, the Hittites are quoted in the Old Testament as Heth. There is even the story of Uriah, Bathsheba's husband, who served King.
All right, 1 second. What it is now? I got my phone too close and it's on Wi-Fi. I gotta take it off of Wi-Fi. Let me reset this thing one more time. One. All right. Hopefully it shouldn't be skipping now. I just had my phone too close. I don't know how long it was doing that. I just listened in real fast and I heard those skipping. I was like, no, let's fix that. All right. So I think that got a quick question here, but I see it on my phone. Love Brother David. Indian largest making of Indian group, right? Specifically Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc. Yep, those ones and the northern Indians and Gypsies who arrived out of India, they are Aryan. That is in a way correct. So we got to be careful on what we call a Aryan. So it depends on what we determine as ancient Indians. If we're talking about the ancient Indians weren't called Aryans, but there is this understanding of Aryans, which the word Aryan just means an area, is a group of people that come from a certain area that basically come in. That Aryan word is nowadays offensive. People think it's offensive. So necessarily people feel like there wasn't an Indo-European invasion in the lands of how you say India, but when you take history carefully and genetics carefully, and remember that F-M89 makes GHIJK, there's a R1A that comes into India that actually isn't that friendly with the groups, and he's kind of make a interesting thing, which is yes, that's a yes, that's a direct question. Actually, numbers of Indo-Europeans, which is Japheth, yes. So basically, a large portion of Japheth does settle in the lands of India. Some fight. There's no such thing as a. This is what is supposed to. You're supposed to understand this when I say this. There's no replacement. There's no Aryan replacement in India. And the reason why I say that, because the word Aryan is determining a group that comes from a certain area and determining that they do a total replacement of the culture in that land. That doesn't happen. But they do enter into that land and they do fight against some people there, because some of those groups actually become what are called the Scythians, which is an Indo-European group. And the Scythians actually rule in the areas of India, and they actually take in a religion of the Buddhist religion. That's actually where it came from. Buddhism came from the Scythians, of the Indo-Europeans. And the people of China picks it up, and then they kind of expand it, which R and O, China, Chinese, with the O lineage, majority of. Some have id lineages, but majority of have O lineages. And our lineages of the Scythians are related. They're still from Japheth. And even the F-M89 F lineage or H lineage that would be in India would still be Japheth. So basically, it just they're more moving into that area. Just to kind of make it clear, is that India does have a large group of Japheth, but they do get some E groups there. They do get some E groups, some E groups. That's just something that's important to note. And the reason why we know they have E groups, because let me just show you right here in the Scythian groups, some of the E groups have merged with some of the Scythian groups. Here's a group of the, I would say his name wrong. Forgive me if I say it weird. Sumerians, like that, but they're not the same as Sumerians of the Israelites. This is like different Sumerians. They're Sumerians. How you say that? Say that name weird. But they were a group that was with the Scythians, and these that SCY, that's Scythian. And if you notice on here, we got obviously R1A as the Scythians, R1A. You got some Q groups because R and Q, they're related, R and Q. But notice you got an E2 with them. So in the Scythian group, sometimes you get some interesting things like this one. Sometimes you get E1B1B, or you get an E2. Sometimes you get other E groups that go in that group. But those are the Shemites. Those are the Shemitic groups, but they end up taking in that Indo-European. So some bloodline Shemites end up becoming linguistic or tied to Japheth. Not that they are Japheth. E doesn't change his bloodline, but it becomes merged with them. So this is a study of pretty much those ancient Scythian movements. I'll just show you the study here. They got some, but it's a mixed company. You know, Scythians, they're going to be kind of mixed. I have some Japhethites there, or some J. So this is going to be a study that I'll put in the description. It will just be about on the JP58 note if you want to see more on them. But genetic shift in the landscape of Western Eurasia steppe associated with beginning and end of the Scythian dominance. So just getting some understanding of some lineages, which Scythians do have a nice portion of R1A. And that's that group that they call the Aryans, quote unquote, that actually settle in that area. And because that's what Aryan actually means, is area. And they settle in that area. And they are necessarily not a new group that comes in, but they are just some other branches of Japheth. Long story short, maybe we'll do a separate video on just pinpoint India, because in fact I don't need to, because there's a lot of interesting studies on it. There's also my Synthetic Sunday. That was a historian that most likely he must have had some help looking at some of the genetic information, but he talks about these invasions. But it's more complex than a lot of people think. It's more complex than a lot of people think. Because they forget that F is still the same family as H and J and R. They're still the same family. They don't replace each other. There's some battles that happen, like natural. Every place has battles, but it doesn't do a total annihilation, but it does fill that place with more Indo-European groups. Just to kind of make that clear. But yes, this right here, what we're talking about, in the Bible, Heth makes the Hittites and whatnot, but the Confederation of Heth might be something to question, because let me just read you a verse. Let me read you a verse in the Bible real fast. It's going to be from Genesis 14 and 13. So I'm going to read something from Genesis 14 and 13. And there, in fact, let me just go to it right here. So Genesis. Right? You can't spell Genesis. But let me show you something. It says here on this. Go to this. All right, so watch what it says. And there came one that escaped and told Abram, the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Miriam, and Miriam, I'll probably say that weird, Mari, the Amorite. You see what's going on there with the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. So you see what's going on there. And another place you can see that Abram was confederate with the children of Heth. That Heth also had an alliance with them. So you got to ask yourself, are these actually Hamites, or are these the mixed company of the Amorites that we can see their genetics today? Most likely the mixed company, and the mixed company of the other groups of the Hittites, the mixed company. So that's really interesting if you take note of that this group had a confederation, kind of. They had a allegiance with Abram. So very important. So that's what it's kind of talking about here, that about the children of
First account is in the Greek tale, the Odyssey, where the are called Ketas. In the Hittites are quoted in the Old Testament as Heth. There is even the story of Uriah, Bathsheba's husband, who served King David. Uriah and Bathsheba were Hittites. The Hittites are also mentioned in Asian and Egyptian texts. Even with so many accounts, the Hittite people were only officially discovered in 1880 by archaeologist Archibald Henry Sayce, even though he found Archibald was a lapdog with an academic society who said he was trying to make up the existence of the Hittites. Its discovery was only confirmed years later in excavations carried out by the German archaeologist Hugo Winkler. By 1650 BC, the Babylonian Empire, the Egyptian Empire, and the Hittite Empire had been consolidated. The Hittites were in a very privileged position since they could trade with different nations.
So you see what it just said? They would just talk about the historicity, how there was a person who was talking about that the Hittites exist because the Hittites exist, and this person found evidence that the Hittites exist, but the world said no. The world said no, they don't exist. The Hittites don't exist, they said. But after some years, after the one person was getting said that he was a liar, right? There's a lot of people today that probably know the truth, that probably seem like they're probably crazy, but one day it'll be known that they do have the truth, right? Especially if you believe in God. You know that without a doubt, when things come to light, they're in the light. When this came to light, there's no going back, right? Once the Hittites were discovered, they're discovered. You can't take it back. You can't say they never existed. So that was a time they were saying they didn't exist, but now we know they do exist. So a little more on that. These ones I'm just gonna skip. It's just some extra meat if someone is curious on maybe getting some interesting videos. These are some of the best videos I've seen on the Hittites about their thing. It just goes over those things, great things. These ones did a great job. I think that they're worth a mention. This video and this one right here, I think he did very great. Illustrating these things, very professional, I think. But these are more like pure historical stuff. So I'm just gonna kind of skip it because we basically went over the information of the Hittites. We basically just went over the information of it. Here's another one. This one relates the Hittites with the Hyksos. So we talked about the Hyksos a little earlier, but I thought this was interesting to hear this scholar say this about the Hittites because it's just interesting.
Well be raised, what does Egypt care about Kadesh? Economic reason number one. Reason number two, the experience of a Hyksos invasion coming out of the Levant into Egypt and the ultimate expulsion of those Hittites, those Hyksos, and by the way, the Egyptians equated the two in certain contexts. This expulsion of Levantines actually began the New Kingdom. There was the need to create a geographic buffer zone to prevent any further infiltration of Egypt, militarily or otherwise, by a Levantine polity.
I just wanted to show that was kind of interesting that he said that I wonder if there's some more interesting sources on that the Egyptians equated the Hyksos with the Hittites. So that's kind of because when you think of the Hyksos and the Hittites and all these different groups, they could have easily been a mingled company without a doubt. And the linguistic, because the Hittites and the Hyksos, they all had this like lingua franca that they had going on, and a different alliances that they had. Let me show something real fast from one of these here. Let me go to something here. Show something I thought was kind of interesting on the Hittite and Mitanni. It was on this one. Let me make sure. Maybe it's not. Might be here. All right. So what I'm gonna read something. A letter. It says the letter was not written in ancient Egyptian, but in Akkadian, right? Because it's talking about a certain letter that was written by some of the Mitanni, basically right here. It says some of the most revealing letters about kingship and power are those sent from a certain leader. No, you say Tarsh Rat Ata. Probably said that weird. Ata, king of Mitanni, whose expanding empire a southern border with Egypt. Because remember, Mitanni and Egypt have mingled together. I don't know why my phone keep dying. Probably because it needs to be on the charger instead of a computer. It says, it just talks about his letter. It says, opens his letter with a codified greeting. Set down the great powers. Now, what does he mean, the great powers? There's nations. There were nations that call themselves basically the great powers. Basically, now on this little thing. Let me go back to what I was just at. Let me see where that was on there. But there's a nation, if you already know about it, you probably already know of the nations of great powers, or the great powers of Mesopotamia. And the great powers were just basically nations. So right here, you will have also Elam. You have Elam, you have the Babylonian group, the Kassites, you have the Tani and the Hittites and the Egyptians. They'll be basically called, and the Syrians as well. They were called the great powers. They were a group of the great powers, kind of the Syrians, kind of. But they were called the great powers. That's something to note a little bit for that statement that they're saying there. So he just goes on. He says to establish authority of the sender. Letter 27 takes the form of an elaborate pattern of well-wishing. As the king of Mitanni is an equal, he refers to the pharaoh as brother and opens with these words. He opens up and says some things, right? He just talks about some things, just calls him a couple things, right? And he just basically calls him, he says this. He says, let me read it because it's kind of interesting. He said, this is what he says. Say to Nafra Har, I'm going to even say it. That's basically, the king of Egypt, Akhenaten, the king of Egypt, my brother. He calls him my brother, my son-in-law, my brother, my son-in-law, whom I love and whom loves me. Thus, that king of the Mitanni, Tushrata, probably says name weird, great king Mitanni. Remember the Mitanni connection to the Hurrians. These are Indo-European. Your father-in-law who loves you, your brother. He says, for me, all goes well. For you, may all go well. For Tyre, or Tyre, probably says weird. I forgot you say her name. But this is your mother, which is, interesting connections. May all go well. For Tadu Hiba, probably said that weird too. My daughter, your wife, you see, obviously, remember that when they talk about their connections? My daughter, your wife, for the rest of your wives, may all go well, very well. So he kind of talking there. But remember, the Mitanni were originally Indo-European, but they sent this letter not in Indo-European or in Egyptian. And when they had spoke, they were actually speaking in Akkadian. It says, but the letters were not written in ancient Egyptian, but in Akkadian, a language spoken widely in ancient Mesopotamia. In the second millennium BC, Akkadian became a lingua franca across the whole region. Remember we were talking about that lingua franca? To the role English plays in international relations today. So that was fairly interesting from your right here. This is actually from basically National Geographic, and it says these pharaohs' private letters expose how politics worked basically 3,300 years ago. So they just talk about scribes writing down and whatnot. So they're gonna be writing stuff down, and they had these little letters that they're writing to each other. So just to show you that it's as real as it gets. That's all we touch on is try to touch on real sources, real stuff, right? So very interesting, very interesting stuff. You got your mother, daughter, and whatnot, sons all around. Close that. So just to show that. So that's something to understand. That remember, language and script. Language is one thing, script is another thing, and bloodline is another thing. So remember that there's three elements: linguistics, right, for language, and then your script or writing style, and then you have your genetics. All these are different when you're noting tribal names. So all these things are important for noting tribal names. So very important with those things, so that we don't just say, well, they're Indo-European, so they must be only Japheth. Some Indo-European technically could also involve some of the lines of A groups, and I'll show you that another time, that we actually got A haplogroups as Indo-Europeans, Hamites, A haplogroups as Indo-Europeans. We'll talk about that another time in the Bell Beaker culture and whatnot. Crazy, but let's get a good understanding of these things as we you see we're basically at the bottom. Go and look at something else. So this one is just talking about the fall of the Hittites. I'm not going to show this because I already showed this before. Basically, the Hittites were their kingdom was set on fire, and it fell on top of each other and was buried. And that's why no one never knew about the Hittites, because they were destroyed, obliterated, and no one knew where they were. Long story short, if you want to see it, I'll put this note in the description, and it just gives an interesting insight on how the Hittites were destroyed, and they basically was destroyed by fire. I'll just let you hear a quick summary real fast.
Around the time of abandonment, whether it happened right before or right after is not quite clear yet.
Not just the archives, but the whole of Hattusili's glorious palace and many other buildings were consumed in a great fire that swept through the city. But how did it start? Archaeologists...
All right, just leave it like that. That's I don't know if I paused it, but that's okay. I just wanted to show a quick summary of it. So that one was just a quick summary and everything. They did fall, and that's why they didn't know who were the hitters. It was hidden underneath a bunch of rubble and stuff. No one knew exactly what it was. Let me just quote something here that I think I might need to quote. Connection based particularly on temple agriculture. This person argues for strong parallels between religious practices of the Hyksos at Avaris with those around, or with those of the area around Byblos. I always say his name weird. Agrit. I'm not gonna try to say it. It's an area around Mesopotamia. Alika and Tel Barak. Probably said that weird too. Defining the spiritual home, right? So you can see is in Alka. Obviously, that's a Semitic area, so it might have some interesting connections. Also in Byblos, that's in Mesopotamian area. Basically, it's talking about these areas in Syria and Mesopotamia. It's saying that the Hyksos obviously has some interesting parallels with the defining the spiritual home of the Hyksos as in the northernmost Syria and northern Mesopotamia. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible those might have some ties to of the upper area. So that's a source interesting to look at. This one right here, the mind of the history and of Egypt and whatnot. But that's a quote that they had said. They were saying that it might be the spiritual home of the Hyksos. So we don't really have no genetics of them, or at least I don't. But maybe someone has something of that. But I didn't find anything yet, because they only were there for like 100 years, and that's like a small time to find some genetics. But their cells would be interesting ties to probably Mesopotamia and Syria. So prehistory in Anatolia. This is just some interesting sources to know about some of those. This is everything that we talked about today. So summary. Time for a summary. We were just talking about what we were talking about today is we were talking about the Paleolithic, we talked about the Mesolithic, and we talked about the Neolithic to the Copper Age until we get to the Bronze Age, which is 3000, right? Things in the 3000s. And we plotted everything before the 3000s of on this chart of the genetics of the Levant or of any area around. This is a summary though. This is going to be an idea of where they came from. The larger groups of Japheth is in the yellow, would have came from, obviously, from the north. And in the middle, you'll see some of the Shemitic groups that would have been in the midst of these areas. You will see Ham also having connections to the Levant and Crete, but also mainly largely in the areas of Africa, though we know they came from Nubia and having connections with Nubia, but they are found in these areas of the Levant. We'll just zoom in a little more. So our first, we can see Ham would have been first in the Levant, as well as Shem, first in the Levant. And Ham also would have had connections with its first order from Africa, having connection to Africa. And Shem would have been most of, basically, we had talked about how they have connections to Syrians and Mesopotamians. As we know, they had connection to all these areas until they stretched out into different areas, even over here to these areas. As we have seen, some was over here. So we have seen this line stretch over there. So that would be more the Shemitic bloodline. This will be blood. What we're looking here is bloodline, right? But then we had looked at how we see Japheth have filled up here, and we see Shem have filled here, and we see Ham kind of had a blend in with Shem in this area because these both are one. Japheth didn't come down for a while. And what we can notice, if we notice on pictures, we can see that we have a Hermetic understanding of that Japheth would fill the north in these areas up here, and Shem would have some spillage into some areas here, but also have control of some nice portions of these areas. But we should also see that Ham also had bled into those areas very early and recently. And its earliest ones were here, and then it got pushed out as the Japhetic lines slowly made their way in. Japheth started to reign over the Levant after the time of 3000. So all these right here, before the time of 3000, the ones and the fives is the youngest, closer to 3000, right? So that's what we were looking at that. And we see it again, Hermetic, very Hermetic, with a nice understanding of what we see. So that's something that we should know. We will now find out who are these people. This is something that we was talking about. We will talk about this another time. We will now find out who this people is that became to be known as the Philistines and the Canaanites. That's something these are for other meat. But let me show you something real fast. Thousands of prehistoric pits discovered around Stonehenge. Some interesting. Just what's going on here. So it's gonna actually show here. Usually I make a note under it, but this is actually gonna talk about some finds that they found. Basically, it just talks about hunter pits likely built some. Hunters likely built some pits, while others were basically for cemeteries and whatnot. And it just goes on and talks about some things. I'm trying to remember what's the reason why I put this here, as this one was just a plus, but it was something that I believe was interesting and important. I guess I put this here. I don't know why I put it here, to be honest with you. But it's kind of interesting. I got these little pits and whatnot, but there's something in this, if I remember. But I don't think it's important right now. It's just these interesting little finds. I must have found it one day and put it on there. I don't know. Maybe it was a miss post. But this was in 2000. This was just this year. Maybe there's there. I think maybe I put it there because I want to find what's going on there. Maybe something that I felt had ties to this. Something. Don't mind that thing that was showing. Ancient DNA maps dawn of farming. This is just some of the earliest huge collection of charts how hunter-gatherers turned into some of the world's farmers in Turkey. So just obviously that must be what it is because this is like early lineages in the land of Turkey, if I remember. I forget what it was that I was looking at in this, but there's something. I might talk about this another day about these things, but there's some ancient finds that was in this that are ancient. There's some ancient finds here. So that's just some interesting stuff. I'll talk about it another time. We'll try to go see what was the reason. But it's important to know that also the Mitanni and the Hittites made a peace agreement recently. But that obviously, this right here is just something important to know, as well as just those things were not. Let me show one more piece here. Right. So this is just the Mitanni. Just talks about the Mitanni thing.
Down through Syria and into Turkey and was a great name. Local people.
Sure.
But
I'm not going to show. This is just more history. I think there's just more history that I think they did really well with that one. But I'll end here. I'll end it there. The rest of these, I'll edit that. Does just extra stuff. But that's pretty much. Let's summarize what we did today, because there's still, as you see, have other sources with other things that I want to talk about, but I'm not going to go over today because then it'll be more longer than what it is. It's already very long, but we're going to summarize what we have so far just to get a good understanding. Let me just look and see what this is so that I can get a good understanding, because these ones we're okay on for now. We'll be okay with some of these things because we can go deeper into the fossils, but this is just for a summary of things. I'll let this thing open, maybe. Otherwise, I'll let it be. All right, so we're gonna do a summary. We'll do a summary. Actually, I know what these are. These are just these. Okay, we don't need those right now. Let's summarize what we. Any questions in, definitely throw out, and I'll summarize as well. So correct me if I'm wrong. Is not R1 found in areas of Chad and also in West and Central Africa? Absolutely, you're right. You're correct. R1 are found in the Chadic people of Africa. R1-V88 is found in the Chadic people of Africa. That's right. But also that's right. R and E has a lot of blends in Africa, verily. So that is true. The R1E has a blend in Africa. Also, would the I probably have R. In fact, I heard someone talk about that just recently, that those groups do have R's in them. Yes, definitely E's. Yep. Amen. All right. So let's do a quick summary. And if you have any questions before we end, we'll touch on them. So what did we do today? So today we looked at Noah's family, and what we did was more focus on the what we believe was the Indo-European groups, which would be the lines of Japheth. I don't know why these are now all doing this, whatever they're doing here. But we talked about the Indo-European families and whatnot. Everything's all opening. And we talked about pretty much the Proto-Indo-European language, and we talked about how it goes way back. We talked about how it goes really, really far back. But we talked about how the main group that we wanted to look at was the Yamna culture. The Yamna was the one that actually moved into multiple areas. It also became the earliest branch of the Anatolian branches that we had seen. So it was settled in that area very early. When we noted how the Indo-European had filled a lot of these areas, even Native Americans, they would fill into the areas of Russia and areas of other places all around, obviously over here. And from the Ice Age Indo-Europeans, hunter-gatherers that they say from said 15, even as you've seen from the ages we looked at from long ages ago. But the Yamna culture was the one that became a lot of different groups. It was a merging of a culture, pretty much. And then we seen groups like the Scythians, right? We got the Medes, right? The Medes from Madi, from Japheth. We get other groups that's going to settle around, obviously from Anatolia. These are all connected. Hittites, right? The Hurrians become the Mitanni, which connect with also the Assyrians, the Neo-Assyrians, the new Assyrians, the Neo-Assyrians, and the new Hittites. A lot of these groups become Indo-European. It's going to be very important that a lot of these groups are actually Indo-European. The Zagros Mountains and the Caucasus is filled with Indo-European. So they go into these areas. It makes perfect sense. All these make perfect sense to where we find Japheth, where it is described the earliest lines of Japheth would have been, that he would have filled up the north. And we also see the same bloodlines of him. We talked about some history of Georgia. We talked about the Caucasus. We talked about some places of Georgia, how the landmass is. We talked about and their history. We talked about some more information on the Caucasus and how things were. We talked about how those groups merged together and became the Hurrians, and that Hurrian language was their lingua franca until the Akkadian lingua franca. And then those Hurrians became the Mitanni. So when the Hurrians became the Mitanni was a very powerful people. But then the Kassites and the Assyrians and the Hittites and the Egyptians had circled around Mitanni, and the Hittites and the Assyrians destroyed the Mitanni and absorbed the people into them. Then we talked about understanding of how the Hittites fell, and not a lot of people knew about their history because their history was hidden. But we all their history was tied together. The Hittites, the Mitanni, the Kassites are also Indo-European mainly, right? You'll say their language, you'll say their linguistics wouldn't be they have a mix of it because they're going into the area of where Babylon was, where before the Sumerians were and everything. And they also try to say Sumerians are isolate. So a lot of quote unquote isolate languages, which I don't believe they're isolate. I believe they're just a bunch of loan words. And a lot of these loan words from these different groups making a lingua franca of these different genetics are a large group of individuals that would actually be sons of Japheth based upon bloodline evidence of false. So that was what we had touched on today. So with that, family, I hope that this was edifying for you, as this was probably one of my longest lives. I don't know if it was the longest, maybe. I did some long ones before, so it may not be the longest. But it was a very long live. But it has a lot of information. It was live, and I'll put some sources that you may have not seen that we touched on, but I'll put them in the description. So this one will be source right here. So this will be about the mountain people. Who was the mountain people? That was the mountain people. Now, it was pretty much equal to the sons of Japheth. It's a good question. Where do okay, so now that depends. It depends on the haplogroup. So they could be a mixed company, but they have a large portion of that. So it all depends. We got to look at their genetics, and then we can make a conclusion. Because almost every culture has B1B, B1B in it. Let me go to a video here that I think is kind of interesting. It might not load because I got so many tabs open. Let me actually open up another tab here, and that's about Indo-European cultures, modern Indo-European cultures. But I stopped these tabs from loading because it's not letting me open up nothing. Or maybe I can do it on this thing. Maybe it'll let me use it. Another thing. I got other tabs. But let me show you something about come and use this thing. It like downloaded out of nowhere, and it might be nice for searching for sources, but let me point something out on here that I think is kind of interesting. That when noting modern haplogroups or modern peoples, that their haplogroup might shock you. Let me just stop these things from loading because they're cycling through. They're trying to cycle through, but they're not. It's not. It's not stopping. It's like trying to load. But I want to try to show you something. Let me see if I could at least load this thing up. Just try to show you it, or else I have to sit there and open up. Okay. Let me just go to something here and just show you that I think is kind of interesting. Right here. So on YouTube, they got this little video, but it's channel that study on these things. Let me see if I can find it real fast. Right here. Look at these haplogroups, and notice something interesting about these haplogroups. This is going to be Indo-European modern countries that are European, right? European countries. Now look at the haplogroups that you see there. Look at that large portion of E1B1B there. Almost 20 IJs, and all that's coming from IJK. Here's another with some E1B1B, 8%, but the rest is from your CF groups, from your HIJK. So we got some E1B1B there. I'm gonna make this fast so you can see there's some E1B1B right there. So about 5% in this one. That's one group. Here's another one, E1B1B. So it all depends. It depends on that group. It depends on the group. So this one got a large portion of E1B1B. This one got a 10% E1B1B. So it all depends. So most likely they will be Japheth. So it got a lot of Japheth there, but they got a nice portion of E1B1B there. So nice portion of E1B1B. This one is E1B1B. Denmark. This one even smaller. England, one of the smallest that we've seen so far, about 2%. This one has none, no E1B1B, but this is all Japheth. This one has the very tiny, not even a percentage of E1B1B, but it's Japheth. Got a small percentage. France, E1B1B. Germany got some E1B1B, mostly E1B, some Indo-European E1B, and some E1B, some European. And remember, the E1B1B, that's the Shemite. That's the Indo-European. So even if they speak English, they're actually Shem. They're actually from Shemites. So you can see right here, E1B1B, right there. Well, small portion of E1B1B, but the rest was European. The rest was European. So you can see the rest is European, right? And a nice portion of E1B1B. So a nice portion of E1B1B. And that's going to be mostly European. As we can see, all these are going to come from IJK. As we found all those HIJK, JK. Indo-European, that one had the largest portion of E1B1, very large. This one has a small portion. This one has a small portion of E1B1B, but this one has mostly European, Indo-European, and some E1B1B there. These are Indo-European countries. Portugal, nice portion of E1B1B, 14%, but mostly Indo-European. Because Portugal also, you got to remember, E1B1B was the original ones that came up, the Moors that came up and settled in these areas, but they're the original Arabs. The son also, you can see right here, E1B1B, a nice portion, or no, always that same color, always this color. But you can see right here, these are going to be Indo-European, right here, Indo-European over here, and a portion of E1B1B. So always know that it depends. It depends on the haplogroup. It depends. So we have to look at the haplo, determine who they are carefully. So small portion of E1B1B, Indo-Europe. Most, if it's Indo-Europeans, usually going to have Indo-Europeans. You got to know also the mtDNA. Even if they have E1B1B and they look Caucasian, probably because of their mtDNA mixture. Something to note on there when you see these things. So large portion European. So I wanted to show you that. I don't want to show other videos because last time I showed a video that YouTube one flagged me when I say I'm trying to show other videos. Sometimes they pop up. All right, so that is a summary of everything, but that was a quick understanding for that it depends group. It depends. We got to look at the culture and look at the haplogroup for that. But most likely they would be Japheth, large portion of Japheth. Amen, amen, family. And with that, I really enjoy genetic info share with us. Amen. Biblical information, the linguistics, and all that stuff. We did a lot of things today. So, but with that, family, I hope that you be blessed. May you be beloved. And